introduction, ladies and gentlemen, everybody watching, welcome to the Portal Dota 2 World Invitationals. My name is Purposely and I'm joined by Crasheroni, and we are on the B stream here today covering all the action. Of course, for those of you who don't know what's going on, if you weren't paying attention to the videos, not sure what you're doing, let me get you caught up to speed. This is a huge Eastern European, Western European tournament featuring 8 of some of the best teams in the region facing off for a huge prize pool. Crash, this is gonna be lit.
I'm super excited to be here, Sneeze. I mean, the matchups are going to be fantastic. We've got a whole day of Dota, not just on one stream, but on two. So, you know, when one's done, hop over to the other. When the other one's done, come back. You know, it's going to be a good day for everyone involved.
Yeah, and I think the amount of Dota overall in the scene has been heating up big time. It's a lot about qualifiers, right? Trying to get to these big mainstream events that are going to be physical locations. But I think that's where tournaments like this have a very nice sweet spot, right? A lot of these qualifiers, you try really hard. It's a long slog of games. The schedules are tough. And, you know, unless you qualify, you don't really get anything. But this is a nice little sort of, still a very big prize pool for you to work towards, and it's something that these 8 teams can use as a very respectable training ground for themselves.
Exactly. I think you said it perfectly there, Sneeze. It's going to be a beautiful training ground for these teams to really prove themselves in a tournament that's not necessarily the qualifiers.
Exactly. I mean, regardless of how it all shakes down, you're going to be walking away with some part of the lion's share, US 100K. That's pretty insane for just a tournament that, you know, I know on the Portal sort of social media pages and longtime fans of Portal, you guys already know this has been happening, but at least my understanding is that for the Dota scene at large, this wasn't really something anyone had sort of expected, and this kind of feels like a nice little, you know, we get more Eastern Europe, Western Europe action. Of course, format is none other than your standard. If you've sort of watched a Dota 2 tournament before, this is pretty bread and butter stuff, right? Double elimination, all the 8 teams are seeded to start. Every single series will be a best of 3 to allow teams a chance to sort of prove themselves here. And of course, our grand finals on the final day will be a best of 5. Moving on to the prize pool breakdown, I think we already mentioned it's kind of cool already that there is going to be sort of this tier of tournament that isn't a qualifier or a main event that you have to fly down and sort of beat out all these other teams for. Yeah. But at the very least, even if you finish 7th or 8th place, you're still walking away with at least a small chunk of change, right? Of course, everyone has their eye on that championship 50K, but I think overall it's going to be good practice, and also you walk away with a nice reward. So what's not to love?
No, money is good, right? I don't think anyone can argue that, Sneeze.
Yeah, I mean, Crash, I know in between our conversations, we're already quite excited about some of these rosters that are popping up in this tournament. We got Nouns, Night Pulse, Mouz, Navi Junior, Liga team, Bait, One Win, Dandelions. All these teams have been extremely active in all those qualifiers like we mentioned. And this is going to be, you know, not all of them have been successful in beating those qualifiers, right? So it'll be very interesting to see them interact with each other, what they've learned from all these grueling slogs of qualifiers so far.
Yeah, and there's not necessarily, I mean, even taking a look at the team and going even further like into it, there's not one team that's favored over the others. I think all of these teams skill-wise are very close. Yeah,
this should make for some really exciting games. I mean, there are definitely some that are keeping my eye on more than others, but we can talk about that a bit later as we look at the brackets and how things are going to shake down for today. Of course, we have our upper bracket round 1 happening. We're going to be covering Mouz versus Liga later on, but we're starting at the lower part of the bracket. So that's Bait Navi Junior, which is the match that's happening on this stream. If you want to watch Night Pulse versus Nouns, you should head on over to stream A. You can just kind of type in the chat, or wherever you're watching, it should have a link to the other stream. But of course, later on, the other stream will be covering One Win Dandelions. And of course, in typical double elimination fashion, we're going to sort of see some teams remain in the upper bracket. And that final match in the schedule that you see happening at 9:40 p.m. UTC +1, that's going to be our loser bracket sort of match up already. So just within today alone, Crash, we're going to see some of these teams get eliminated.
Brings a tear to my eye, Sneeze. I can't believe it, actually. You know, day 1, a team already leaving the tournament. That is not going to be in the card. Like, that's not something that any team wants going into this tournament, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, everybody, like we said, they're looking at getting themselves that top prize. And just to sort of finish going through our match schedule here, of course, we're starting out with Bait versus Navi Junior, and later on we got Mouz versus Liga, which is very, very exciting. I mean, both these matches that we kind of got, I'm pumped, man. I feel like I've seen these teams show their stuff in very limited amounts, and I just want more. I just want more European Dota.
All right, Sneeze, we got rosters to take a look at.
Yeah, and I mean, the craziest thing is here that for Bait, at least, we're looking at a bit of a switch up from maybe some of the players we've already known. Of course, everybody knows the man in the middle. Maybe not so much with his new mustache. Maybe he's trying to go for a new sort of look here. But of course, we got Dandy, obviously the leader of Bait for what feels like forever. And you might recognize Rincy Q, even though his name is a little different. That's none other than Stonebank. Went for a little bit of a rebrand. And we have Mary, Stomaden, as well as someone by the name of L1ga. I'm gonna assume, because his name is L1ga, that it's L1ga Demon. That's what I'm going with. We were sort of playing around. We didn't know whether it was like Garden Man or Gordmon or whatever, but he's kind of stepping in as a new player. So maybe, you know, Bait, perhaps they can try and see what he can get done here.
I think overall this roster should be pretty solid. I mean, Dendy has been working very hard on his roster. I think the core players are still, you know, similar, the same, but they are swapping around just a little bit. But he did talk about how Mary's a very flexible player in that position 5, right? They've been swapping out pause 1s all the time.
Yeah.
But Mary is kind of the anchor in that safe lane.
Yeah.
He's able to adapt and play with pretty much anyone, and he's been doing a really good job at it too.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Bait may be a sort of hark back to comfort there, given that now it's going to be Stonebank or Rincy back on that position 1. Recent times we've seen him on position 3. But let's look on the flip side here. Na'Vi Jr., their opponents, all of them, look, I haven't seen them at any major tournament, but that's because they are within the ages of 15 to 17. These guys just finished school and they're out here competing at the highest level of European Dota. It's crazy. And I mean, for those of you who haven't really heard about Na'Vi Jr. yet, I'll put you on a little secret, okay? It seems like this team, there's a lot of hype surrounding them, especially among the pros, right? We've already seen Crit, we've already seen JM Vincento come out on Twitter and talk about how promising Niku in particular is. I mean, this roster, they've been around since 2022 actually, but it feels like with that recent addition of that mid laner, he's been stunning for them, right? He's sort of elevated them to the next level.
It's hard to think about, like, you know, I guess it's probably because I come from NA, but new talent is so rare right now in the Dota scene. You know, so it's very nice to see this new roster, well, not new roster, but new players come in out of the woodworks and start really performing, especially under a banner like Na'Vi. It's nice to see Na'Vi back in these tournaments.
Yeah, and not to mention, Na'Vi, it's not just a bunch of sort of teenagers ruining your life in video games. They're backed by none other than Artstyle, very storied and experienced coach, has led multiple iterations of Na'Vi VP to great success. So in a way, it's kind of funny that we're seeing, you know, Dandy, who's largely considered to be perhaps one of the most prolific Na'Vi members of all time, go against this new upcoming version of the organization, coached by, at one point, one of his closest allies.
Yeah, there's definitely a story to be spun here, Sneeze, between these two teams. I guess specifically Dandy and the Na'Vi Jr. lineup for sure.
Yeah, I think we've sort of been seeing what Bait have been putting out lately. Like you mentioned, quite a bit of instability in terms of that lineup and what exactly they want to do. Seems like they've decided to put Stonebank or Rincy back on the position 1, and that's the move they're going with ahead. And I think Dandy did mention in the past when he was leading Bait, a lot of the leadership and drafting came back down to him. But especially in recent times with the addition of Mag, another very storied coach in the CIS region, he's been able to sort of focus a lot more on his own mid lane and his own play. And you know, there are Dandy lovers, there are Dandy haters. The Dandy haters love to say that he's washed. I'm most interested to see how he's gonna stack up against Niku here again in Na'Vi Jr.
Sneeze, I do have a little bit of insider information. The game will be starting in about 5 minutes, dude.
Hell yeah. Okay.
So, you know, you don't have to you know, prepare for too long. We do have a game coming up shortly, but man, these two teams, Master versus Apprentice, right? Dandy is pretty much the main point, I think, of the Bait lineup, right? He is the sacrificial player. He is the playmaker. He is pretty much everything you need, whatever you need in any given game. Dandy is willing to do literally anything. He's like, sack me in mid, whatever. I don't care. Like, I'll play from behind. And he has been this player that has constantly been saying, hey, it's not about your net worth, right? It's not about how much gold you have. It's about how you play your hero. And I think the key hero for me is like his Earthshaker, right? He can do so much on Earthshaker with just a Blink Dagger. And any Earthshaker is buying Blink Dagger, right? So that's just a core item on the hero. If you play your hero well, it doesn't matter your net worth.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a story that goes both ways, right? For both these lineups, I think especially with the high frequency of competitive Dota, it's very clear what the top heroes of the meta are. These two teams, they don't really seem to care about that much as compared to what we've seen from some other rosters, right? But still seeing Na'Vi Jr. pick up these Brood Mothers in the off lane, pick up these kind of spicy selections for PMA, especially for Niku as well. You mentioned Dandy likes to make space with his Earthshaker. I mean, Niku, his signature over here is that Primal Beast, right? He loves to get things rolling. Wherever Dandy's gonna go, he's gonna be right there. I think the main thing for me is Bait, whether they can stabilize coming into this tournament, because they're coming off of quite a significant change in their lineup. They've just brought in L1ga Demon. We don't know anything about this player. He hasn't really competed in any other notable stack. Maybe some open qualifiers buried under the woodworks, we don't know, right? But you talked about talent coming out from Na'Vi Jr. In a way, this is gonna be a bit of a testing ground for L1ga as well.
Yeah. It's definitely a testing ground for both of these two teams. Na'Vi Jr., they haven't had the international experience yet, and obviously this isn't an international, but you've got Nouns, you've got Bait. These teams have been in NA, they've been out of NA, now they're in Europe as well. So it is a really good testing ground. This is as international as you can get at this point.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing for me is that Bait, there's a bit of a sort of two sides of the coin here, right? Because as much as they have recently found success winning EPL, which is a smaller sort of European consistent tournament, that's their first win in a long time. But that roster they won EPL with, completely different, right? At that point in time, Stonebank was playing position 3, you had Low Skill on position 1, and they're not there anymore. They've done a switcheroo, they've reorganized, and from past experience watching Bait reorganize, it hasn't really always looked pretty. They've sort of had a track record of reorganizing and dropping all the pieces and not really sort of coming together with much structure. I'm a little bit worried for them, I'll be honest, Crash.
Yeah, the bag has been fumbled before multiple times, but that's okay, right? I think that's what scrimming is for. And I did take a look at Bait's, Pro Tracker, their recent games. Yeah. And it hasn't been too much, which means that they must have been scrimming quite a bit.
Sure. And I mean, those scrims have to be important because I think we've tackled this multiple times whenever we cast together. But I feel like a lot of these qualifiers and tournaments happening must be so beneficial to the players, because playing pubs is one thing, being an absolute fiend in pubs is one thing, but some of these competitive games, especially when you sort of put the draft element into it, when you bring the coach inside and really concoct your strategy, it's a whole different beast. And I think that that's going to be especially important because we already mentioned both these teams and their liking for some of the spicier flavors in terms of heroes. They're gonna have to try and figure out how that interacts with not only each other, but what's currently strong in the meta, because there's a reason why we don't see those heroes, right?
That's fair. I don't think there's too many. There are a few, like Mary kind of sticks out to me player-wise. Really likes these Oracle and these Io kind of heroes.
Yeah.
Don't really exist anymore in the meta, right? Has played like Elder Titan and Chen, and that's great. Those are two really good heroes right now. Yeah. I think ET's the big counter to heroes like Morphling because of that. They get rid of all that base armor, as well as Meepo. Obviously, that's the big one too. So we could see an ET coming out. It's a good bodyguard in lane, but I would like to see Mary on a Mary hero for sure.
Yeah, I think Mary, you already talked about how he's really stepped up to the plate in terms of adjusting to a lot of his new, it's a consistent trait. It's like he's at the customer service counter every single day at a hotel concierge. Every single day, every single sort of tournament, he's just got a new guest that he needs to accommodate. And Mary, maybe it's time to start playing to his strengths. But I think if there's anyone who's able to do that, it'll be Stonebank, right? Who has played with him for so long, probably knows what he wants to do and how he's interacted and can sort of adapt back to him. And perhaps that's the safe lane duo that Bait can find success with. But if I'm hearing the sounds correctly, we do have a draft to hop into very soon. But yeah, I'm very excited. I think this is actually going to be the most definitive part of this particular series. And yeah, we have a draft, so let's hop right into it. Game number 1 of these two teams. And look at that production value, baby. We have play cams. There's Mr. Dandy himself. His house is so white. What the heck?
It's very nice, actually. I like the shell. Is that a shelving unit behind it? That's very cool. The Pudge pillow, awesome.
Classic, you gotta.
Yeah.
Well, so starting things out here in our draft, of course, we'll get to see each of these players because we got, there's Tomadan. So it seems like Bay, they're at least playing in their own homes here. I think, especially in some tournaments recently, it seemed like they were in some sort of team house or boot camp, and it can't really be understated how important that brings your team together, right? Playing all in the same location can really help with communication and just that vibe of like, okay, we're locked in now, we're getting it going. First game of the day here, just yawns all around. Looks like, maybe we'll see. You know, whoever loses might have to just go do a little face wash. But Na'Vi Jr., all the young guns ready to bring their A game, starting things out with a Bat Rider. Now we know this is something that both Daze and Riddy can play. And that's what they've chosen to prioritize after just a quick look at the bans. Timbersaw, Chen, Enigma, and Centaur being taken out by Na'Vi Jr. And on the flip side, Bait, they've prioritized taking out the Snapfire, Lifestealer, Rubik, and Sven.
Now, Sneeze, I know, we've had a little bit of an inside joke between each other talking about this Disruptor, and I'm like, oh, he's back, dude. And, you're kind of on the fence about it. But I'm a firm believer now. I've been watching a lot of these PGL Wallachia games. I've been watching a lot of other tournaments as well, and Disruptor has been a big pickup recently. And if anyone is going to pick it up, it's going to be Na'Vi Jr.
Yeah, I mean, you were sort of, you screenshotted it and you shared it to me and you're like, this Riddy's guy is all over the Disruptor, right? But I think the main thing with Disruptor that I've realized is that you got to make sure that he's paired up with a right laning partner, and they've already banned out a couple of good ones in the Lifestealer, in the Sven. Of course, the Bat Rider is still a pretty good combination because you have single target control and you have AoE control, so either way you're going to have good catch. The Bat Rider also, in a funny way, acts kind of like a body, right? Even though he's not your typical melee safe laner, melee position 4 that likes to run in, cause chaos. He still kind of does that, just in a slightly further range.
Sure. Yeah, I do think the Bat Rider is really good with the Disruptor too, for another reason you didn't necessarily mention, is that he gives vision. And that is, I think, the big part about the Disruptor heroes. He plays very well when heroes can give him a little bit of extra vision. And Primal, he's another good hero to do that too.
Yeah. They got a really scary sort of setup already, because between the Primal Beast and that Bat Rider, there's going to be a lot of chaos in these fights. And not to mention, I just want to say, Niku, we hyped this guy up in the mid lane, 15-year-old, fresh out of school, dominating pubs. And would you know it, in terms of professional games, he has a 70% win rate on this guy. It's one of his most played heroes. So this Primal Beast is about to trample more than just his foes. Maybe Bait have to be a bit worried about that as well. They're going to select the Shadow Shaman as a response though. Probably either being played by Stomadan or Mary. I'd be inclined to think it's position 4.
It's definitely a pause 4. This is something that Stoneman has been playing a considerable amount of. Like, I think one of the only players still playing Shadow Shaman at this day and age.
Yeah, I've seen it. They snatched the Disruptor for themselves. So a lot of setup on both teams starting out the draft. And you can see Bait, they're probably sort of discussing this because you gotta know that Na'Vi Jr. would have wanted to grab that for themselves. So now they're gonna have to sort of have a little think about it, have a little I gotta respect. I'm not really sure which player we're looking at. It must be a Na'Vi Junior player, but I'm looking at the. Is it Eager Demon? Is that him based on the photo?
Yeah, I think it is. He
has a young, lean Scandinavian tour poster and a one-piece Shanks poster. This guy's based as hell. It's like, it's such a unique combination. Like, you just pop that next to each other. It's pretty funny.
So I do want to talk a little bit more about this draft, and I want to specifically put your eyes towards this Kunkka, Sneeze. Is this going to be a mid or... Oh, goodness, hold on. is this a mid or an offlane Kunkka? Do you think that the Kunkka Shadow Demon lane is any good? Or Shadow Shaman lane, rather, is any good? Because I'm liable to think it's not the best.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing with Shadow Shaman, and the reason why I think teams are experimenting a lot more with it, is because of that spell amp now coming out from the Hex, right? So in a way, a lot of what off-lane Kunkka wants to do is spell damage. So I wouldn't mind it too much. I think it could be really scary and locks out some of the potential carry picks. But with this patch selection, we know for a fact this is got the juice, and that's his juice. His juice is rot. So he absolutely loves playing this patch position 1 to mix success. But I think Na'Vi Junior, they're starting out out the gates here at this early morning with something that we think is of extreme importance to these teams. Comfort, right? You haven't really played against each other in a month and a half, especially for Na'Vi Junior, even though their lineup is very much similar. Bait are working with a few different components, so you just need to test the waters a little bit.
I do like the fact that Na'Vi Junior are also picking Pudge against Dendi, right? Like, if you're thinking of a player-hero combination and a team combination, it's Dendi, Pudge, and Na'Vi, right?
Oh,
like, it's so
100%.
funny to me. Artstyle knows what he's doing. He's cooking, dude.
Yeah, he's
the mind
like,
games are real.
we're up against my boy Dondo today. Got the juice. You ready to sort of teach him how to play his own hero kind of situation? Just make him... teach him a few new tricks, you know? Okay, so while we have been talking a lot about the heroes and a lot about these players, one thing we didn't mention is these two teams have actually met recently, right? In the ESL Birmingham qualifiers in the first round. And both the series ended up being extremely close. Na'Vi Junior narrowly were able to edge out that win in the 2-1 victory. Or each of the games, none of them were like walkovers or anything. Both teams kind of both bet their fangs at each other. But again, I think the tricky thing about sort of putting our head or putting our finger where Bait is at the moment is that new X factor, right? Eager Demon. I think it's very hard to sort of understand what kind of player he is, and he seems like he's a dirty one. Picking up that Lycan, I mean, that's gonna solidify that L1ga probably in the mid lane. And that's gonna be that off lane selection running up into the Lich and the Pudge.
The Lycan is so good this game, right? If you take a look at the supports and even the Pudge, these heroes are food for Lycan, right? Sure, like Lich can Sinister Gaze him, but for how long, right? It's like the Shadow Demon Lycan kind of thing. You banish him for 2 seconds, and then he continues to run at you. Like, cool. As soon as Lycan gets like Bloodthorn or Dominator, these heroes are food for this Lycan.
Did you see Eager Demon's face? He had a little slight smile there. He knows. It's like he can hear you. He's like, yeah, buddy, I'm about to eat these guys up. You know what goes in... Okay, so in this day and age, whenever you have a pet dog, per se, you know, largely you kind of give them kibble. Maybe sometimes you're nice. You give them a bit of wet food. But you know what dogs really love? You know what's a really nice treat?
Is it fresh meat?
Yeah, it's fresh meat and bones, and that's Lich and Pudge right there. These guys don't stand a chance. That's a dog's daily meal, baby. And I think in a funny way, they're always going to be able to apply lane pressure and push out these waves. That's going to leave Na'Vi Junior with very limited options because their wave clear is... It's okay, but it relies on the heroes being there, right? They don't really have low committal. They either need to Firefly it, or they need to rot it down, or the Primal Beast has to trample. Every time you're seeing the Na'Vi Junior heroes on the map, they're not going for a gank, and it's going to be a lot easier for Bait to set up these pickoffs with their try of the two supports as well as the L1ga. So I really like the recipe that Bait have right now.
The one thing I am worried about with the Na'Vi Junior lineup is this building pressure. Who's hitting towers on the Na'Vi Junior lineup right now? Siege creeps, that's the answer. So rather this be you know, a mid or a safe lane Pudge, I'm assuming it's a safe lane Pudge, you need to pick some sort of tower hitter in your mid lane, right? Throw the Primal Beast in the off lane, pick some sort of tower hitter in the mid lane. Maybe you go something crazy like a TA, but you need someone to hit buildings for sure. Actually, no, this is definitely a Niku Primal Beast. What am I talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're like, okay, I mean, the thing is that...
Beastmaster, maybe?
You could. I mean, in terms of what PMA has been playing, it's Beastmaster and Brood that can really run down these towers. I really like the Bait ban on the Meepo as well because he brought that out in one of the games. It's a pocket strat for Na'Vi Junior, so clearly Bait, they've done their research here, mega hard at work. But Na'Vi Junior, they seem to... and be considering what options they get. They have quite a bit of reserve time to think about what they want to bring into this morphling. It's going to be a Night Stalker, so full-on aggression here, full-on tempo. Na'Vi Junior, they don't really have great ways of scaling into the late game, but maybe they think that this Pudge is going to be enough of a threat with his Aghanim's to deal with the morphling later on. Dude, this Night Stalker, in the same way that the Lycan's going to eat these Na'Vi Junior supports up, dude, PMA is going to have a field day on Bait.
If this game is over in the 25 to 30 minute mark, Na'Vi Jr. have a really good chance of taking this. If the game goes too much later, that's when I think baits start ramping up, right? Disruptor gets his eggs, Lycan gets a third or fourth item, Morphling becomes, well, Morphling. So things will start going awry at around that point, but until then, it should be Na'Vi Jr.'s game to play.
Yeah, I think a lot of the early tempo is going to be set by them. They just need to create space and allow for these opportunities for their carry Pudge to get involved, ramp up, and reach that point where even though they don't have a lot of tower pressure, maybe they can just stand there and your Morphling won't be ready to fight. I do think that later down the line, it's not like it's going to be a completely free game for Stonebank's Morphling as well. He has silencers to deal with that you can't really attribute shift through. You might have to end up getting a BKB, but even that doesn't feel too good into Lasso and Dismember. So, you know, not the easiest Morphling game to play, but Stonebank, this is one of his specialties. This is something that he's gone back to time and time again, and hopefully he has the sauce to bring Bait to a victory here, because I kind of feel like there's a lot of pressure on the rest of the Bait heroes to at least buy him that space, and early on it's not really on him, but later down the line it might end up in what feels like a 1v5 situation with 4 additional sort of helpers by your side on Bait.
Yeah. All right, Sneeze, game is ready. Let's get into it, dude. We've got 2 smokes coming, or I guess 10 smokes coming out. Everyone is smoked up right now, running towards the mid lane. No aggression coming out quite yet, just wards being placed. Nothing really. I don't think anything really should happen here. Both teams don't have the best level 1s, obviously, unless you get a hook off. I don't see too much kill potential.
I mean, that is a... Hook level 1 is kind of insane, but I think, at least for me, what I'm seeing is that I don't think the side of Bait want to fight at all. No. Right? It's so risky for them, and I think this goes back to one of the fundamental concepts of this early game duration. Number one, you're up against a Night Stalker. Ain't gonna happen. You ain't gonna get some sort of vision advantage. And number two, Bait's whole game plan is to survive, right? They need to be able to tide through this early pressure. They don't gain anything, even if they get a first blood or 1 or 2 kills, right? It's Na'Vi who have a lot more to sort of perhaps throw a spanner in the works and propel themselves even faster towards their early timings. So I fully respect this decision from Bait here. Just back up, maybe trade 2 for 2 on the runes, try and avoid as much trouble as possible.
The battle begins.
That's just going to be it. Like, unless a hook comes out, maybe they get Dendy here. Got the juice hook. There it is.
That was a perfect flame break setup. And poor old Dondo, not the way he wanted to start his morning. A little cruel at that. Dies to a hook in the mid lane. Couldn't think of a more poetic start, Crash.
Right.
This is this is
how the tides have turned.
Yeah, let's see which what's the next sort of part of the script here, right? I mean, this almost seems perfectly set up, but now got the juice. It's a very nice ambush play from the rest of the Bait members, trying to get the touch on this carry early on, and it looks like he's unfortunately going to get run down. Beautiful body blocks from Eager Demon. It at least kills off that wolf in rage, but that's going to be a kill going over to the Lycan. So very good response from Bait.
Yeah, now Pudge, he's gonna miss a little bit of this first wave if they start just auto-attacking it on the Shadow Shaman, force it under tower. You might, Pudge isn't the best last hitter under tower. Should be fine, but I would like to see them push that top wave in just to screw over the Pudge a little bit. Morphling is the same way too, right? He doesn't do the best last hitting under tower.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, the early game plan of this Morphling is just going to be survive, right? We talked about Disruptor, good lane pairings. I wouldn't necessarily say Morphling is one of them. The one benefit that you get is, I guess, eventually the Morphling is going to be able to survive the lane, so it frees you up to sort of make these rotations. But early doors here, not a lot of aggressive potential, which means that this Night Stalker, the first 5 minutes for him, which usually are a bit of a concern, he'll be chilling.
Yeah, Eager Demon is going to be fine, probably. I do think the Shadow Shaman Lycan lane does have kill potential, though, right? The Shackle into, like, a full duration Shackle should be huge damage with the Wolves, level 3.
I'm most interested to see what PMA does on this Night Stalker, though, because I feel like with Navi's game plan, even though the Primal Beast is always going to be ready to fight, it should be a pretty even mid lane, which means the way you get that advantage is bringing PMA into these fights. The only time he's gonna want to fight is during these night times. So in a way, it's the age-old story of Night Stalker. There's a walking phase, there's a stalking phase. You're kind of limited by that. And I wonder how Bait are going to try and take advantage of that, because I feel like that's something they have to keep at the top of their mind.
I think you just got to bring more numbers, right? Even like the supports on the side of Navi Jr. aren't the strongest without their level 6. So if you can get a 6 advantage, not just on your supports, but on your cores for Bait, you should be able to just bring numbers and have an overwhelming advantage with your ultimates.
Yeah. I do think regardless of how many numbers you have, if your positioning's a little bit off, I mean, the Night Stalker can just swoop through, get a silence off. Oh, with that Frost Shield and the Rod, it's so much slow. We didn't even talk about this lane combination. Stomaden, he's just starting to get run down here. Very, very low on the duo of Bait. And dude, this is... I mean, it's because we don't see these heroes ever that we don't really consider that that's an insane combo. And it looks like God the Juice just finds a hook. Very nicely done. Threads the needle on that one through the creeps and the wolves and gets that kill.
Yeah, this top lane is pretty deadly. It didn't help that that Eager Demon got clapped by a tomato creep as he was walking by.
Yikes.
So literally all the little things were not working out well for him. Ooh.
Yeah. It's
that hook.
Yeah, I don't know if you know a thing about gamers, but tomatoes and vegetables are basically every Dota player's nightmare, right? It just do actual damage to you instead of your usual gamer fuel or whatever.
Just a constant supply.
Yeah, you just need whatever gamer drink is sponsoring the tournament at any given point in time. That's kind of what they like to go for. Tomato juice? No, not that kind of thing. No,
V8, absolutely not.
Might be considered almost poisonous, I dare say. You drink that, you're like, oh my god. I suddenly feel the urge to touch some grass or enjoy nature.
You shrill up.
I get like you get vitamins injected into you, and you're like, oh my god, and you start like shuddering because your body starts functioning regularly.
Oh, despicable.
Unbelievable.
Has been killed.
Nighttime will be coming soon. PMA is only level 3 though.
Yeah.
Maybe level 4 soon. Yeah, it should be level 4 by the time it hits nighttime. So kill potential is possible on Mary, maybe not on Rincey, but definitely onto this Disruptor. You get on top of him and he should die only with the glimpse. He can only glimpse one of yous.
Yeah, true. And he can't even glimpse if you're right next to him, being very scary. And that's kind of what I'm going to keep an eye out for in the fights, right? PMA, it's all about those angles. If he can sort of catch them off guard through the tree line and come through with the silence before their team members can respond. Really, the Crippling Fear is insane into everyone on the Bait lineup. They really rely on their spells to maneuver the fight. Early doors here, Dendi, he's just beating back this Primal Beast. He's done very well to force Niku to have to even walk his way all the way back to base.
The old dog teaching the new dog new tricks. It's a tale as old as time.
Just a little puppy, you know? And I'm not talking about the legendary Dota captain who's currently out 3 heroes down here. It's, I mean, you'll get the tower. They're still trying to find more with this move, though. Or at least keep that catapult alive and get this tier 1.
The lines have been drawn top. Yeah, that's exactly where they're going. If they can get this Lycan again, that would be huge. Right before he gets his Helm of the Overlord, the big one.
Ooh, just off the mark, got the juice. Had the right idea there, knowing that he was stopped for the shapeshift. And that Aghanim Scepter complete means that the amount of damage that he alone had would have probably been enough. Just, the team's coming through. Then they showing some respect. You know, he's like, yeah, I see you, boy. You can land some good hooks. And Aghanim Scepter timing also completed by Dandy. So this water pass actually going to cause a lot of issues. We barely talked about this Gunka pick, other than whether it be in the offlane or not. But the amount of teamfight control that you get from this hero alone, it's going to really mess up some of these Na'Vi heroes.
It's another circle to pair into your Kinetic Field Static Storm combo as well, right? It is the setup for your, like, if you get a big Torrent Storm boat, it's going to be an even bigger Static Storm, right?
Cool, yeah, just layer them up like sort of stacks up on the cake. Ever watch Cake Boss?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, like you just keep piling on layer after layer and you're like, surely you can't make another one, and then bam, another Static Storm, bam, another Torrent. Just keep adding them on. Here comes Rincy though. Feeling comfortable to take these fight. He hasn't completed his Linkins yet, but he's so confident and aggressive. Just charging forward. There's a lasso out onto the Shadow Shaman who's trying to kill him, got the juice. This might be a bit more than Bake and Chew though. They're gonna get pulverized up on the Morphling Rincy. He's trying to do damage onto Niku and will be able to find that kill, but not before he's already lost Dandy. He's dropping very low on the HP. They finally kill off the Pudge, which was their initial target, and now with a glimpse they can keep things going here. Pull PMA back in. Very disjointed fight, all things considered, but Bait, they were able to spellcast a bit better and start the engagement with a couple of key pickoffs, and just like that, they take the advantage in that fight.
That was very scary of a start for Bait, because at the very beginning, you whiff a Static Storm.
Yeah.
Connects onto nobody. The Glimpse didn't bring anyone back either. It was a mess from Mary at the beginning, but, you know, the Glimpse at the tail end, the Kinetic Fields as well, they were good eventually.
Huh? And it seems like they managed to get the jump onto Got the Juice and get him low before the Lich could really play a part. Every single component of Bait kind of feels like they're poking, prodding. Only Stomaden was the one sort of full committing in there to try and get the ward trap as well. And that ends up being a 2k gold swing their way, but it's still Na'Vi with the slight advantage at this stage. I need to kind of keep an eye out for Days, because I wonder who he's going to be trying to grab in these team fights.
That Blink Dagger, I would assume that your grab target's either going to be Disruptor or Shadow Shaman, right? Just get these supports off the table because they are such a big part of your team fight and your control. But,
yeah.
I mean, if I'm talking about team fight and control, you might as well try to grab Dandy and burst him from full, but that's a lot harder.
Yeah, and they don't have anything like a Spirit Vessel. They're really just relying on the healing reduction from that Aghanim Scepter Rod. It's, I'm a little bit worried that Na'Vi might run into damage issues, especially if Got the Juice is full focus down. They're feeling comfortable just to stroll into this Roche though, and boy, they do it quick.
A Lycan lineup, you know, right? It's around that time, the 20-minute mark, head into Roshan. It's not as fast, obviously, as a Huskar.
Yeah.
But just as good, right? The creeps will tank. You've got the wards to make it faster than it normally would, because that is not the fastest Roshan, but you can do it. It's just kind of painfully slow without those wards.
Absolutely. And I mean, you have that resource, why not use it? It kind of feels like Bait, I'm not level with you, Crash. You know, we really like this Na'Vi Junior lineup, right? We thought, okay, they're going to be able to get aggressive, they're going to be able to get things done. I kind of feel like it wasn't enough. The fact they weren't able to kill the Morphling just yet. Rincy, I was looking at this game and I'm like, Rincy, how do you even play this game without a Linkins? He's built that up, but he was allowed to get a Dragon Lance and a Morbid Mask beforehand. His farm is keeping up right next to that Night Stalker with a relatively free game and a Midas. This is going to be a major problem.
You know, maybe now the BKBs are coming up from Na'Vi Junior, right? Night Stalker has one, Primal Beast has one, Pudge is aiming for his Blink Dagger, so maybe now is the time to go for Na'Vi Junior and start ramping up again. Early game, they had a nice 2k lead, but as we go into the mid game, you'd love to see that lead go up a little bit higher, right? 4 or 5, ideally 6 or 7k at that point, right? You'd love to be a lot further ahead than you currently are, and if you can start shutting down Morphling with your BKBs and your Blinks, That's that's the ideal target right now. But once again, look at Mary's positioning, hugging the Morphling right beside him, ready to tank any gang coming his way.
Yeah, absolutely. Mary is on bodyguard duty. Imagine you are hired as a sort of a professional bodyguard or bouncer, and you're just like, okay, you need to protect this puddle of water, and you're like, what? Yeah, this puddle of water. You give him 20 minutes, it's gonna be the coolest thing you've seen in your life. Rincey, you can swear on it. You just need to make sure he don't spill. And that's what Mary's been doing to perfection, right? You can almost sense that slowly setting in feeling of worriedness, right, from Na'Vi Jr. They're like, okay, we really should put a stop to Rincey now. We don't even care that it's not nighttime. We don't even care that he has an Aegis. We need to try and scare them a bit, make them, quiver. But Rincey, completely unbothered so far, and yeah, look at Mary. Dude, Mary's joined to him by like an ankle chain or something.
Yeah,
Like
they were in prison together. Actually, they were.
This is you ever watch the movie Green Book, the one where the pianist Don Shirley gets bodyguarded by Italian bouncer?
I haven't. Is it any good?
Apparently, it's an amazing movie, but that's what Mary's doing right now. Looking more like Mario. Oh. Okay, straight in. Nice blink cat. Oh, just evaporates Rincey. So much damage, and they can keep things rolling here. The shackles out onto this poor Primal Beast. Where's the follow-up though? Turns around the BKB and Niku. He's a real threat in these fights. Starting to trample down, but oh my goodness, God, the juice just dies. So much physical damage between the wards and those wolves. They just eat him up. That's your carry we're talking about, and Rincey. He's gonna do a little bit of punch cosplay, force that BKB out from PMA. Really just narrowly dodging that hook as well. And I mean, they lose to Martin for it, but I think they're more than happy with that exchange.
Absolutely, and those were the first BKB reveals as well. Both Primal and Nightstalk are forced to use those BKBs. They live, mind you, but a huge cost of that Pudge. Like we've talked about, keep on killing the Pudge. Make sure he's not getting those flesh sheeps, and make sure that he's not getting any other items other than this Aghanim Scepter. Sure, he's got his Blink, but you delay that BKB, it's killer.
Yeah, the big problem is that even when he gets his BKB, that gives him a net 0 additional armor. He's really relying on that Frost Shield to help him out in these situations. And we talked about the Frost Shield being able to resist some of the early damage, but this Lycan, he's scaled up, and Rincey is starting to become a big problem. And they're still trying to chase forward, trying to stop that TP away again. Mary, come on! This got any TPs out in front of their face, you're kidding. Oh my goodness. Dude,
a perfect kinetic field.
What a perfect bit of team play as well. Right before the Morphling gets out, he's like, Mary, you got it from here. Gives him a parting Lincoln's buff as a gift, so even if you were able to get that lasso, it wouldn't have gone through. I bet they're playing so clean.
Yeah, they are. All the little micro plays, right? Every single thing going their way right now. Yeah. And that lead, it's not growing for Na'Vi Jr. like we wanted it to.
No, least of all, and what Na'Vi Jr. want. I think they would have loved to sort of propel their Primal Beast into a bit more of a dominant position in this game. We hyped up Niku a lot. This is a signature hero, but apart from putting on a lot of pressure onto Eager Demon early on, it feels like he hasn't really been able to find any more meaningful connections or these kills. Most of it has just been Na'Vi Jr. really bringing the numbers, and it's cost them a little bit. Even though it's still an advantage to Na'Vi Jr., you can't help but feel like the control of the game is in Bait's hands, but maybe if this nighttime they can try and get something going.
BKBs are back online for pretty much everyone. The Disruptor, actually, did he buy the shard? I kind of love it.
Yeah, so I mean, especially in the recent sort of Malaysia qualifier games, as might have to hold that thought days, just jump straight in onto the Disruptor. Let's silence up as well. PMA trying for the chase through. They have the dust and a nice hold onto Deadly as well. Even with his BKB TP, he's not making his way out of this one. And again, with the Pulverize, nowhere to run. Torrent Storm thrown up as a last-ditch effort here, but should be able to unlock this tier 1 tower for Na'Vi Jr.
It's all in due time, Sneezy. This T1 tower, it's lived for a little bit too long. Na'Vi Jr. is going to whack it down.
Yeah.
And they should start taking over this triangle area now. It's pretty much free real estate for them. Take the Watcher, get some wards down maybe.
Yeah.
But instead, they're actually just running up top. They know where Morphling is.
Oh, Rincey, try for the TP, and that Yeah, got the juice just half a second too late. Just tries to make a little guess, but Rincy, one step ahead of the curve. I mean, that Hurricane Pack probably caught him by surprise as well, right? He's able to just kind of make that distance a lot faster than they expect. It was a good try from Na'Vi. And you did mention that, you know, they want to start taking these towers, but that's the big problem with their lineup, right? Even though they're getting these kills, it took them so long to start closing in on the map. And Bait, they've already gotten the gold on the heroes that need it. Dandy, he's a very hard kill to finish off. It felt like the Na'Vi heroes, 5 of them were beating into him, full focus, and he was even sort of, it took them a while, man.
I mean, 15 armor, 3k HP. You don't have enough magical damage, like magical burst on Na'Vi Jr. It just doesn't exist when you have a Bat Rider Lich support. I mean, maybe you get a huge Chain Frost, but I still wouldn't call that burst.
You know what's crazy? I feel like, and I don't know whether it's banned now because my memory is escaping me, but I would have actually liked to perhaps see the Primal Beast go to offlane like you suggested, and something like a Kotal, because I feel like the one thing missing from their lineup, even though you know, it would have been a night. It's either day or night, right? You either go for Night Stalker, but can you imagine how insane a Spirit Vessel would have been for them this game?
Yeah.
You don't have anyone who can build it right now.
Great.
Daze has to build these mobility items. Riddies is busy trying to show up his own armor game. It's stopping them from getting the kills that they really want, and still trying to run up forward here. Roche is potentially respawning in 10 seconds, which is why maybe they're trying to make this move, get the catch out onto the Shadow Shaman already. Dandy hiding in the trees, trying to help them out with the Torrent. Pulls up to Stomaden as a BKB, but they get the touch on the Kunkka. Shadow Shaman goes down to start. With that BKB commitment, they're trying to hold down the Kunkka. There's Rincy, pulls back Eager Demon instead, not the target that he wanted. Very awkward execution from Bait as they're forced to try and retreat. Rincy, oh, there's a hook right in your face, brother. You're not running out of this one. And while the Morphling's been silky smooth so far, a little bit of a misstep, I say there. Hurricane Pike to the high ground waveform, but Silent Snap, he just needs a bit more HP. Doesn't have it. Triple kill for PMA. This is where the Night Stalker is the strongest.
And there's that lead that we were looking from Na'Vi Jr., right? It's starting to finally happen. About a 9k lead now. All the cores ahead of all the other ones on Bait, right? This Kunkka has really started to fallen off, and where the hell did that BKB come from on Shadow Shaman? We completely missed that, but you know, it didn't matter at the end because all the BKB piercing abilities from Na'Vi Jr. were just way too much to deal with.
It was so weird because right when Na'Vi Jr. started running into Bait, it felt like Bait had an idea that their opponents were coming, but they weren't really positioned or ready with a response, right? We saw Dandy not sure whether he should commit the boat, you know, he threw up a torrent to try and help, but the rest of the Bait members were still kind of discussing amongst each other, it felt like, whether they wanted to respond or not. Eager Demon now. Forced to pop that shapeshift. Oh, they're doing a ton of damage to this Bat Rider as Daze just goes down. They're trying once again focus down Stomaden. They understand how important he is to the control of this team. It's like Eager Demon started to get run down again. The Disruptor was in the area to be able to glimpse back PMA. So Eager Demon able to get his way out of trouble. They only lose Stomaden again. The Roche is a bit of a longer spawn, 1.5 more minutes until that comes back up. Which means it's going to be a daytime Roshan. Can't help but feel like maybe that's an opportunity, Bait.
Yeah, it's going to give Bait time for Shadow Shaman to respawn as well, whereas BKB is going to come back up. And, you know, we did say BKBs don't really matter, but if he does get a full-length Shackle off, could be pretty big for them, right? They do definitely have the damage on Bait right now to even kill off this Pudge like we saw before as well.
It's just about that teamfight execution, right? They need to sort of get on the same page with regards to who's casting the spell and who's going to break up this disable. You need to make sure everyone's assigned the correct roles, because there's a lot to worry about. Na'Vi Jr., we already talked about these 3 BKB piercers. You need to make sure that the right heroes are still available to break those up. If not, your fight just ends up being a 1-for-1 bleed out like we saw in that top side.
Would love to see like Dandy be able to full-on start a fight. Just Bait, I feel like they haven't been starting anything. They've just been full reactionary.
I mean, now they're going to try and react, use that Helm of the Dominator creep to scout out Niku. They already have this information, got the juice on the front line, immediately blinking away. Very tense situation because it feels like Na'Vi Jr., they're fully aware that this fight could make or break Their game. 10k gold lead solidified for the first time, pulling back onto Niku. Still has the BKB available. It's gonna get popped by PMA. Running forward once again, trying to find the touch on Sumaran, but they have to settle for Eager Demon instead. He gets that BKB and the shapeshift, but he's able to just run his way out of here. He's still surviving. Now Daze has jumped into the mix. There's a high ground BKB, full duration shackles, but there's PMA breaking it up, and poor Sumaran doesn't stand a chance. The home goes wide, but Eager Demon will get run down. They're able to trade out for the Bat Rider though, but they're starting to lose their heroes. They have to buy back on the Lycan. The Morphling, he's still in the fight though, and he's doing so much damage. The AD rune from Dendi and the Water Park just rips Na'Vi Jr. to shreds. They weren't really expecting that. And now they'll get the gem to boot. Double kill for Rincy as the dust settles. And a great high ground position for Bait. They had to buy back on their Lycan for it. I don't even know whether that was necessary, but big teamfight win for them, and they should be able to grab this second Aegis.
Unfortunately, it's only the Roshan banner, you know, the best item in the game, but still, right, overall, a very net positive for Bait. The lead obviously is still in the favor of Na'Vi Jr., but a great showing from Bait.
Take a look back at that replay. Niku tries for initiation, but you already alluded to this crash, the full duration shackle. It wasn't quite there, but Na'Vi Jr., they need to commit so many resources to try and break that up that they end up with nothing left to deal with Rincy. He's able to do so much damage. Couple on to that, the amount of control that Dendi's doing, he didn't even show his face in the fight. It was largely Eager Demon just dangling his little puppy tail in front of them, and that got Na'Vi Jr. mad enough to just throw everything onto him. In a funny way, that ends up working out in an ideal fashion, right? Bait, if they can get every single fight in that exact situation where they're using 2 or 3 of these BKB piercers on a Lycan and his creeps are still around, it's gonna be free real estate for Rincy to dominate.
That, and they were funneling up onto the high ground as well on Na'Vi Jr. Look at all the little circles on Bait, right? All these AoE abilities, hell, even waveform, right? That is a big ability to throw off onto multiple heroes, especially when Morphling hits that level 20 mark and it starts throwing out auto attacks as well, because he does have the phylactery, that crit stick as well. So the damage is definitely there from Rincy right now.
Yeah, I mean, he had that fight. In that fight, he didn't even have the level 20 talent yet now. So, I mean,
yeah,
it's gotta be, a little scary, especially with the Kana in his pocket. I mean, this guy's gonna be pumping out huge tons of damage. Still 8k gold lead, but can't help but feel like Bait, they are in the driver's seat of this game right now. Na'Vi, they've been struggling to try and find fights that work out for them. I feel like every single engagement that they go into, there's just a bit too much they need to commit for these initial kills. And that buys Bait a lot of time to respond and get just a little bit back.
Very scary now for Na'Vi Jr., right? They've lost pretty much 1.5 fights in a row now. So they're obviously not going to be willing to just run into you like that again. You're going to get full respect from this Na'Vi Jr. lineup right now, right? I think they've kind of recognized that they're missing their timing a little bit, right? This 30-minute mark has gone and passed, and, you know, your BKBs are great and all, but Morphling doesn't care. Lycan doesn't care. Like, these heroes are still able to output so much damage, and as soon as those BKBs run out, which they're already running incredibly low, Shadow Shaman, Disruptor, Kunkka are going to be able to pull in so much control.
A little unfortunate there on that Tormentor situation. You know, not the Bat Rider shot. Daze is like, brother, if I could give it to you, I would. Of course, that Ice Spire, infinitely more useful, granting you vision and whatnot that we already talked about. Not the good old wolf stop in place to dodge the hook. My goodness, Na'Vi. Kind of getting toyed around with here. Look, as much as we're saying that Bait are in a very good position, and that's undeniable, I still feel like there's a chance for Na'Vi Jr. here, right? The Pudge, he's queuing up a refresher, and once he gets double Dismember, double BKB, double Shivas, that's a lot of damage and a lot of control into a single target that can't really be stopped. They don't have any way of cutting through that. No bashers, no BKB piercing stuns on Bait. You really need to try and make the most of these BKB timings to do the damage.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do agree with you. The Refresher Orb is probably the perfect pickup, right? Nice little HP regen, mana regen as well for the Pudge. It's not necessarily raw HP survivability, but with the dismember and all that HP regen,
Yeah.
it's pretty significant, right? The flesh heaps are there for their raw HP. Already almost 4k HP on the Pudge, 13 flesh heaps, insane.
I mean, the key thing is you talked about this BKB durations going down. He's like, I'll just get another one for hit. Like,
Yeah,
I'll just
exactly.
double it. It's a net sort of overall greater duration at 12 seconds if you're able to get it off. And in a way, it allows you to be a bit more loosey-goosey with your BKB, right? Where in the previous sort of engagements, you're like, okay, as long as this is out, I'm kind of toast. But perhaps that's going to be the factor here. You know, even though Bait are in a good spot, I kind of help but feel like Dandy's net worth has really sort of hit a plateau, right? He's just finished up that Eternal Shroud, which should help his own tank ability in the fights. He kind of, as a result of this, needs to play pretty far back. That's how Bait succeeded in that bot fight just now. He can't really afford to be the one getting caught out.
Yeah, if Dendy is the hero that can kind of sit back and wait out those BKBs, Mary as well, right? These two heroes need to kind of sit back, wait out the BKBs, you know, throw an ability out every now and then, sure, why not? But just don't show your face. Stay as far back as possible and make sure you aren't the hero being jumped on by the Night Stalker.
Yeah. And speaking of damage on Na'Vi Jr., the Primal Beast, I think even 2 minutes ago, he completed that Kaya Sanj already. And the Aghanim Scepter, all those little fissures from the uproar, it's going to be very significant, right? They'll break up the Morphling, they'll break up the Lycan, stop his Feral Impulse, which can potentially cut the damage down by a lot. That is a 40% increase in damage for Lycan and all units under his control. No wonder.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, right? Like, I mean, that's such a big... I feel like it's always so packed into the Lycan that you don't really think about breaking him. You think about, okay, I need to wave clear, I need to put mad pressure. But he's gonna be... His claws are gonna get trimmed a little bit here by this Primal Beast.
Just a little, you know, not too much.
Yeah,
a little 40% of a trimming.
Imagine you go to the manicurist and your manicurist is Primal Beast.
No,
they're like, what nail design would you like today? And you're like, you're like, oh, I would love to get French tips. And he goes, denying raw. I don't do that here. Still nighttime. Na'Vi Jr. on the hunt again. Niku, the only one showing in this mid lane. But you already mentioned that Disruptor Shot is actually doing quite a bit of work in terms of scouting them out, right? Basically, it pinging off implies that, or lets Mary know that there are heroes in the area. And it's so low committal for a Disruptor that doesn't want to ever show his face. It's a very great tool to still give your team that information.
Look, it was heralded as like one of the worst shards in the game for quite a long time.
I thought so too.
I was never a believer of that.
Same.
I was never a believer
you
of
thought
that.
it was
I
good.
was not on that train.
Oh,
I've got like 500 games on Disruptor. I'm a big fan of this shard because just like you said, it is a low committal vision granter. In Dota, what is more important than vision? Nothing.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I guess the evergreen discussion was, okay, do you buy this or do you go one step closer to your eggs, right? But I think, you know, eggs doesn't really matter if you can't get the vision or information for it as well. So I think it's starting to ahead of the curve here, Crash, Mr. Trendsetter. You look at all these pros must have been watching your pubs.
Oh yeah. My 24-hour stream where I just played Disruptor, they were all there, dude.
Yeah. Mary was in chat like, hello Crasheroni, this is some cool tech. I'm gonna steal it for the Portal Dota 2 World Invitational. And you're like, okay.
In like a year and a half.
Yeah, you're like, okay. Sure, Mary, go ahead.
Yeah, Disruptor will be meta again in a year and a half, surely.
Yeah. The Prophet.
Yeah.
Hey, Mary's being so annoying. He just smoked that guy. He's gonna die though.
Well.
Oh my god, you're kidding.
Oh my god.
Oh, Mary.
Oh, what a play from Mary. It's so annoying, but that's great.
That's
right?
so funny.
It pulls the hero back. It's annoying as well. You're now constantly, it's mind games, dude. You're constantly going to be like, oh, where's Disruptor? He's going to be like cheeky on the map somewhere. But it's great. It's a great little play. It is very mind gamey. But look at this. I'm going to go up top. They're going to go through the gate and look for a little wraparound.
Keep in mind, it is
I'm
daytime.
a little worried. There's no Primal Beast, but neither is
PMA,
Disruptor
gets spotted,
Kunkka.
blinks ahead, but gets caught by Stomaden instead. Instant Hex almost, and Daze is a bit too late on that lasso. Who's pulling hold this time? Stomaden. With that BKB, he's surviving, and God the Juice can't connect. They're just trying to chase and full commit this Shadow Shaman, but they're starting to lose members here. The Morphling somehow goes down to Nico, just melts him. Where did that Morphling's HP go? Was that just the uproar? Oh, okay,
I think it was Agi.
Yeah, he must have been full edgy because Nico just drive-bys him and just spits in that little puddle. What?
He had 3k HP. He wasn't full Agi.
We're gonna have to see that one again. I mean, we have a beautiful replay function. I don't know whether that's gonna be able to sort of pop up, but I didn't think the Morphling was gonna die that quick.
He just got evaporated. Like,
Yeah, we'll see that
quite
again.
like water.
He gets bumped away, and Nico.
He just gets solo killed by the Primal. Holy cow.
Oh, he must have turned around and tried to do a bit of damage as well because the waveform comes through, but the Primal Beast essentially has a full Blade Mail up and a Timeless Relic to boot. And Nico, dude, this is an insane amount of spell amp.
Yeah. You know, I originally looked at the Aghanim Scepter and I was like, okay, I get it. Like, right, you break the Lycan, break the Morphling. It's fine. It wasn't the biggest Aghanim Scepter game in my mind, but with this Sanj and Kaya now, it is a lot. And the Timeless Relic, like you said, it's a lot of damage. It was a complete oversight on my part for sure.
Yeah, I think when I saw this coming together, it felt good, but I still didn't, in my mind, picture him 100 to zeroing the Morphling with Trample and Uproar alone. I feel like it's this Timeless Relic also coming into play, and Niku's net worth, it's starting to really, put in the work here. The Trample attack multiplier as well. There's just full commitment on that Trample. We've seen some Primal Beasts decide to go for the Self-Dispel when activating Uproar. And I mean, even the magic resistance would have been splendid this game, but he's just gone full damage focus.
Good, right? That was kind of the thing that we recognized at around the 20-minute mark. The Na'Vi Jr. might have been lacking a little bit of. So yeah, that's exactly what you want. You want to full in on that damage as the Primal Beast. Because like you're the most survivable hero on your team, right? You do have ways of getting in and out of fights and sticking around where, you know, Pudge is a very kind of full-on committal hero. You jump in, you dismember, you're really in the middle of the fight. Primal Beast, you know, he does the same thing, but he can still weave in and out.
Yeah, we were talking about Dendi big time in that earlier part of the game, saying like, oh, you know, he's doing a good job forcing Nico out. Looks like he can keep up. You know, there's always these talks about Dendi sort of falling off a little bit and, you know, not being the sort of dominant mid player that he once was. But it's kind of trended back towards that, where in this later stage of the game, it looks like Niku's been having just so much more impact in these team fights, where Dendi, even though he's water parking, even though he's trying to sort of control the rest of Na'Vi, it's just the BKB and you're useless, right? That's gonna net Na'Vi another Aegis for that Pudge. Oh man, he's just a monster right now. I mean, you look at two monsters, right? Got the Juice and Niku. They're just gonna be doing so much AoE damage, and we haven't even talked about PMA yet and his build.
The question for me still from Na'Vi Jr. is, you know, you got to get some pickoffs where you're going high ground, because there's no way you just run up.
True.
Look at Mary again by the tier 3 tower. Just being so annoying around the map.
They're trying to maybe set up for a solo pickoff because they know they have damage, especially Rinsey around. Maybe bait out the Bat Rider, blink forward and get a connection. It's working out for now. Daze. It's not gonna bite though. Let's get back to safety. I think he understands he could get caught out solo here, but it still might happen. Thinks he's away from them, gets caught out by the Morphling and the high ground ward. Nicely done. And the gem gets picked up by Morphling. So that vision control around the map is going to be even further wiped out by bait. That's kind of significant. Na'Vi, they need all the vision they can get against this split pushing Lycan and this death squad they'll be roaming, trying to dissuade them from pushing any further with that Aegis.
Yeah, you've got a little bit of a window now where you could potentially look for another fight. Like, I like that Bait are kind of occupying the enemy jungle right now, because if you get another pickoff, it's just going to further delay this push timing. If they can get Pudge here, it would be humongous.
Ooh, the Nullifier is kind of huge this game, right? I mean, you could dispel the Uproar armor, you could dispel the Pudge Flash Heap and the Frost Shield. Pretty significant. Looks like there's a setup in the mid lane though. The fight to break out any moment. Hex out onto Nico with that Static Storm as well. With that Aghanims, he's not going anywhere. You could have a refresher and a BKB, but nothing to do in that situation. You just need to keep the vision for another potential glimpse, but they want to turn around and get aggressive instead. Looks like the Pudge, he's into the mix, trying to pressure down Rincey, but it's an easy waveform away. It's Tomadan again, just holding got the juice in place. They morph into the Pudge, a bunch of hooks flying around. Is this Pudge walls? I mean, the Pudge isn't winning here. Got the juice, dies on his first life. PMA forced to fly away, and they can just surround got the juice again. He finally pops that BKB. He had it in the pocket earlier on. Phase boots out of that situation. Should be able to walk this one off. Rincey still trying to look aggressive, lands the hook, forces the refresh BKB. They pull back in Stomata, and that'll be the sacrifice they have to make. Na'Vi Jr., they need to find a bit more, but Mary hiding in the tree line gets used up. Finally caught out by Daze. The hook back should be got the juice getting that kill. Now if no more shapeshift, Ego Demon. Still saved by that tidal wave. Dandy doing everything he can. Oh no, the hook off the mark, but there's a basher, there's a dismember. It's more than enough. And Na'Vi Jr. off the back of that buyback, able to come back into the mix and actually get a pretty decent fight for themselves.
And there's no buybacks on the side of Bait right now, so you could very well go high ground, or at least, you know, push a little bit to try and force buybacks. Obviously, they don't know or not. But yeah, go high ground, force some buybacks, take these tier 2 towers, whatever.
I mean, that all just starts out because of what we're seeing on our screen now, where the Primal Beast just dies. And he doesn't have buyback. And we're talking all about this guy's damage. Oh, he's 100 to 0ing the Morphling. He's doing so much in the fights. This entire engagement, Dendy's just unshackled to take part and just cast Torrent after Torrent, X marks after X marks. You can see how annoying the Bait lineup actually is when it comes together nicely in a team fight, right? I mean, the Lycan with his little sort of nullifiers running the creeps at you and whatnot, but it just doesn't seem to be enough. Na'Vi, without, even with their Primal Beast being dead, they're still able to just turn things around here. I mean, that just got the juice and his second life, right?
Yeah, the refresher orb is kind of huge there, right? That's pretty much the only reason he survives is because he gets that second BKB, second dismember off. Nullifier, I don't know. The Nullifier wasn't it on the Pudge, I don't think. Like, sure, you purge off the flesh heap, but he's still so tanky.
Yeah. Even has that Rattle Cage to work with. I mean, a large part of that was just, I think Na'Vi Jr., the way that they're approaching these fights is very clearly more thought out than Bait, right? Because the only reason why Bait get that initial advantage is to pick up on the Primal. They actually backpacked that BKB. So it kind of felt like, oh, you know, we can group out around this Pudge, he'll have to pop the refresh. Like, I think Bait, I'm not sure whether they were keeping track of the Pudge and his BKB charges, but once he comes out with that second life, pops that initial BKB the first time round, it feels like that's not a fight they can win anymore or keep the issue going. And at that point, Na'Vi, they're the ones with the advantage. It's nighttime, they have PMA circling around the area. It's so easy for them to keep this chase going. And we talked about it before. I mean, a Disruptor running away, that's not a good look.
No, it's not. But now with this Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor, Mary's gonna be who I have my eyes on these fights. Because if Mary can get into these fights in a decent way, or even have just Na'Vi Jr. run at him, turns around with the Static Storm before these BKBs are off, I don't think Bait loses that fight. Like, if they can get at least Pudge +1 in a big Static Storm, right? I genuinely don't think you lose that fight at that point. Maybe Primal Beast is big enough and high enough damage to do things like that, like win the fight solo. But without your Pudge, it's going to be a rough one for sure.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the teamfight execution, right? It's been a bit of swing and miss for Bait so far, but it feels like the executional barrier is a lot of a higher hurdle than Na'Vi Jr., where you throw out your disables, you get your damage out, it's pretty clear cut, but a lot of it rests on Stomata, and I feel like the engagements that have gone well for Bait so far have all relied on him getting these shackles and long duration controls up, setting up for Mary, setting up for the rest of the team. So maybe it gets more straightforward when they're trying to push high ground, right? Because it's more linear in a way. The amount of angles they can approach you from is different. Looks like there's a lasso pulling onto Rincey, and I mean, look, that was just way too cocky from Bait. They keep trying to make that X marks waveform play, but the Angel just yules him and he just gets caught out. What was that?
Now, like, I get what was happening because both Disruptor and Kunkka were running up slowly, but they don't have blinks.
They're still going in for the fight here, forcing the buyback out from Rinsey. Maybe it's time for Na'Vi Jr. to retreat. They don't want to overcommit, but get hooked back onto God the Juice. Starting to turn around at this member, but he doesn't have a BKB or refresher. He should get worked down here. The tidal wave pulling him back into the mix. They just need to do that last bit of damage, and Rinsey will find it. They have to lose Tomato for it though, and L1ga Demon falls as well. Dandy, he's still standing his ground with that Pulverize, holding in place Niku. He should have enough HP to just walk through him, and PMA gets a triple kill. Buyback immediately from Dandy though, as Niku starting to get pulled in. Na'Vi, they're very fully committed in, but their punch started that fight out by being dead, and with that fountain advantage, Bait will be able to hold. That started out so well, but kind of feel like as soon as that Morphling buys back, you gotta get the hell out of there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe they think they can double kill the Morphling, but a risky play to make. To be fair, Na'Vi Jr., they don't lose too much, right? They get 2 buybacks out of that, which means they could just go again when everyone's up. But still, you can't, like, at any given point, if you start giving Bait inches, they could very well start taking miles, especially when you're looking at a hero like Morphling that can just, like, not snowball out of control, but get out of control. Now with this Butterfly going into a BKB, a late BKB is really good, despite, you know, these BKB piercing disables. He already has a Lincoln Sphere for that. So right now, your worry is the silence from Night Stalker, and there's only one way to get rid of that.
Yeah, I had the Lotus Orb from Dandy as well. We didn't really talk about this pickup because his item progression has been a little bit on the slower side, but that is significant against every single member of Na'Vi who really relies on these single target spells. Bait, again, I kind of feel like Na'Vi Jr. got a little bit caught with their pants down because they forgot that the Morphling can turn into the Pudge. I don't know how you forget at this stage, but I guess that's the same way Rinsey forgets there's a Yules that can counter his little X-Mart shenanigans. So both teams, a little bit of fumbling here. They sort of need to regroup on both sides, get back on the same page, make sure that they're kitted up for this upcoming fight, because Na'Vi Jr. got to imagine that as soon as the Primal Beast comes back up to life, we got to try that move again.
Yeah, exactly. No Aegis, no problem. I mean, I guess they could wait the few minutes for Aegis to be up, but once again, if you get a pick off on Na'Vi Jr., it's high ground, it's Roshan, it's literally whatever objective you want, and especially if they get this more for Kunkka, these heroes without buyback, it could mean a lane of racks.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it and I'm seeing this smoke, maybe you do wait, right? Because Roche potentially might be respawning in 30 seconds, and it's daytime, which is the big problem for this Night Stalker. We talked about it at the start of the draft, and that being a bit of a limiting factor. It could sort of come back to bite them here. They're not going to get that overwhelming AoE vision that they've been using to their advantage so far. And they don't have anywhere to be, right? They can just chill here. They don't care.
And that's where they're at their strongest, right? That's where all of their circles are beautiful, right? We've talked about it already, where Na'Vi Jr. are funneling up onto the high ground. Torrent, Static Storm are beautiful at this point because they cover the whole area.
Yeah. And Park Rangers here, and you're stepping into their territory. You don't, not getting out of that one. And I think one thing we didn't mention just yet, Lycan actually has a shard. That's been a very value pickup for this hero because it allows you to alleviate so much pressure on the map. Just take a look at that top wave, forcing the Pudge to TP back and respond to that. And we already mentioned Na'Vi Jr., they don't really have the best mobility around the map. Now, maybe if that booster travels to on God the Juice, that's a bit of a different story. But you know, as soon as you see someone on that wave, it's going to be so easy to maybe try for a 4v5 fight where, you know, this particular target cannot connect. Around the Roche pit they go though, 1.5 minutes until that spawns, but both teams, again, just have to be so wary of their position and who starts and who gets the jump on who.
They see the Ancient. The Ancient's been giving vision quite well. We'll see Niku, who does have a Refresher Orb as well, so double BKB, double Pulverize, the whole kit doubled up.
Blink in, got the juice, finds Dandy, but that Lotus Orb dissuades any sort of dismember. The Static Storm in, but the rest of the Na'Vi Jr. lineup just leapfrog forward, ignore the Static Storm. Now Rinsey starting to lay into God the Juice, but he gets his own BKB off as well. Lasso up onto the Morphling, they're trying to control him down. Full focus, Pulverize as well. He doesn't have the help. He's just getting worked down into a little bit of pulp here. Waveforms out, but PMA on his back, and this is where the BKB would have been so helpful, but he doesn't have it available. Na'Vi Jr. swarm over this Morphling, and they should be able to kill him off. He tries desperately to TP out. Somehow, some way, he makes it against all odds, but Dandy will pay the price, and that is a Kunkka without a dieback.
It's going to be Roshan at least for Na'Vi Jr. I do think that Bait can still hold. At that point, Dendi will be close enough to being alive, where Na'Vi Jr. obviously, we talked about, they don't have the best building pressure, so they're not going to take 2-3 lanes of racks at that point. You know, definitely one, but this Roche, it's still a little bit longer. 5 seconds, Na'Vi Jr. don't leave quite yet.
I mean, regardless, you already see. Oh, what? You
like him? He's gonna have to pop ulti, but I don't think that's gonna help you.
Okay. Nice static storm though. Maybe it was all a bait all along. Niku, he's dropping very low. Rinzi with the damage. Oh, they just get dropped here. Eager Demon, we were questioning him, but now it's only got the juice. Mass buybacks from Na'Vi Jr. They understand that they need to win this fight. They turn around and got the juice, has the damage. Rips them all to shreds here. Rinzi still trying to do the work. Gets lassoed up and now being controlled the rod. It's a bit too much and Niku drives by to get that kill. Mass buybacks. It looked like a perfect setup from Bait, but Na'Vi Jr. they pull the trigger, come back in full force, and they make it happen for themselves.
Leave Niku to solo Roshan. They've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Oh, Stomata, he's been a thorn in their side this whole time, and Mary, as pesky as he's been, he can't save him. Only the Lycan as a buyback now. And Na'Vi Jr., regardless of if you have objective damage, you don't need an A. Just get these towers.
Yep. Very easy high ground, and now all of a sudden you're taking 2 lanes of racks at the very least.
I mean, this could just be it. They know exactly that the Morphling doesn't have a buyback. They probably have that time down to a T. 1 minute without Rinzi, who's been such a big factor this game. They bring Eager Demon back in. They pop that Dark Ascension though. Na'Vi Jr. ready to put an end to this game number 1. That has gone quite a bit longer than maybe they would have expected with this lineup, but clearly, like we mentioned from the start, these are heroes they're all extremely comfortable on. They know the power spikes, they know their timings, and they know how to execute the fight. Divine Rapier on this punch now, punching away, eats the Static Storm with a Nullify, but there's Daze again with the lasso, holding on to the aggressors on the side of Bait. With that power rise, Niku, he's right in the mix, and there's nothing to fear. Na'Vi Jr. are right at your doorstep, ready to send you packing all the way into your fountain. Dendi will go down, and with his departure, Eager Demon, nothing else he can do but run around. He's nothing but a stray to them though. They'll just rip him up. And GG is called. Bait, despite a good bit of pressure and a good bit of resilience, they aren't able to resist the pressure. And Na'Vi Jr. on the back of some of their most confident picks, they'll get that game number 1 victory.
And you can tell, look how pleased they are, Sneeze.
Yeah, they're all so happy. Look at that. Yeah, but I mean, you gotta sort of feel for them a little bit here, as a big congrats to them for taking that game number 1, but it wasn't really the cleanest, right? We were complimenting them, we were saying, look, they have it on lock, but they didn't really get off to as amazing of a start as they would have liked. And there were moments where Bait kind of sent them reeling a bit. That some of these later team fights got way too messy, and I think the only difference maker is the fact that Bait, it felt like their level of execution required was just way too high compared to their opponents. So you get some highlights of the match and some of the major team fights starting off in this sort of bot side. It was such a significant sort of showing of what Shadow Shaman can do when left unaddressed. Take a look at Dendi and Rinzi, they're just able to dominate this fight.
Yeah, exactly, Sneeze. This was probably one of the best fights that Bait could have taken, right? So much damage being pumped out from the Morphling turns into the Pudge, is able to secure a kill on the Lich that shouldn't have gotten, really, maybe with the waveform. Dendi looks the happiest out of anyone, dude. But yeah, like exactly like you said, Shadow Shaman once again, uncontested, gets a nice kill. Here again, too. As long as the Shadow Shaman gets his abilities off, things are going to go well for Bait, but that just wasn't the case near the end of the game. The Shaman really started falling off, and that's really to no fault of his own, because you have 3 BKB piercing stuns plus a Skull Basher. So how are you ever going to get a full-length shackle off? You can't shackle 3 heroes.
This was just tricky in the later stages because Rinzi, we know he's trying to do so much work, and even though he's able to survive here, I feel like the entire game just starts going wrong because it feels like Bait have a really good chance at holding high ground because of that Na'Vi lack of tower pressure, but they lose a bit too many kills here. They die on Morphling in that top side to some cheeky, trying to be funny, naughty X-Mark play that forces him to buy back. And it's in this sort of final fight where even though Na'Vi Jr., they lose a lot of heroes, they mass TP back into the mix, use their buybacks and sort of push that advantage, knowing that the Morphling doesn't have anything else. Full collapse onto him, even though they lose heroes, it doesn't matter because it's more than enough damage. And I mean, that was it, right? Like at that point, without your Morphling, he's sort of the main factor keeping you in the game. Even though you have the control, you have all these annoying little pokes and prods. We talked about it from the start. Bait basically put all their hopes into Rincy, and you know, Rincy's dead for another 1 minute and nothing else to give.
Yeah. And the Lycan, you know, despite us saying they're going to be food, I think what kind of ended up happening is the game went a little bit too late. People started getting really tanky.
Yeah.
So even on these supports like Lich and Batrider, Lich had Ghost Scepter, Pavis, right? So many ways of just keeping safe from this Lycan. That's one of the reasons that we saw him get a Nullifier. Specifically, was because this Lich was such a problem.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like L1ga Demon, he had his moments that game, right? I think for a debut, it wasn't too bad, but starting off on an L, not how you want to go. I think every single Dota player knows that. You want to sort of come back and bait. The one thing that they showed in that earlier game is a whole ton of resilience, right? The cards were stacked against them. They never really had a gold lead throughout that entire game, but they still were able to put up a pretty good fight. I mean, it's clear that this team, they've got some elements that can contribute to success. They just really need to bring it all together in a bit more of a cohesive way.
Yeah, it's, you know, maybe bait, get an easier draft, right? I wouldn't say that one was, like, difficult, but the amount of, like, buttons you need to be pressing, things you need to be aware of during fights, it was, I don't want to say it was an out draft either, just an out ease of execution, where Na'Vi Jr. just had to kind of press their R button, and Bait had to use all of their keys in quick succession, and wait for these BKBs, and wait for these BKB piercing stuns. At the end of the day, it was just too much for them to keep track of and to deal with.
Yeah, there was just, I think Na'Vi Jr., one thing they definitely demonstrated is the reason why they've been going back to these heroes, because the one thing that you can fall into the trap of is layering your stuns over each other, like everyone presses R on the same target. I feel like that never happened, right? It was always Pulverize, okay, Nico gets interrupted immediately, Lasso. They were all so quick in identifying exactly when each of them had to tag in. It looked like a WWE match with all these, like, maybe each side just has 4 members, and as soon as one's in trouble, the other one comes in. BKB dismember, BKB Lasso, BKB Pulverize. It was perfect. And when all hope failed, you still got that basher. So with that, Na'Vi Jr., they're gonna go 1 game up here in our opening series of the Portal Dota 2 World Invitational. Let's see whether Big can fire right back or whether the kids will show them how it's done here. We'll be back after a short break.
Cool. Thank you.
What a game, number one, to start off the Portal Dota 2 World Invitationals. Crash and Sneeze here bringing you the action. And oh man, we already knew it was going to be some heat. Na'Vi Jr. against arguably the founding generation of Na'Vi in Dandy. But I think one thing that definitely surprised me was just how much resistance Bait put up, right? It's not that Bait are not the favorites, or it's not that Bait are a bad team. It's just that, as we discussed early on, there's been a lot changing about them, and we didn't really know how they look coming into this game or coming into this tournament, but they've clearly got the sauce.
Oh, absolutely. I think anyone who was taking a look at Bait throughout the past 6 months would be like, okay, they're fine as a team. They're middling the pack. Things clearly aren't clicking. And I think we saw a little bit of that, Sneeze.
Yeah.
Right where, defending a tier 2 tower, 45 minutes, 50 minutes into a game, putting your Morphling out first, probably not the best way to win a fight.
Yeah, it's I think there were definitely some moments where it felt like we were scratching our heads. We're like, is this really what you guys want to do? And then they full commit for it, and it looks good. But it's all these small decisions that build to a bigger and bigger advantage for Na'Vi Jr. And I think Na'Vi Jr., credit where credit is due, they brought out their signature picks and they didn't miss a beat. All these teamfight executions were just crisp. And of course, we have our game number 2 ready for you very shortly. Of course, this is the upper bracket match, round number 1. It's a best of 3 after all. So both teams in this double elimination format have a chance at fighting back. And even if they drop here in this particular series, they still can make a lower bracket run. But I believe we have a draft prepared already, so we'll hop to that in a very, very short bit, and we can see exactly what Bait have cooking for us in this game number 2. Because, I mean, they started out that draft with Shadow Shaman, Disruptor, and a L1ga. Somewhere down the line, I think with that Lycan and Morphling to end it off, it was a good idea, but the sort of ease of execution was really high.
Yeah. To be fair, Sneeze, last time these two teams faced off went the same way, right? Na'Vi took game 1, Bait game 2, Na'Vi game 3. But, we've only got one way to find out what's going to happen in game number 2, and that's getting into the draft as we have it prepared.
Yeah, let's see whether history repeats itself. For now, Na'Vi Jr. already switching things up in terms of the bans, showing some respect to good old Dondo and his L1ga, taking that out of the picture. Now, Dandy, we did sort of point a bit of a finger at him and say that, later in the game, the net worth wasn't really looking too good. But I feel like that's kind of become symbolic with L1ga, where in the past it was about becoming this semi-carry of sorts. He's kind of really fallen into a lot more utility, teamfight control, spell damage, and it just also was a very hard game for this L1ga, right? Because he was dealing so many tanky EHP high targets.
Yeah, could you imagine if Torrent did percentage-based damage? That's the only thing. You'd have to remove Torrent Storm. That would have to be a level
25 talent. That would have to be a level 25.
And you'd have to remove Torrent Storm too, because that would be too crazy. But that's literally the only way I could rationalize you ever as a L1ga killing these tanky heroes, right? And no Vessel being built on either team means that these tanky heroes are going to stay tanky, and they're going to regen a lot of their HP.
Yeah. And I'm trying to figure out... I mean, Na'Vi Jr., they get back to their very, very comfortable Centaur, so no break away from what they've already felt good on, and the Brewmaster picked up. So this time they're going to sort of prioritize what I assume is Eager Demon's hero, right? Because we haven't really seen the Brewmaster switch out to any other position.
Oh, I hope not, dude.
It could be cool.
There used to be a time in which you could see a mid or a safe lane Brewmaster.
Oh, I meant support. I meant support.
Oh, a support.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. I think that's been even longer for me. I haven't seen a support Brewmaster in a hot minute. I don't think anyone on Bait plays Brewmaster, though.
You know the crazy thing is, I feel like we're in an age of Dota where both these opening traditionally off-lane heroes could be flexed into support.
I hate it.
Right? And we've seen Na'Vi Jr. do this before, right? We know for a fact that PMA loves his Broodmother, but even more than that, he loves his Centaur. And Na'Vi Jr. used that to advantage in the prior tournament of the draft where, they're like, this is the PMA Centaur. Haha, you've seen this before for 2 games in a row. Just kidding. Last pick Broodmother. And they proceeded to absolutely stomp. So it wasn't the best lane combination, as you can imagine, but it was a great game selection. Brewmaster does leave the carry pool A little bit thinner though. You need to make sure that just the split alone doesn't do you in these team fights. So there's only a subsection of heroes that can still sort of do the job here. Tiny gets selected for bait.
I mean, I already like the Brewmaster into Centaur, right? The second someone stampedes, you throw them up into the air and they're stuck, right? That's the full duration of Stampede wasted pretty much. So if you're gonna go on, let's say Centaur, this Pudge, throw them up into the air, the Stampede won't get them out to safety.
Yeah. Immediately going back for the Pudge and the CM. This is no surprise to us, as Riddy's a very big fan of this hero. And also kind of an insane kill lane, right? That Frostbite is going to set up for every single hook.
Yeah.
Not that God the Juice really needed it. That hook accuracy was insane from him, especially early on.
Yeah, the hooks, I was, less impressed as the game went on, but there were still some clutch hooks.
Ooh, there's TA coming out. The thing is, we don't know what Rincy and Eager Demon's hero pools are, right? So it's hard to say whether this is going to be Dandy or Rincy. I think the fact that it's still flexible is interesting. Dandy doesn't really strike me as a big Tiny player. I'll be honest. I don't.
He's been playing it in his pubs a little bit. It's I think it's the second most played hero recently between his pubs and his pro games. So yeah, he has fiddled a little bit with Tiny, but I would dare say that this is a support Tiny, almost certainly.
Yeah, we kind of hope so.
Yeah, but to be fair, the Tiny Brewmaster lane isn't the craziest to me. That's not the strongest lane, but on the CM, it'll have kill potential. But against the Pudge, it might not be enough damage.
Actually, with this Venge pick,
right?
I have a feeling it might be a Tiny mid. Because, whenever you pick this Venge, you want to pair it with like a ranged carry in lane that can make use of the aura. This is shaping up to become a very fast draft on the bait side, right? They pick one last hero to shaw it all together. They can come for this push, but Navi Jr. grab that Meepo, and this could... I'm not sure whether Nico plays it. I'm sure he can, but we've seen PMA bring this out. So maybe this is another situation where it was the Centaur first pick Red Herring that we already mentioned from Navi Jr.
I think it absolutely was that, unless they're doing something crazy and running in mid. But yeah, this should be like a Meepo Centaur lane, which I can't believe I'm saying. What the hell? what a year! Like what a year it is, dude. Centaur support. Oh man, what a patch.
I don't think Centaur is interesting because it's one of those heroes that is pretty good against TA in the game, but god-awful in the lane, right? You take two melt hits, you're out of commission, especially if a Venge is backing you up. And I think that's what Navi Jr. are kind of concerned about, right? They're not entirely sure whether the TA is going to be mid, as they haven't really picked the Nico hero just yet. Primal Beast gets banned out by Navi Jr., so clearly this is not something that they want to allow bait to have. That takes it out of the pool for Nico, though. Nico, what else does he have available? He still has played, Park, Pango, Coddle. The Snapfire still respect banned out, so nothing of the sort for them.
There's that Earthshaker ban as well, just in case. That is a safe lane TA support. Tiny, get rid of the Dendy Earthshaker. Now, this Morphling is, or not Morphling, hello, Meepo is one of the key heroes that Navi Jr. ran when they beat Bait in the last ESL Birmingham qualifiers. So they saw a lot of success with it, like 6, 3, and 13 on the Meepo. And what ended up happening was Navi Jr. controlled the entire map with Meepo, farmed the entire map with these greedy-ish supports, right? Both Centaur and CM are these supports that like items and like to farm a little bit. So if Centaur and CM are in your jungle and your strip, Meepo's farming the enemy jungle, Pudge is looking for kills, where are you farming on bait, right? That whole area is just a no-go zone.
Oh, I love this pick. I was going to suggest, because we've been seeing Niku spam practice Razor and his pups. I was wondering whether that would be a good pick for the mid lane up against a potential TA or Tiny, but they choose to go for the Dazzle instead. Now, still extremely flexible, but the Shadow Wave heal bomb with these Beepos, the additional armor for this whole lineup, that save is going to be so important for Navi Jr. This is not a hero we've seen in a hot minute, but it's one I'm very pumped to see picked up here.
I've seen it pop up in my pubs a little bit. Not in any pro game, though. It's been, like you said, a hot minute. And I think what that has to do with the ultimate not working on items anymore. right? It just does not feel as good, but all the abilities, the whole Dazzle toolkit is still very good. And either way, if this is a safe or a mid Tiny or TA, Dazzle's won the lane, right? Like, I don't think Tiny might be able to deny out the Dazzle, but Dazzle has kill potential on you.
I mean, dude, even all these early range creeps, you try and stand in the wave, you're gonna eat some shadow wave damage. It's Tiny, notorious for having very low armor, which is going to be Niku's just little playground in that mid lane. And they last picked the Zeus, so Tiny going to that, probably position 4. The Brute Tiny lane is a little bit awkward, but I guess they have enough bulk between the both of them to survive the onslaught from CM and Pudge, hopefully, and turn things around. This Zeus does help them up in terms of some of the magic damage that they were missing though, and I think that it is at the very least an even trade out in the mid against Dazzle, right? So Dandy should still be able to get his items. We've seen this emergence of Lightning Hand Zeus, pew, 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 pew. So, you know, probably a lot of DPS potentially coming from him, and they have a lot of minus armor to help him out. So, like what? The build always is Phylactery into Lightning Hands, into Yasha, into Hurricane Pike. Could be pretty cool and could be pretty effective this game.
It could be. You still have the potential of getting blown up and jumped on by the Meepo. Zeus, you know, he can't get out of net really. So this is where I'm thinking like, oh, maybe someone's going to build a Lotus Orb later on into the game, right? Something to protect your heroes or something to purge at least when these heroes got jumped on by net. The only problem with doing that is there's a second one, there's a third one, right? So it's not the best feeling, but you have to, right? You can't just submit, right? And you've got loads of good things to reflect. The Poison Touch, the Dismember, the Frostbite. These are all feel-good abilities. So whether it be the Venge or Tiny a little bit later on, I think a Lotus Orb will be very key this game.
Yeah, to be fair, I think, you know, Lotus Orb aside, Zeus, if he's getting caught up by the Meepo, the fight, you got bigger problems, right? I think in the reality of it, Lightning Hands should be a good tool for him to work down that Meepo. But then, you know, you think about the Mega Meepo, once he gets that Aghanim's timing, could be a little dirty. We have the game ready for you as everyone's in the game. Let's start game number 2 here. Of course, Navi Jr. are 1 game up in this series so far. Have that advantage there, even though it's not put up. Don't be mistaken. Don't worry, we got you. We can tell you who won the first game.
Yeah. We'll remind you every 5 minutes, though, just in case, you know, goldfish memory, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fine. It's, again, it's going to be days on that position for Centaur. Quite a lot of trouble. Ooh, Stomato.
Nice.
Nicely done.
Does he have boots on the Tiny? Is that why he was able to dodge that?
Yeah, to be fair, at that range, if you walk into it,
he does.
You know.
Yeah, that's fair. He does have boots on the Tiny though, which I think was one of the best reasons that he was able to get out of there so fast, at least. The boots are really good this game, right? Or this lane rather, because your kill potential is slows into rot, like hooks into rots, right? So boots on Tiny, you've got the Avalanche already, the Cinder Brew to slow them down. You should be able to run out of it, especially when we talked about it. Like, the easiest kill potential is going to be on this Tiny. Brewmaster, he's too speedy on with that Cinder Brew.
It is. He's gonna have to be careful about that all game. Even though the Centaur is a very tanky hero, it's a large ton of magic burst. In fact, I think that's kind of the crux of Bates' lineup, right? They have so much burst damage. You can just lay into any target. And Niku's gonna have to be really quick on that shallow grave save. But again, Navi Junior, have concocted a draft that works very nicely together. You can see what the game plan is, right? They still have their very tanky frontliners in the Meepo and the Pudge. They're gonna run at you. Niku can support them from afar. They have a lot of sort of control tools coming out from the supporting cast as well. It'll be very scary, but it feels like this time round, they're the ones with the earlier timing, right? They can really hit this spike early on and put on the pressure, get that first, second Aegis for the TA and start knocking on these towers.
It's funny, looking at like the last time that Navi Jr. picked his Meepo, it was actually into both a TA and a Venge. And what PMA ended up doing was literally butt rushing an Aghanim Scepter. Like, I'm talking 14-minute Ags.
Okay.
So all of a sudden, incredibly tanky on the Meepo, very hard to just burst down from full.
I mean, Either way, I guess it depends on what the perspective is for Na'Vi Jr., right? Whether they feel like PMA just has to be this meat shield in the same way that Igor Demon was on that Lycan in the previous game, or whether they want to sort of try and use this Meepo's power to find some more pickoffs. We've seen in the past maybe some Meepos get Diffusal early on as well, just to really amplify the kill threat. And realistically speaking, apart from a hook or a Meepo, they don't have any ways of catch, right? They're relying on a good net or maybe the Centaur Blink, but it feels a bit later than you would like to get action started, and they could try and capitalize on that.
I think that's probably one of the reasons you can't afford to go Diffusal Blade on the Meepo. One, that's not your role. Oh my goodness, Rincey.
This gets netted.
Lots of damage. He's fine. He's got more tangos.
Nice play from PMA then, netting him under the tower. I don't think you really expect the level 2 net, but PMA. Things are creative here. So I'm gonna limit his ability to clear out this creep wave though. And I kinda like what watch out for this mid lane. Dandy, Heavenly Jump, what an ability. Really just salvages Zeus's existence in this game, I feel like.
Yeah.
So
I think Zeus was like unplayed for so long. Right, introduce Heavenly Jump, all of a sudden he is in every game, left, right, and center.
Yeah, and he's jumping left, right, and center out of danger as well. Suddenly this hero is a lot more survivable. Of course, the only thing stopping that is the net, or maybe the sort of the frostbites coming out, but Dandy, he should be able to dodge a lot of these hooks coming out if God the Juice has his eye on him.
Yeah, and Dandy, you know, he's got that pudge instinct in him, right?
True.
Not quite that dog in him, he's got that pudge in him.
That's kind of gross. Can you imagine you look like a doctor, like you go to a doctor's appointment, and they always ask to just kind of look down your throat to see what's infected, and then you just look down and there's a pudge smiling at you. It's like, nothing better than a nice raw liver, nothing better than a first blood, got the juice, and readies again. These guys just can't stop killing people.
It's not allowed. They're not allowed to stop killing people in this lane. Pudge, Fleshy, we've already talked about it last game, how incredibly important it is, especially if you can get them early on. All of a sudden, Pudge, like 2k HP, 20 minutes in, you're like, or 3k HP, 20 minutes in, you're like, oh my god, how do we deal with this hero? Because you're not bursting them at that point.
I mean, it's less of a surprise factor now because Flash Sheep is actually good, right? So we sometimes even see value points before level 6 into that ability just for that additional tankiness. I mean, it can help you jungle as well, like I mentioned in that first game. Mr. Martin making an early rotation down here post-death, but it's not really going to influence the game state very much because, like we mentioned, that mid lane, just go and even Stevens. Nothing much to be done about it.
Tips going all around. Na'Vi Jr. getting in their heads.
What is going on here? These guys are just it's the 4-minute 13-second synchronized tip, but nice little courier snipe stopping some of those resources from coming for Riddies. That may
that was so much.
Yeah, I was like, what, 300 gold worth on that courier?
Yeah,
at least.
like Tango's clarities, a blood grenade, wards
stick
as well.
I think there was a stick on that, man. It was crazy.
Yikes, feels bad.
I don't think Riddy's too sad about it, though. He's forced this poor eager demon brewmaster all the way back. And we already mentioned how awkward this tiny brewmaster lane is, right? It hasn't really panned out for them so far. They haven't been able to get the positioning on this CM, really pressure her out, because realistically speaking, it feels like she's the only major target you can try and get.
Yeah, a nice toss back into like a Cinder Brew Avalanche should be a kill, but all of a sudden, you know, actually Pudge with the hook potential, not just on the enemies, but the hero as well, like his teammate.
Yeah, get you out of
Maybe all
that.
of a sudden a kill isn't free as you'd think it is. And dude, look who's suffering the most right now. Brewmaster is not looking good. To be fair, Meepo's not doing too hot either, but the farm potential on Meepo is a lot higher than it is on the Brewmaster, so you can get shafted in lane just a little bit.
The ace does go down in the bot side though, netted out by PMA, but Rincey's doing a lot of damage in return, so the Meepo can't actually commit onto Mary. Great setup for bait there in that safe lane. But this is exactly what their pick was supposed to be for though. Nice awareness as well from the TA trying to dodge, but ooh, still gets that sniped. That's a Ring of Bassi on Rincey.
PMA is being so annoying. The Meepo can just drag the creep wave for himself by himself. Yeah. And still be in a safe position with one of your Meepos.
TP out, poof back to safety, PMA, he's got all the tricks in the bag. Top side though, Looks like they were able to get another kill on the Eagle Demon, but meanwhile, Nico and Daze tag team up in that mid lane. Trying to contest for the 6-minute rune is this Tiny and finds his own death instead. Dandy gets the Arcane, but grand scheme of things, I mean, this is working out very nicely for Na'Vi Jr.
Absolutely. It's going to be big Aghanim Scepter gaming for Na'Vi Jr. Both Pudge and the Dazzler are queuing it up to start things off. It's really good. Like, we've already talked about how big the Shadow Wave is going to be this game, both aggressively and defensively. So, or Shadow Wave even.
Radiant's top tower.
Dude, Rincey is so freaking aggressive, dude. This guy, he knows that there's nothing much to respond. Yeah, here comes the Pudge. Yeah, you can't. This is illegal, young man. I mean, yeah, he's just gonna die.
He's just dead. There's nothing he can do.
Very over-aggressive. I think maybe he didn't expect the Dazzle to TP in because the Dazzle's dealing with a creep wave at his tower. But got the juice, just gets involved, and like you mentioned, Flesh Sleeps.
Yeah, it's 3 in the bank now for the Pudge. And I love this move. If they could get a kill onto Dendy mid, it's going to start slowing this Zeus down quite heavily. He's going for this first item Phylactery, which is great, that's fine. But you'd like to get it at a decent timing. All of a sudden, 1-2 kills, and it's going to get slowed down quite heavily. Instead, they're actually just going to go top and kill the Brewmaster, who's already suffering.
Oh, this is such a cute play. They're just showing wave just to push that out, and Ego Demon has no idea. Yeah, he's just going to get run down here. I mean, Stomaden is nowhere in the area. He's busy in that bot side trying to find impact. But, I mean, this Meepo has just retreated back into his triangle. It's just been great map movements from the Na'Vi lineup so far to find these opportunities, and 1-5 now. It's not a major gold lead, but again, they're finding themselves in a situation where they're getting these kills. Now, Niku in the mid lane doesn't have a level in the Shallow Grave and will die. Bait at least are able to respond right back.
Good move, right? Dazzle's getting way too much out of this lane already, and movements around the map. So kill off the Dazzle, make it so that his game isn't as easy as he'd like it to be. Slow down that Ags, which is going to be so important. Oh, not another hook, not like this.
Dude, he just TPs back up here as well. It's so easy for them. Now, it's a great avalanche to break up the situation. The Storm comes through, but Daze, he doesn't have any more damage he can provide into this situation. The hook got the juice. Already used that Dismember, but they should be able to at least get the kill onto Stomaden to trade out for the Centaur. It's at level 6 on Eager Demon though. The sudden run forward, Riddies, no mana for that freezing field, and I mean, even if you did, you're just gonna get tossed up in the sky by the Wind Panda.
Yeah.
Here comes Bait, still trying to find more aggression though. They're not happy with just supports, they want to get more kills. Where's the response from the rest of the Na'Vi lineup? In comes the TPs immediately. The creeps blocking got the juice a little bit. Just kind of griefed by his own little minions there. And
unacceptable.
Unbelievable. They should die for their sins.
Yeah, they should, and they will.
And
to be fair, they will.
Good.
Yeah.
Capital punishment. See here, top of the net worth is still this Pudge, who's doing very well, even though CS-wise he is trailing. Just had a lot of involvement in the kills. And TA doing a great job at keeping up. And Rincey, again, another situation where Rincey's just been left completely free.
Yeah, I think that's kind of okay though. Na'Vi Jr., they have ways of dealing with TA a little bit later, right? There's no point with Refraction is going to make you unstoppable.
Set up on some days. Yeah, I'll turn around for a stomp, but should just get zapped down by the Zeus. Now, Riddies is here as well. Wants a freezing field in the trees. Okay, this is some beautiful stuff here. Dandy's gonna melt, so will Stomaden. And they just couldn't deal with that CM. Perfect setup. Na'Vi Jr. just chase away the intruders.
So we talked a little bit about this PMA build. I'm not a Meepo player at all. So, you know, take what I say with a grain of salt. I like this Dragonlance, right? More stats for the Meepo means more survivabilities. We're gonna get a nice replay. Beautiful setup from Daze here, right? Recognizes he's dead. Throw your abilities out. I think that's a big part about you know, being a good player and being a really good player, is recognizing when you're dead and just throwing your abilities out because you trust that your team is coming to make some sort of turnaround.
Yeah, that's I mean, that's trust, right? You've been talking about this since game one. Na'Vi Jr., they have that in spades. Every single team fight, it feels like sometimes they're kind of tossing out their spells, they're dying first or they're ahead of the curve, but they always know that Niku is in the area or the rest of the squad is coming up to back them up. And I mean, it allows for Riddies to just have a full duration freezing field right in that corner, knowing that there's no more stuns to throw at him. Navi Junior, again, the way they like to play is so fun to watch because they just keep the aggression going. Speaking of aggression though, on this top side, the Astro pullback onto Got the Juice, but again, so armored up here. As the backup of Niku, Shadowgrave not even needed, and once again, it's another Seeds of Serenity pickup that just allows him to heal in the face of so much pressure, and Bait this time round to get beat back with PMA's appearance to the fight.
And PMA is going to be very hard to kill as well with the backup of the Dazzle. The Shadow, both the Shallow, oh my goodness, the Shadow Wave and the Shallow Grave are huge bursts and huge survivability. Now, he doesn't have the Shallow Grave yet, which is kind of fair. You're a core Dazzle, right? If one of your teammates dies, that's not your problem. You're not a support. If they're dying, it's their own fault.
Yeah. It's very clearly listed in the Dazzle sort of rule book that if a support shall drop low in your presence, you don't care unless they at least offer you 20,000 shillings. Now, Freezing Field on the top side, committed onto the Brew, and unfortunately, he will go down. Very easy pickup there, no split, and no way of stopping that.
Man, if you take a look at the net worth, like last hits were rough, but the net worth is arguably worse for the Brewmaster. This is not a great start, especially on a hero that builds Midas, Radiance, these very aggressive, greedy items. So now you're kind of left scratching your head, like, what is this Brewmaster gonna do now? Like, he could potentially pick up a Vessel. There are a few other items you could go, but he's queued up a Radiance, so maybe if you get it in a decent enough time, it'll pay off, but it is incredibly risky with the game you've been having.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't even know what you get here, because what other item would you suggest, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like Vessel?
Vessel, Midas, but even with Vessel, it kind of feels like you need to get action going, and with how Zeus and Tia have been playing so far, they're just more than happy to just stay farming, right?
Yeah.
So all you really have to rely on is Tomadan and Mary, who, as much as they can provide some stuns and damage, it's as we saw from that earlier dive in the top side, it's starting to reach the point where it's not enough. Again, Got the Juice is becoming this tanky monster as he picks up more and more items and gets more and more flesh heap levels. They might try and make another aggressive play up here in the top side though.
TA's up top too.
Yeah, they bring the numbers. Chase away Got the Juice, but he's still standing around this area. I want to give this tower up for free. 4 members now. Smoke up. Stampede available. Centaur is showing in the mid lane though. Do they want to defend this? Bait are positioned really nicely around this though. You gotta imagine that this is essentially gonna be a bit of a death wish if you run in here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They've got TP on Centaur. He's joining up as well. What they're looking for is a Zeus. Someone in the backline to show their face, and
ooh, Dandy.
Dire's top tower
Narrowly dodges out trouble. They will spot him with a ward now, but no blink means that Dandy spots them first. Going to connect. It's perfect. I mean, you called it, Crash. That's exactly what they're looking for. They don't care about the tower. You can have that one, but get the big pickup on your mid laner instead.
Radiant's middle tower is
And,
under
oh,
attack.
dude, Pudge pretty much has an Aghanim Scepter already. I don't think this was fast as game number 1, but still. It's ramp-up time for Navi Jr., right? Meepo's closing in on a Blink Dagger as well. Actually, he's going Aghanim Scepter too. Never mind, just kidding. But anyways, he's closing in on that as well. He's going to disassemble his Dragonlance for it.
Yeah, we're going to
See that replay. Beautiful hook, dude.
Dude, this is... Yeah, you can. He's like, what the hell are they doing there? Like, we're so prepared for a good team fight. Speaking of a team fight, one kicks off using the split now. This is what Bait we're looking for on the top side. At least find a kill here. I mean, that must have just been a situation where the Brewmaster ran up. It seems like Daze dies, but prior to that, they get the kill off onto Niku. So probably just putting pressure around this area, catching out the Dazzle, and finding another free pick off. Rinsey gonna claim his second tier 1 tower of the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Rinsey with this Desolator is going to help put on a lot of this early pressure that I think Bait were kind of lacking, right? With Brewmaster having such a bad game and him not having any items at all, it means that you are kind of lacking with the hero to play behind. I'm sorry, so as Primal Split is down, you're probably going to want to play around your TA with your supports, as we see them doing exactly that. Brewmaster's left alone ways away up top, because he's got a farm.
You know. Again, I mean, Na'Vi Jr., the tempo that they've been hitting is pretty straightforward. They see split use, they want to get going. Especially if this Aghanims pick up on PMA, this is, I feel like, their moment of power. Can't find anyone though. Good discipline from Bait to all back up. Play it safe. The Aghanims on both the Meepo and the Pudge. This next 5 to 10 minutes is going to be scary.
And the Dazzle.
Oh my goodness.
3 Aghanim Scepters on the side of Na'Vi Jr.
Synced up.
Yeah. Which is nice, right? You love syncing up items, whether it be BKBs, Blinks. I mean, I guess the Aghanim Scepter isn't the coolest item to sync up, but it's a nice spike, right? And you want to be spiking at the same time as your team.
Yeah, I mean, the sort of way to identify a good draft is either they spike at the same time and they can complement each other, or, you know, they spike at different times to kind of cover each other. Hook again. Dandy, dude, yeah, you get the kill. The swap back from Mary saves that Zeus. Great defensive play from the support to sacrifice himself. I mean, it's support for support at the moment, but Na'Vi, again, they are just challenging Bait to a defense now. Try and jump in with Stomata, that's the blink reveal. Niku should be able to get the shallow grave off, but just buy some time with the huge wand though, and that freezing field. They just hold the TA in place. The Broodlings, they can't do anything more. They've already killed all the supports. They get Rincy as well. And the Stampede forward, they're looking for that last Broodling. Eager Demon, he's just gonna go back into that Brewmaster form and find his death. A double kill. The Aghanim sinks. They were just too strong, Crash.
Oh man, this is the snowball that you would have expected from Na'Vi Jr. in game number 1. Right, and they are hitting it in stride right now. If this net worth lead keeps going up, I talked about how Meepo can control the map with, like, farm the entire map. Look where Zeus is stuck farming, right? Recognize a triangle is not safe. Main jungle isn't safe. So if TA is gonna farm or Brewmaster is gonna farm the strip, you have to farm somewhere, or otherwise you're just not getting anything done.
I mean, Dandy, he, despite picking this Zeus up as what was supposed to be an even matchup into the Dazzle, it feels like he's been very clearly public target number 1 as the hook back again got the juice. He just doesn't miss these, and you gotta wonder whether Bait thought that they'd be able to defeat this Pudge lineup with the overwhelming sort of burst and early pressure that they could have. But again, it feels like this Zeus pick ruined it a little bit, because Dandy couldn't really contribute to these engagements. Every single time he showed up, it was just a very easy setup for Na'Vi to find an easy hook on him. And all he has now is Shard Yasha, right? Like, he's doing more damage, sure, but it's not really helping him survive against the onslaught of Na'Vi Jr. right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have any items to stand his ground, right? Sure, he's got lightning hands, that's great, cool, very nice. Like, you're doing percentage-based damage at a really good rate. But if you're dying in the first few seconds, what does it matter?
Yeah, I think the main thing is also, we've once again seen that Eager Demon, he has barely had a game, right? He is level 11 on this brew. He spent a large part of it recovering. Net worth wise, he's not looking too hot. It's a similar situation. Bait, on both their position 3 and on their position 2, they've sort of been eclipsed a bit by their counterparts, and that's really showing in some of these fights where they're just not having the same amount of impact.
Oh, and they're gonna lose their Tormentor too on Bait. And if they stick around their Wisdom Rune too, this could be pretty devastating, because everyone is so low already, right? And the shards on Bait, at least the support shard on the Venge, is really, really good.
Tormentors being stolen. We've seen Dazzles do this before with couriers, but where you can't get couriers to this other side of the map, you use your teammates instead. Crystal Clone for Riddies, just a very good pickup as they TP back just to make sure that the Brewmaster has nowhere to run, force that split out. And you can see the Broodlings just trying to hightail out of here. Riddies has the touch on the Wind Panda. But nothing else to give there. And that's running out. Try for the hook.
Oh,
it's a fishing
try.
one on a potential sort of Mary in the area. But yeah, as you mentioned, a bit too quick. Just pops that drums and hightails out of there.
As Dandy once said, you miss every hook you don't throw.
True. As I don't know what Dandy's saying about this situation where Eager Demon is just very, very clearly outmatched. Oh man, the hook as well, and Stomata, and you force back. But I mean, even with the swap, you're just kind of buying a few more seconds, completely being trampled by this Na'Vi Jr. lineup right now.
9K up. I mean, the hooks have been perfect. The movements have been perfect. And the Brewmaster Tiny, it all comes down to that lane, I think, right? Brewmaster did not have a decent lane partner at all. What are you going to do, dude? Proc Cinderbrew with Avalanche? What an awful commitment to make.
Yeah, and we see teams kind of fall into this trap when they're trying to integrate a new member, right? As we already mentioned, L1ga, Demon, and Rincy, the new additions to the squad. But Stomaden, he probably sees that he has to be the one making moves this game and trying to set up for the team. But the way that they've drafted, it ends up in this very awkward, roundabout way of needing to take the fights where if your Brewmaster and TA aren't strong, who's gonna be that frontline body for you? Who's allowing the Tiny to set up? More often than not, we see Stomaden come in with these setups. The blink toss back and then he just dies. And then the Brewmaster splits and he's doing no damage. And Rincy has to pop up just to try and contribute to that like effort. And then Na'Vi just collapsed on it. Like, I'm trying to figure out a way that they can bounce back or have any sort of way of really regaining control of this game, and I'm struggling mostly because, Niku now got the juice with a dismember. He's just dead.
What are you doing there? What are you doing in front of an enemy tier 2 tower? I don't care where they are. They have this crucial thing called a teleport scroll. I don't know if you know too much about it, Sneeze.
Ooh, Rincy, quick blink away. One of the benefits of TA's refraction, but yeah, it kind of feels like a couple of different engagements. Oh, PMA! How did they see him? Dude, what the heck? These guys, Na'Vi Jr., they're in Bait's heads right now. I don't even think they had vision. They just kind of guessed and continue keeping the chase up. Man, what a bunch of chads.
Yeah, it's just run at you Dota at this point for Na'Vi Jr., and Bait just keep giving them targets.
Middle tower is under attack.
But like, what do you just submit yourself to not farming, right? Like, if you take a look around the map, Na'Vi Jr. have things warded, covered up by heroes like Meepo, so much vision able to be granted and so much to do, right? You just TP in, kill a hero, walk back to mid, kill a hero, go back bottom, probably kill again. Like, it's just so easy for Na'Vi Jr.
Yeah, they have a really packed schedule at that sort of at the 10-minute mark. They needed to kill heroes. 11 was kill a hero. Took a short break at 11:30, but 12 they were killing more heroes. It's just, the Google Calendar is filled, right? And you can't really blame them. They got places to be. Young but very busy individuals, and
yes,
they've been getting busy this whole game. 15k gold lead as compared to last game where it felt like Bait actually had some components they could use to answer back in the late game. Zeus not really doing percentage HP damage anymore. It's gonna hurt him big time here, right? It's just these Arc Lightnings coming out. They can all be resisted by eventual Eternal Shrouds or Pipes that come out, and you might not even have that time. Na'Vi, they're already on the first Roche.
Especially when Eternal Shroud is already up, Sneeze, and Pipe, like you said, is about to be up too. Daze is like, oh, he was 500 gold away. He's now 100 gold away, so very easy to take these fights. And Bait, they just don't have damage outside of their magical damage right now. TA does have the Deso Blink, which is nice, but like we've talked about, she just can't stand her ground.
Yeah, and that's the big problem, right? Bait, we know for a fact that they have damage, but that's only if they can stand their ground and use it. And now with that pipe completed by Daze, a large part of that coming from Dandy is just going to be cut down. You're really relying on Rincy to be the big breadwinner of the team here. And I feel like we already said that last game. Now, the TA has that BKB flying out, and maybe that's the opportunity for them to find Hex up. Meepos pop out, and unfortunately that panda is extinct. I mean, they've just been so good at finding him on the map and punishing him. Really, half of that is, his positioning's been questionable. 1-7 and 3, not the best showing. We talked about the Lycan debut being pretty decent, even though it was an L. This game, not so much.
No, if you're Bait, you're like, we're not going back to this Brewmaster for a hot minute until you prove to us that you can play this Brewmaster at a top tier level. We're not going back for it because this was rough, and maybe it is a lane partner.
The setup there, toss back into the face, but in comes PMA. All the 4 meeples trying to crash into the TA. Able to just turn around and wipe out Mary though. The hook goes wide. Not much else to be found. This is the high ground after all. Could get scary. Want to risk throwing away that advantage. But again, you can see they really don't have anything when Na'Vi Jr. just crashed into them, right? The only option is to try and stand there and do damage. But with all the heals coming out from the Dazzle, how tanky these heroes are on Na'Vi Jr., that's not really a viable option.
Yeah. And PMA, he hasn't even needed to Mega Meepo, right? There was no point in which PMA was like, oh, I'm scared for my life. I gotta protect myself. No, he doesn't care, right?
Yeah.
He would rather have that extra damage from the Meepos to burn through the refraction, to kill off TA and Brewmaster incredibly quickly.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It's a missed chance. Eager Demons trying
Yes.
to provide to the team is not really doing anything here, as PMA has just found Rincey on the sort of tail end of that map. Tips come through, Na'Vi Jr., they're feeling themselves here. Bait, this, we were hoping for a bit more resilience from them, but doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Primal Split committed in the mid lane, it's an easy stomp, the Brewlings are basically almost dead. The only surviving one is the Earth. He has to split back into his main hero, just dies to a Crystal Nova. It's been a really, really rough game for Eager Demon and Bait as a whole. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them drop the Gs here, because as much as there's still buildings, there's still fights to be had, you know, low death timers early on in the game, not even 30 minutes yet. This one's already feeling overcrashed.
Meepo has like 10k net worth up on this Brewmaster. CM has 100 net worth on this Brewmaster. You have a naked Radiance.
Yeah.
27 minutes in which, I mean, maybe if you're playing a pub, a 27-minute Radiance is okay, but not when you're getting steamrolled and run at by a Meepo, by a Pudge. It's just not good enough.
A little bit of miscommunication there for the first time. It feels like this whole series, Na'Vi Jr., they run in on both the Pudge and the Centaur. Ends up with a self-hooking situation. They understand their ground and fight this time. PMA starting to drop a little bit low. The BKB pop by Rincey, freezing field in the middle of it though. As Mary forced to swap out that Zeus. Huge avalanche onto essentially the whole team here, but with the Shadow Grave, they're fine. They keep Riddies alive, hook back onto Dendi. The Zeus is dead again. And how poetic, it's a Pudge that defeats Dendi. This first round, it seems. Lose the first life of the Meepo, but able to just Mega Meepo, hightail his way out of there with a Swift Blink. I mean, they have a buyback on the Zeus, but no split available. Do they really want to fight this? Beautiful double storm days has found them again, and in comes PMA washing over them like a wave. You buy back on the Zeus, but you're just here to see your new teammates die. All you can do is dance around at this point. Bait just get clocked out of this game number one, and even though you're at the fountain, it's still doing a bit of damage. It's time to put an end to it. Na'Vi Jr., they are here to play, and they ain't messing around, just picking their heroes their way. Screw the meta. We're gonna show you something new, and I mean, it's such an impressive performance. At this point, they're just fountain farming.
Yeah. Why not? You are completely, seems like you're completely outmatched for Bait, right? This Na'Vi Jr. lineup, there was a reason that people have been keeping their eyes on this lineup. You know, these young bucks really bringing it to the old dog Dendi. It just felt like Bait never really stood a chance this whole series. Like, sure, there were inklings in game number one, but inklings are not enough. You know, just a little bit is nowhere near enough when these, you know, very confident players are playing their best heroes.
Yeah. And I think the whole situation in that game number two is it felt like Na'Vi Jr. were really able to hone into their strengths. In game number one, they were like, okay, you know, when we're running in and we're sort of syncing our spells well and we're playing aggressive, it comes together very nicely. Na'Vi Jr., in that game number two, I feel like that draft was somehow even more perfect, right? The Dazzle coupled with the Meepo backs up the Pudge so well. You have such a stable lane support and strong sort of individual plays from Daze and Riddies as well. Every little component on Na'Vi was firing hard there. And this was less epic, this was less crazy team fights, just back and forth for sure. But this is a very clear showing that Na'Vi Jr., when all the pieces align for them, as they most usually do in these fights, as we've seen from the execution, it just looks dominant. And I think a part of that is also Bait. I'm not really sure what they were planning here in this game number two.
Yeah, and you know what I really like about this Na'Vi Jr. lineup is picking Pudge in the first series of an entire tournament means that either you're going to continue to play Pudge because the teams aren't going to ban it out like dummies, or B, you're going to have Pudge banned out every game you're playing, and you are incredibly happy with that.
Absolutely. Now, I don't know how happy you'll be given that if every Pudge game for Got the Juice is gonna look this easy, they'll want to snatch it up every chance they can get, right? Maybe, who knows, maybe this is the sort of carry that he's feeling good about practicing, but can kind of see the frustration set in on Dendi there. He's sort of a taste of his own medicine 10 years in the future. But I mean, a lot of these team fights, as we can see, Rinsey, he has no choice but to try and join them and start, when really he would want to be farming instead, trying to hit this early timing. It's a very harrowing sign when your team is giving over first ages, second ages, when you're the one with the TA lineup, and it feels like there was no point at which the side of Bait had anything they could do in these engagements. All smiles around this time. I mean, when the sort of series started, everyone's still waking up, still warming up, still you know, maybe getting into the flow of things. Maybe that's why that game number 1 felt a bit more back and forth. You know, both teams, they were just warming up there, but game number 2, it's a complete dominant showing.
Yeah, this was exactly, I think exactly what we expected from game number 1 for the Na'Vi Junior lineup at least. But I think that just goes to show that Bait aren't out of it just yet. Sure, this was a dominant showing from Na'Vi Junior in this game, but that's how their draft just kind of plays out, right? Where Bait, they got kind of screwed over in lane. Like, we could definitely lay that over to being a draft thing, and that Bait gets out drafted. Na'Vi Junior played their lineup to exception. So it's not one of those like, oh, Bait are an awful team. No. Na'Vi Junior just clearly are executing better, and Bait, they're gonna get knocked down to the lower bracket, but hey, that's lower bracket, right? And Bait, they still have a chance.
Absolutely, and I think definitely a lot of valuable lessons learned in this particular game, whether it's clearing up the comms, whether it's getting on the same page. That's one of the growing pains of integrating new players. I'm sure at this point, the core of Dandy, Stomaden, and Mary know that very well. It's just about adapting. Got to keep in mind that for these two guys, it's not just their first time, at least from what we know, it's not just their first time in this team. It seems to be one of their first times playing pro in this kind of setting, and to start things off against such a confident young team, that's gotta sort of make you quiver a little bit. But at least they have a bit of time. They may have to face the, I mean, now they're staring down the barrel of elimination as we have a lower bracket game, probably with them included. We're not sure how the other series ended up just yet, because, you know, we've been focused, we've been locked in, but so have Na'Vi Junior, and big congrats to them as they continue their trek on in the upper bracket here in this first series that we have for today.
So if you want, Sneeze, I could give you an update on that one-win Dandelions series, because it's already over.
What's up?
Dandelions got 2-0'd.
Okay.
They got quite convincingly 2-0, 2 30-minute victories for one win.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that, because I think especially in recent qualifiers, one win have been sort of here and there, right? I think after their sort of entry into Dream League, we were saying, okay, you know, this might be the new CIS team to watch, given that they got a little bit of international experience. And then in some of the qualifiers that we cast for Dream League Season 23, they didn't really look that good against some of their other counterparts. But nice to see that they're still staying afloat, still showing promise here, and that's what we have here in this tournament. Even though it's 2-0 to start, I'm sure that those games were, you know, still pretty tight. I think all these teams are pretty evenly matched. And speaking of evenly matched, we still have an even crazier series up ahead of us, right? We have Mouz versus Liga up next, potentially.
Yeah, it should be a very good one. On paper, both Mouz and...
Okay.
That's okay. Oh, that's okay. I thought that... No, that's okay. That's okay.
Hello everybody, it's a long wait, I know, some other tournaments that will explain the whole thing in a bit, but welcome back to the Portal Dota 2 World Invitationals. My name's Sneeze and I'm joined by Crasheroni, and even though it was a bit of a wait, promise you it's gonna be worth it. Coming up next, we have the match of arguably the whole of today, in my opinion. We have Mouz up against Liga team.
See, I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. I'm a little bit tired, so I'm hoping for a good game of Dota to come up. I need something to wake me up.
Yeah, need to get some juice. I mean, Navi Jr. against Bait. In that first game, look, it didn't really look so close, right? As a result, Bait are in the lower bracket, Navi Jr. move on. But this should be a pretty good one, although we do have to give a little bit of a caveat. You know why we waited for 2 hours? Well, that's because Liga team, they were actually in the grand finals qualifying for PGL Malaysia. Unfortunately, they ended up getting reverse sweeped 3-1 by VP, who in some other tournaments, we already know they're quite a CIS powerhouse. But that's got to do a bit of a number on you. And what we were hoping was going to be a super pumped up match. It's still pretty exciting. It's just that there is one major problem. Liga team, they won't be playing with Ramses for this particular match. So before we carry on, let's take a look at the bracket, just how it shook out. Of course, over on stream A, we saw Dandelions take a tumble against one win. That was also a rather one-sided affair. And as we know, game 2 of Night Pulse versus Nouns is currently going on. A bit surprising to me that Nouns have lost game 1 to Night Pulse, but it seems like Night Pulse are on the up and up, and they might just secure their position in upper bracket. But of course, for us, we will be covering the Mouz and Liga in round 1, that first match to the top left that you see.
Yeah, Mouz versus Liga. It was a long wait, Sneeze, but you know, we're here now, and that's what matters. And, you know, a little bit of insider knowledge. All players are in the lobby too, so, you know, the wait is actually for real almost over.
Yeah, we were kind of gassed up for this, but I think like you mentioned, it was a wait for us, but it was a slog for Liga, right? They've already played a ton of games today, and of course all of that is in qualification, like trying to qualify for a major event. That's something we loosely touched on about at the start of this entire show. A lot of what the Dota is that's happening currently is all these qualifiers, right? And every single team, they're basically swamped in it, trying to qualify for each major event. This Portal Dota 2 World Invitationals is one of the few, it's just kind of standalone major high-tier tournaments that has all these tier 1 players. And of course, we do have to sort of look at exactly what we're working with here. In case you're not too familiar with the Mouz and Liga lineups, let's look at who's on each side. I mean, we already mentioned Liga, they are missing a player, but first, let's take a look at Mouz. I mean, this is, you see the 5 players here. What you don't see is that Overlord, right? It's none other than Immortal Faith in the coaching staff, and I think every single Immortal Faith lineup is just kind of a vessel for him to propagate his ideas on what's good about the game. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes the players don't really feel super comfortable with what the brand of Dota that he wants to put on. But these guys, they've really proven themselves to deliver that to a very high and effective degree.
I think at the end of the day, in any coach role, even in like traditional sports, if you have a team that's willing to listen to you, you're going to go far, right? If you have a collective idea of just like one umbrella you sit under, and to be fair, Immortal Faith, he's got a wide umbrella. It's a big enough umbrella to fit a bunch of people underneath. And so far, that's what Mouz have been doing.
Yeah, and I mean, as much as a lot of these players, you know, especially Force and Naman, I think they're the big story of this team, right? In fact, the 3 in front with the jerseys coming out from Mouz, they are your sort of 3 players to look out for. I think it's relatively unheard of, apart from, you know, Gabby recently on Entity, to just import an entire offlane duo from the Southeast Asian region. Naman, of course, from Mongolia, and Force, he's from the Philippines. And these guys, they had pretty decent showings on other teams and quite a bit of experience on Polaris and Reality Rift and whatnot. But I mean, they have such a unique pool of heroes and how they want to play that they might just be able to turn the tables on Liga team. Of course, Liga team, they've been on the up and up, right? Liga team, they first came into fruition post ESL1 KL. It was Ramses, Kiyotaka, Kasane, Roger. These are really recognizable names, but as you can see here, they've all switched around. And funnily enough, that first iteration of the team didn't really work out. But these guys, it feels like they're on the up and up. They have no fear on the coaching staff. More recently in their qualifiers, they haven't made it just yet, but the placements are getting higher.
Absolutely. I will say, though, the big problem, I think, for me right now is that Ramses is missing. Right? It's going to be Violence standing in. So a core, literally a core player, but a core factor in your lineup is missing. And you know, you said that most of the team is new. Well, now literally the whole team is, right? It's a completely different roster from what they started out with. That's just because Ramses isn't here quite yet.
Yeah, and Ramses, of course, I mean, it's a lot of Dota to be played, but unfortunately, I'm sure that he had some real-life commitments or reasons for sort of missing this, but I wouldn't be too surprised that maybe it's just been a very, very long day and he just physically cannot play any more Dota. That's a bit hard to believe, but of course, today we'll be having Violent instead, and hopefully, you know, they still sort of come back refreshed, maybe Violent, or at least maybe Ramses is able to come back at a later stage of the tournament and join up this squad, because I do feel like Liga and Mouz very evenly matched, but without Ramses in the equation, that's going to be the big story. Can the rest of the four stand up on their own? I think so far what we've seen is that, especially in the Liga games, it seems like the entire team plays around Ramses, and that's usually how Ramses stacks work. So how are they going to function without him? That's the big question for me.
I think it's a good question to answer too, right? Like, how skilled are these individual players?
Yeah.
How adaptable are they? Not just playing with a different person, but just in general, right? Adapting is a big part of Dota. So if you're lacking in any one of those departments, you're really, really lacking.
Yeah, and I think the big question is, are you on Ramses' team because you're good, or are you on Ramses' team because you can just play with Ramses, and that's all you have, right? I think, especially in some of the performances recently, I think specifically L1ga has stood out to me a bit more shining than the rest, mostly because his techies players, some of the setups, it's been carving out openings for the team where there otherwise wasn't. I think the offlane duos and the mid lane, that's probably where we'll have to turn our eyes to for them, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm sure Violent is a very skilled player in his own right. That's why they brought him in to stand in. But adapting to a new team as a stand-in is always such a tricky affair.
Yeah, this ain't L1ga, right? This is not your current team. So
yeah.
Violent, he is a good player, mind you. Now, maybe not on the level of Ramses, right? Obviously doesn't have that international experience or as much as Ramses does. So we'll see. I'm not doubting him though at all. I think Violent will be able to stand up and stand out. It's just, is it going to be on the level of Ramses or not?
Yeah, I think the biggest part is that not just about L1ga or Liga or whatever position 1, but I think as a whole, position 1s in pro Dota, they're expected to take on the shot calling sometime in the later part of the game, right? It's always about, okay, early game, you got your support, you got your mid telling you what you want to do, how you want to play tempo, and it's always the carry who has to communicate their timings, how they envision themselves winning the game. And I think that might be a little bit of a hurdle, but if Violent can jump over, it's gonna be scenes for Liga. I do have to mention also L1ga, which is the team that Violent is from, is kind of making waves, right? They're sort of on the up and up. I think nobody really expected them to sort of be anywhere near a contender, especially since CIS is such a stacked region. You got VP, you got One Win, you got Na'Vi. These guys, they're all standing at the top. Team Spirit, let's not even mention them. But I think L1ga, they could, in some of these future qualifiers, and if they were in this tournament, they'll probably give everyone a bit of a run for their money.
Oh, absolutely, dude. It's a good thing they aren't, though, right? That means Violent can stand in. Heaven forbid the Liga are missing a player. Get to play 4v5.
Yeah, that would. Of course, we wouldn't have that here. This is, of course, the Portal Dota 2 Invitational. I think every single one of these teams is probably, you know, this is going to be a bit of a fresh air for them in terms of the atmosphere, right? It's not a all or nothing situation. There still is that double elimination bracket. There still is that second lease on life. And of course, regardless of where you end up, it's still going to be good experience, because these might be teams that you're not necessarily having the chance to scrim with. We know for a fact that some of these things can be a bit selective, you know, you're not really always very open to sharing your strategies, but here you kind of have to put your team dynamic and chemistry to the test. But yeah, I mean, I did want to talk a bit more about Mouz, because I feel it, you know. I was a bit sad when I saw Naman and Force leaving Southeast Asia, but seeing what they're up to now, it's really something to be proud about. I feel like one of the key factors that I've really enjoyed from Mouz so far is it feels like Force and Naman bring out just about anything. We've seen, you know, Force go for what, Venge offlane recently. He's just on whatever. I never knew his hero pool was that wide. I always knew him for playing Magnus on Polaris, and here he is.
Yeah, it seems that Force, like looking at the research, used to be a mid player as well. So it's clearly a player that knows how to prioritize his farm, which I think as an offlane is incredibly important, especially when you're playing heroes like Enigma or like the Venge as well, right? Finding farm where you can and then like actually accumulating said farm is so important when these heroes are very item dependent.
Absolutely. A lot of these offlaners now feel so incrementally stronger whenever they're picking up these key items. And I think that's why I'll be looking at Baby 3 packs as well, right? In the recent performances that we've seen from him, he's taken more of a supportive role. It's always the case when you play with Ramses. Of course, all the resources go to him. That's just kind of how it works. We've seen a lot of these carry-centric teams function before, but now with Violent, it might be a bit of a different playstyle, right? It might be a bit more balanced. You might sort of have a bit more initiative to get a bit greedy for yourself. And if you want to stack up against Force, you might just have to sort of greed it up a little bit, start hitting some of these creeps, start getting that farm on, baby.
Yeah. It's going to be a big farm fest. I don't think that, you know, taking a look at the heroes that these players play, there isn't too much of the old run at you Dota, right? It's not going to be like the bait versus Navi Jr. game where Navi Jr. literally just run at bait for 20 minutes. It's going to be a little bit slower, not incredibly slow, like a lot of Svens, a lot of Alks, right? So it's not going to be a completely boring game, but it will have a heavier prioritization on farm.
Crash, you know what they say about the kids, they're just full of energy, right? Navi Jr. just buzzing and ready to go. But I think Mouz, they have a different kind of energy. They're kind of like, you know, it's funny, kind of remind me of a little bit of a rat, right? They can scamper around, they can steal things from right under you. They find advantages where you don't really think they deserve it, right? I think a lot of it comes from this elk, I won't say abuse, but this elk priority that they seem to put on giving only that particular hero. I mean, man's got a little bit of an obsession, I must say.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, I guess if Ramses was here, I could say the same thing, but both of these players, right, heavy prioritization on the Alchemist. So I wouldn't be too surprised to say that, you know, Liga, they are competent playing with. I assume they're competent playing against as well, right? They've got that insider knowledge.
Yeah, and I think the key thing about Alchemist especially that we might be able to see here, because I think Mouz, in one of these games, they're for sure going to get their hands on it unless Liga deem it you know, important enough to ban it out. I would, because they clearly know something. Immortal Faith is clearly cooking, man, and it's a concoction you don't want to have a taste of. Only he plays it in such a aggressive and spunky way, in my opinion. He doesn't just AFK farm, especially the change with the Grievous Greed. I think in the past it was always about, okay, trying to ramp up at the 15-20 minute mark, 2-3 items ahead. Grievous Greed got kind of toned down a little bit, but it's instead of being this big giant boost at the start, it kind of feels a bit more padded out across the game, right? And I think that's something Mouz used greatly to their advantage.
It's more similar towards a Hand of Midas now, almost, right? Where it's not like an instant influx of gold. It's a little bit of an investment.
He's changing his sort of investment strategy, right? He's not going for the quick returns. He's sort of he's playing for the long run as well. Now, I still do have my own qualms about Alchemist late game, but we've seen Mouz, they like to kind of play these semi-carries in the mid. Supreme, I think one of the big things for me is looking at him as well, because I think, as we'll see, we got a draft for you, but we might just see that focus being towards him. I found that Supreme, I think throughout his professional history, he's had his ups, he's had his downs, but the one thing that remains about him that he still seems to be trying to be working on is his relatively small hero pool, right? He plays the classic mid laners. Not much diversity there though.
Yeah, that as well as most of these, you know, traditional mid laners aren't that good anymore, right? Invoker, SF, Tinker are the big three that he plays in his pubs a lot, right? These are the big three heroes that, you know, as you think of a traditional mid laner, you know, 2-3 years ago, these were the heroes, right?
And
now they're just...
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to sort of bring out here. Starting things out with a Primal Beast. This is a Force special, but I'm not really sure whether this is something Supreme can flex into. More likely than not, it will be the off-lane Primal Beast coming out. You gotta imagine that...
He's been practicing it. He's been practicing in pub, so it is on the table, but like you said, this is a Force specialty.
Yeah, and it's
very good on this primal.
It's kind of like picking, if you pick Alchemist now and you put it on the offlane, only just looking at you like, come on, bro, like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? You know that's my lover, you know what I mean? Look, Mouz starting things out strong here, and very strong tempo control, very strong ganker. We already saw Niku show the power of this hero. Sure, albeit it was a bit later on into the game where he scaled up, but Liga, they just go immediately for this Chen. Ooh, I mean, this could be a sign of things to come. We could be cooking quick.
Yeah, I really like these picks and these bans to start things off. I think the prioritization from Liga are really good, right? These saves like the Shadow Demon, the control team fight from Disruptor, but the big one for me is the Leshrac, right? Yeah. This is a hero that has seen a lot of play with Supreme, like a lot, and one of the old guard traditional mid laners, right, that are still relevant.
Yeah, and I think the main thing that we realize as well is that, or at least we talk a lot about this Alchemist, and it's still not addressed yet. It's a perfect pairing with the Alchemist, because Alchemist, even though he's not as hyper-focused on, you know, AFK farming, he can still get active. He needs someone to be able to, number one, hit the towers for him early, and put pressure and be a focal point on the map. And I think Lesh just fits that bill perfectly. So Supreme, whether it's on a Park, whether it's on a Spirit, that might be something he needs to sort of pick up to shore up a bit of that early weakness of the Alp before he's ready to fight. And dude's hungry.
Get some nuggets in before the game. Yeah, that's fair enough, dude.
I want to. Okay, to be fair, I have no excuse. I had like what, 2 hours to grab myself something to eat.
Yeah.
I could do some nuggets. Damn, gotta get that fuel up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like that gamer fuel, also known as chicken nuggets.
Yeah. Okay, if you could either have 3 chicken nuggets or a full sort of energy drink, what would you go for?
It depends on the energy drink, Sneeze, because I'm not a big energy drink person, but I like those off-brand kind of flavors, like the sugar-free Monster. I'm a big fan of.
Like watermelon.
Yeah, like that. Have you ever had that Swiss chocolate Monster? That's a really good one too. Okay. Yeah, it's just an energy chocolate milk. It's kind of insane.
Okay, no offense, but look, I didn't know I was talking to a degenerate here. Okay, let's move on.
Get me out.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
By my co-caster.
Gyrocopter being picked up. This is likely going to be the support duo. I'm not too sure whether this could be a pivot into a position 1, because I know Ulnit plays it, but it might just be a bit too early on and put them in a bit of a weird spot. Either way, we have seen Gyro and CM lanes work out very well. A lot of kill pressure and the Sven immediate response. That is like 99% going to be the carry, and you got Chen, Sven, and this is gonna be a very, very scary death ball.
Yeah, Sven is one of those heroes that he's gonna get 25-minute BKB Echo Saber plus the mask, and he's just gonna run at you. And right now, the only thing that's gonna be stopping him is the Primal Beast.
Yeah.
But what Liga can do is they can start putting heroes like the Spirits mid, or another high prioritization hero for the Primal Beast. Just something that's gonna let Sven run free, and not have to worry about Primal Beast at all.
Yeah, you want someone with a bit of catch. Ember will fit that bill very nicely, although I'm not really sure how well it lanes up against the Primal if Supreme were to pilot that in the mid lane. I think Liga, they're shaping up to be pretty scary because, you know, I fully foresee that this Gyro is going to go to Naman instead, and they're going to try and pick another carry, because with how Liga are shaping up, especially with this Magnus, we talked about it, they're used to kind of playing around their carry. They're not going to switch things up. Despite having a new player standing in for Ramses, they can still work that style. The puck being selected here more than confirms that it's going to be Naman not Naman, sorry, but Force playing that Primal Beast. The only thing that remains as a mystery for Mouz is whether they grab a last pick carry or whether they're going to put this Gyro on position.
The Gyro Primal lane's pretty good, right? Gyro doesn't have, I mean, it's not the most reliable stun, but it is a stun, right? And an incredible amount of damage from the Gyro as well. Primal Beast is really good at isolating targets. Gyro is really good at killing isolated targets. So it works out perfectly.
And the Chen doesn't really have any way of running at you. Sure, the gyro doesn't deal the best with creeps, but later down the game you have the CM for that. There is the concern that there's a lot of good Rubik spells to steal, right? Dream Coil, Call Down, Freezing Field, anything that the Primal Beast has, that could be a major problem. So I think Mouz, across the board, there's gonna need to be a heightened level of discipline coming into this game and making sure that they cover their bases and are fully aware about what L1ga is gonna snatch up from them. We already talked about L1ga and some of his playmaking for the team, and there's a lot of work for this Rubik to do this game. Last ban Alchemist, big finger
Checks
to
out.
own it. Don't you dare.
Yeah, how dare you even think about it? And to be fair, it would be a pretty good Alchemist game, right? If you can keep on par with the Sven, all of a sudden his timing isn't as strong, you're feeling, pretty okay, but then it goes late and maybe the Alch starts falling off. But that's what Puck's for, right? Puck is a crazy amount of damage late game with the Maelstrom Ags.
Last ban the Huskar, so just making sure that Supreme doesn't have an altogether horrendous time in the mid lane. And it's gonna be about... No.
Interesting.
Okay. Mouz, yo, Immortal Faith?
Immortal Faith's cooking.
Dude, did Immortal Faith hear me when I was asking for food? Because he's serving something real spicy up. This could either be a Bounty Hunter safe lane or a Gyro safe lane, and it's position for Bounty. I'm gonna be honest, I hate one of those versions, and I think you can guess which.
You hate the one gyro. Got it.
I do
Gotcha.
actually hate the gyro one. I feel like the bounty 4 is gonna be so... What does that even do?
A non-factor. What's he gonna do? Yeah.
Okay, Sniper, the other hero that can really mess with the puck in the mid lane and just great front to back, right? Liga, that's the story of their game right now. Front to back, they're playing clean, concise together as a ball. They're just gonna RP you, pick you off with the Rubik Magnus, and drag you back into the circle of death with their overwhelming physical damage. It should be pretty simple. You wait for your first 2 item timing, like you said on the Sven, and then start running in a ball. But Mouz, this is... We talked about them being a bit kind of sneaky, kind of a bit like a rat, kind of like trying to snatch advantages away from you. That's exactly Bounty Hunter's bread and butter, right? In the similar vein to the Elk, there's a lot of gold manipulation going on there with the tracks. Even if you start to fall behind a little bit early on, you get a couple of pickoffs, you're right back on par.
Now, Sneeze, we do have the answer, obviously, as people are picking their heroes. We do see Narman on the Bounty Hunter. Yeah. And immediately... I'm not that big of a fan because, look, it's not even for the reasons that you kind of stated, but the Bounty Hunter Primal Beast lane just does nothing, really. Sure, you maybe have kill potential, but it's not going to be on the Sven, and Chen's going to have a whole body of creep, so all of a sudden you look to take the fight to Chen, and he's just going to turn around and whack you with everything he's got.
Yeah, I think the way I'm reading into this last pick is that it's going to be a lot of twin gates action, right? Both CM and the Bounty Hunter like to get things going, and both of the cores on the side lanes, Primal Beast and Gyro, can contribute very greatly to a fight. So I think we're going to see the roaming support duo just try and impact the map instead of any sort of static laning situation. I can't imagine that they'll allow for Liga to just have their 2-1-2 set up and cleanly let that go on without any interference, because that's what Liga want. They want to be unbothered. They want to farm their lanes. They love it when they get static. They don't need to rotate with the Magnus. Just get the stacks up, empower, AFK farm, hit a timing way earlier than you, and it's just all on Mouz to throw a wrench into those plans.
And Sniper's a beautiful pick too with Liga because, not only does it destroy the puck, but what it does is it gives Primal, like we talked about, another target, a very important target. If you take a look at Mouz's draft, who is getting on top of this Sniper other than the Primal Beast? Sure, you could coil him, but at that point, where's the rest of your damage? How is another hero going to help you out in said coil? So I think all around, this Sniper is going to completely take control of this game as long as he doesn't get dogged on by Primal Beast in the mid game.
This is bullshit.
Thank you, BB3 Packs. Thank you very much.
I think the scariest part about this game is, let's imagine a world where the Sniper gets collapsed upon, okay? So everybody watching, Crash, bear with me here, let's close our eyes. Let's say Rival,
I'm closing.
He's on his way to try and win the game, push a tower. Suddenly, we got Puck Primal Beast materialize right next to him, call down over his head, Narman's punching him with a Janata. Uh-oh! But Not really. Right? Because Hand of God, Stormhammer, Lift, you can steal whatever you use to get into the mix. And I mean, if you're collapsed on a sniper, I feel like Baby 3 Packs is gonna say thank you very much and take the freest RP in his life for $300. I mean, I don't really know. It's a perfect last pick, and it answers the Supreme Puck in the lane as well. He's gonna really have to pull off some heroics, I feel like, to get some juice out of this mid lane.
Can you think of another hero in the mid lane that just builds like 3 Wraith Bands and destroys you from a distance? Like maybe the Lina with her cast range, but like she just doesn't build raw stats like the sniper does. Like we already see 2 Wraith Bands being queued up. So it's literally just full on stats for sniper. And Puck is not going to be able to stand up against it.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, you're already seeing him getting peppered down by the auto attacks. Every single uphill miss, Supreme's got to go bank that up and count it and give his thanks at the end of the game to whatever deity he believes in, because he's going to need some help. He's going to need some divine intervention. And that might come in the form of Naman, right? We see this Bounty Hunter last pick. Now, look, I'm a fan of playing Bounty Hunter, and it is with that knowledge that I can tell you it's kind of tough. We already mentioned that Naman and Force have been bringing a little bit of that Southeast Asian zaniness and flavor to the European region, and I'm interested to see what they can get done here, especially the bounty, right? You gotta imagine that Naman has rotations or some kills early on his mind.
You know, it's funny you mentioned SCA and the Bounty Hunter, because I think that that's the only region I've seen play Bounty Hunter in the past few months.
Yeah. No, see, funniest part is that that's actually factually incorrect, because this is a whole turnaround thing. Because we recently saw Na'Vi play Bounty Hunter, but who on Na'Vi played Bounty Hunter? It was their Mongolian import 423. So in a way, like, yeah, you can take the guy out of Southeast Asia, but you can't take Southeast Asia out of the same dude. It's just it seems to be a bit of a regional specialty here.
What?
No, I get it. He had to do it. Oh, he was a bit too late though, and this is gonna be a big problem. For those of you who are confused or maybe watching Dota for the first few times, look, Chen, his whole thing is getting creeps. Everyone knows that, but this is arguably the best creep you can get with Holy Persuasion level 1. The sheer amount of harass, you can see Naman, he's just trying to gang up on it, kill it off before it can start doing meaningful damage to Force.
What do you think is better? Because I do think the Harpy is S tier, but the Ghost is pretty close as well, the big Ghost.
I mean, I think both of those fall under the tier of, you're not even comparing them, you're just grateful you got them. You know what I mean? You don't go like, man, I really wish I had a Ghost right now when your Harpy's already zapping away. I mean, Pantomime, he's in a real great spot right now. Oh, first blood though, in the bot side, 1J and Baby 3 Pack seemed like they were able to get that Horn Toss lift up combo back. Level 3 power spike. Now onto Onlit as well. He's trying to return as much damage as possible with that rocket barrage, but ooh, coming forward, the skewer trying to find him, juking around the trees, falls him a little bit here. And no more mana on 1J to respond. He does have that Lotus though. Oh, Onlit, he's going so aggressive. He wants to get the kill on the Baby 3 Packs, and he's going to find it, try to get the Roach denied. Ooh, man. Rocked up and gets that. Wastes a lot of resources from this gyro as well. So, I mean, this Magnus, he's gonna be laughing, but he has it's quite a long time to laugh. Supreme, this mid lane doesn't use the orb. My goodness, lethality all across the map here early on for Liga. They're really threatening Mouz in these early engagements.
We've already talked about how hard it is to play Puck or against the sniper, so I'm not even going to go into that, but he literally, like, the reason he doesn't orb there is because he needs it to last hit. It is the only way that Puck is getting last hits. He's got 12 last hits, and they've all been from the orb. The sniper, 14 denies. We've already talked, like, this lane is unplayable, dude. It's completely unplayable. You can't last hits because he has so many damn stats.
How many Wraith Band count is at 2 right now? He's gonna slow his roll, right? Go for that power trance because he already understands he's in such a good position. But this is scary in a way. Supreme, now the fires or the lighters under his ass, right? He needs to try and look for opportunities on the map somewhere near that level 6 mark to try and get rotations off. If not, he's gonna have a real rough time. Now Naman has come through. I'm not sure whether it was a TP. Seems like it was a twin gate rotation punishing onto that Rubik. So the shenanigans have begun here. I think we can expect Mouz to make a lot more moves on their supports.
Off to the mid lane now for the bounty hunter, but I don't think you have kill potential. There's so much armor on this sniper. He should be fine. Should just be like a rune secure.
I mean, you gotta imagine as soon as the sniper is under any threat at all, 1J is just gonna TP straight there, or I mean, if not the Chen, right? The securing Rabel's game is arguably the most important part, because if you're securing his game, oh, he's trying for the kill onto Supreme, tries and finds that last shrapnel. It's not enough damage. Still had a fairy fire to boot, but he just has to run all the way back to base. This is a clinic in the mid lane from Rabel right now.
I wouldn't even call it run, Sneeze. He just got his boot, so maybe now you can call it a run. But
man was limping. This guy is someone get him a crutch. It's Supreme. He's usually floating in the air, but right now he's floating in limbo. Right now he's so sad. There's nothing much he can do. I mean, even if the bounty comes over to this mid lane, and there's a sentry right in the middle of it. Now Pantomime, he's joined the action in this bot side. Nice lift up, zap down. Liga. They turn it around onto this gyrocopter. Now Bengen has to run for the hills, but the hills aren't your friend. It's just gonna fall right off them. Chasing you down with the creeps. Nowhere to run, it's only a matter of time. They might try and turn around to Pantomime. Naman's gonna try, but the Janata barely doing any damage. This bounty hunter's only level 2, and he just has to run away. He doesn't even have the Janata, actually. Went for a point in the Shuriken, which...
Interesting.
I have no goddamn clue what Naman is doing here in this game, I'll be honest.
I mean, damage-wise, is it worth an extra 100 damage? But no, you're dealing more damage with Janata because your right-click is 62, plus the 60 you got from Janata. It is just more damage. What is he cooking?
And you're stealing gold.
Look at this. 1J and Pantomime waiting at this the Wisdom Rune.
Oh my goodness. They put a sentry down and they
Drop
start beating into him, but the stun, oh, Naman's able to steal it. Come on. Gets lifted up and dies.
That's fine.
Dude, Pantomime almost dies as well, which is pretty significant, but he's still at that Lotus, so realistically, he probably knew he was fine there. But yeah, getting that Wisdom Rune kind of salvages this rough early game for Mouz a bit. It puts the Liga supports in a bit of an awkward situation.
I mean, a little, right? I think both Chen and Rubik, they're almost level 5 already, where, despite those 2 Wisdom Runes, Bounty Hunter is still not quite level 4.
Oh, this is a great move from Bengen. How has he found this opportunity to just slide back here and put that ward down? Still set up for some rotations. We talked about the Puck needing opportunities to get kills on the map, and Violent would be a great target, but he's already ramping up, right? Top of the last hits and denies, and honestly, you look at the net worth, it's only Force who's doing very well for himself, which is a bit of a surprise because we were expecting this Primal Beast to be paired up with an action-making position 4, and they can kind of storm the lane that way. But Force doesn't need any help. He's just doing it all by himself.
Yeah, it's the Force show right now, and it's going to be the Force show because this Puck has been shafted, right? There's no Puck gameplay right now.
Force, it's his little stage entrance, and he enters from stage right, but nothing to be found, so he'll just very quickly exit. This is a bit of an awkward situation because you can tell Mouz are looking for a little something, but not sure whether they have the damage, especially with the Chen in the area. Uh-oh, Bengen. So I get run down here, just think of get in range for a lift. There you go, little CM. Right back into our clutches, right back into the creeps. A lot of attacks coming through, but meanwhile, looks like the Sven is being pressured up. Gets a nice 3-man stun under the tower, but the coil and the onslaught will finish him off. Have to pay with Naman though. Onlitz joined the fray, and in comes this gyrocopter. Gets the rocket set up, starting to barrage down, homing missile as well as the call down, and they're able to melt through this sniper, kill off 1J as well. And Pantomime, he's been trying to make these creeps work, but they haven't really done enough damage. Oh, nice little dodge from Supreme. Charging through, Force didn't sort of close enough distance, but should still be able to trample him down. Waiting for the cooldown to come back up. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Bye-bye, Chen. And a very good series of events from Mouz. They essentially take 4 for free there.
Yeah, and, you know, Puck, he's not quite back yet, but it's a start, right? If you can keep getting the ball rolling, like, the ball has started. The ball has been formed, finally. It was a little bit of a cube. You're trying to push a cube uphill, kind of rough. But it's formed into a ball now, a lot easier to start pushing uphill, especially because Magnus, no levels into RP yet, so really no point in showing up.
Yeah, and I think that's Liga game plan, right? It's very clear that they're trying to min-max how much they're getting out of this early game, get that net worth up, but it's gonna take a while, especially if Mouz are able to keep causing chaos. I like that analogy that you made about the ball because it still needs to be pushed up. Just because you've shaped it into a ball, in a way, Mouz, they need to keep this momentum going, because a ball that's just sitting there is very easy to deflate, right? You just toss a little needle into it, put a bunch of spikes in its way where you're way ahead of the curve. Mouz, it feels like they need to keep ramping up the pressure. Maybe they're just waiting for that next coil, which is available. So let's see where they go on the map. There is a smoke on Bengen, so maybe just waiting for these level 6s, right? The track would really just add a number on how much they're getting from these kills.
Literally, it would add it would add gold to their kills, right? That is a number. Yeah.
If we're being precise, it would add for his allies 40 gold at level 1 and 130 for himself. I know how to read tooltips, Crasheroni.
That's insane. I can barely read, so good on you, dude.
Yeah, I think it starts with making sure your eyes are open, so let's start there.
Oh. Yeah. I still had my eyes closed from earlier, dude. You didn't tell me to open them.
Oh, my bad. Pantomime, gotta take a tumble here, Force. Like you mentioned, it's absolutely a show right now. Just voice lining all over them. And dude, one thing about this guy is that even in his time in Polaris, he's stone cold, you know? Like, if you see him on the... it's a little bit confusing because we're showing Puck right now, but you can see Force on the camera. That guy just is ice, zero reactions to anything. He's just, he's usually excelling in his off lane, and we were worried that he'd be left alone, and, you know, it seems like they haven't really addressed this first pick, Primal Beast, at all.
Yeah. Especially when, like we talked about, Force is really good at accumulating net worth, right? Finding when and where to farm. 1k up on the Sven. On the Sven!
Yeah.
Now, he does have stacks to go back to, which we see Violent farming right now, so that's good, but, you know, this Primal getting out of hand isn't.
Yeah. Violent does have that, I believe, is that full complete? Okay, might have to hold that thought. Supreme in some trouble, turns around with a coil, though. Comes the snipe down. Lands on the Supreme, but the charge through, killing off both supports as a response. RP available, beautiful one from Baby 3-packs, and he returned the favor. Force, he's gonna get a full pulverize, and would you look at that, Omnit's shown up to join the fray as well. I mean, this Gyrocopter out of nowhere snatching a killing spree. It's kind of a bait, right? You give this sniper a killing spree just to snatch that goal right out of his hands, and now this tier 1's in trouble.
Immortal Faith, he knows about the pinata strategy. He's ready for it, right? You inflate the sniper, give him a bunch of candy, fill him up nice and full. Yeah.
Yeah, me little sniper
Hansel.
Boy.
Yeah,
Okay.
Hansel and Gretel level stuff, absolutely.
Oh my goodness. Nasty. But, I mean, Liga, I think that was as good of a fight as they were gonna get, right? The fact that Supreme kind of, I won't say mistimed his skills, but he kind of found himself in a bit of trouble, couldn't really phase shift from that sniper ulti. That was a bit of a fumble on his part, but, you know, that beautiful RP, Baby 3-packs, especially without a blink, being able to find something like that is pretty significant. And he's gonna have that now. I believe that's what is on his quick buy. Hasn't committed for it just yet, though, and seems to be switching gears, still undecided. Looking at that Orchid now instead.
Oh, no.
I mean, that would be...
It's really good. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good because Puck is underfarmed. But if Puck had a little bit more net worth, or Primal Beast had a little bit more net worth going into the BKB early, this would have been a little bit of a bait. Oh, no, he went for the blink. He just purchased. Okay.
Okay.
I like this more. It's more reliable, in my opinion. I think the Orchid can sometimes be a bait. And I know, like, we have a lot of history with the Orchid and Malevolence, Sneeze.
Yeah. I feel like every single game that we cast where there's a hero who's ambiguous about their item build, there's like a very simple, straightforward thing to go for, and then they're just like, yeah, I'm gonna get Orchid, and it like never works out. I mean, this game, like you mentioned, it'd be really good, but it almost feels like a bit of a bait. It's weird to say that up against a Blink, because most of the time you consider Blink like a hit or miss item. You always feel that, okay, I'm getting it now, I need to make action happen, if not I can't make the Blink pay for itself. But this game, it's... I mean, I get where you're coming from, right? He's basically the only catch this game until the Sven really wants to get involved. So he needs to get up in there and really put a stop to some of these shenanigans that Mouz are putting out.
You need to somehow match the Force aggression.
Smoked out all around. They want to reveal that Blink. They are violent, punching up here on this tower. And honestly, for a team at this level, this should be a very clear sign that the Blink has been finished from the Magnets, right? You don't want to mess with this, which is why they're just completely clearing the area and giving it away for free.
It's a mid-tier tower at 15 minutes. By all rights, that tower should fall at that time anyways, if not a little bit sooner, right? So it's fine. You've still got your bottom tier 1 tower. Oh, Bounty Hunter.
Oh, beautiful Hurricane back, and Naman still gets skewered away. A high ground freezing field doesn't really get much done into the hand of God. Everyone's still looking pretty healthy from Liga team, but that's not until 4 shows up. Tramples down that Chen. Support for support. But, you know, you'd love for your bounty to be around to at least track somebody that you killed. I don't think he managed to get that off on that target. And Mouz will be able to defend their territory for now.
Yeah, if Bounty Hunter lives there, maybe there's a world in which you continue on because you have track vision, but it's a little awkward into Blink RP. Sniper wasn't there, and that's kind of the big factor, I think, is with no Sniper, maybe they take a fight, especially because Force outputs a lot of damage with that Veil, now Shiva's. As long as L1ga gets on top of someone, it is an incredible amount of damage.
Dude, this is such a smart item purchase. I think we've seen a lot of Primal Beasts go for stuff like the Blade Mail. It almost feels like a... Oh, violent. I just get the dust on him. Dude, before I talk more about the Force item build, Liga have been really on the ball with this vision, right? Everywhere they go, they have a sentry and the dust. It's crazy. But yeah, I really like this Shivas because I think a lot of Primal Beast players just kind of go like, oh, they do physical, I get Blade Mail, haha, they hit themselves. But I mean, Shivas is just so insane for your team this game.
Yeah, keep in mind, right, it has healing reduction built into it. So Chen, all of a sudden, you know, not as good.
Yeah, I mean, in case you guys weren't aware, that's just a passive aura, so it's not even tied to the active, right?
Yeah.
As long as you're around them, all your heals, like Hand of God, cut by 20%. It's suddenly a bit harder for the Chen to sort of make meaningful moves. And the Bounty Hunter, we didn't mention his item build, as we're going to see Bengen take a tumble here in the top side. Just found out. Unfortunate stuff from the CM. But yeah, there is a Spirit Vessel completed on this Bounty Hunter, so even more healing reduction.
Okay. I think that's probably the only item that we could have seen from the Bounty Hunter that would have any sort of impact.
True, yeah.
So I do like this purchase to start things off.
This is a huge kill if they can connect on it. They'll commit the coil as well. He doesn't have the BKB or any sort of help. No Hand of God, and he's unfortunately just gonna die. Force finally able to get the kill off, but Allnit with his Aghanim's, he's just standing in the midst of it. He's not scared at all, not even into that sniper. Another charge through, more than enough damage to kill off that Rubik. And that's 2 track kills. A lot of gold over for the side of Mouz.
Yeah, it's starting now, Sneeze. That ball, I hear it rolling just a little bit faster.
Yeah. I mean, the crazy thing is that it feels like the Liga lineup, it's a bowling ball, but just like a bowling ball, it takes a while to kind of pick up, get in the right stance, and roll it down the lane nicely. Before that even happened, oh, beautiful RP though, but no, baby, 3 bags. He whips on the skewer, and nothing to be found there. A little bit of a slip up there. This is essentially like a gutter ball.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, Sneeze.
The heck?
Oh, man.
I mean... Look, I don't even know whether that would have been good, to be honest with you, because you skewered them into Rabel. What's stopping Force from turning around and pulverizing him? You know what I mean? So
exactly.
Maybe blessing in disguise?
Maybe. Like, if there was a world where you could have only gotten the Bounty Hunter, it would have been perfect. But getting them both was very scary. Oh, L1ga.
Rest in peace. I mean, you have a sentry there, great coverage, you see them. You know you're dead 2 seconds before it actually happens, right? It just doesn't really make a difference in that regard. And now, like I mentioned, with the whole sort of bowling ball thing, you kind of need to wait for it to roll through the underground weird bowling ball tunnel system thing. You know how they always have it in the bowling alleys after it kind of goes down the gutter and it kind of disappears into some shapeless underground tunnel system. I've always wondered how that works, but right now, there's no need to wonder. The entire system is derailed. Force is on a mega kill streak. He's 5-0-7, and this is the Primal Beast impact from this player that we were expecting.
It's funny, Force is not prioritizing any, so I guess he's got the physical resistance from the Shivas, the armor. He's going into the Eternal Shroud to just pretty much mitigate any sort of magical damage coming out, and on top of that, giving a little bit of extra mana to boot.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, I think it's such a value item, and I think that shores him up against any potential build-ups or any threats that he might have. Realistically speaking, the amount of damage that the Liga team is doing to him now, it's like whatever, right? Like, he doesn't even care.
Yeah. Well, especially because Rabel's going the Conda build on Sniper.
Yeah.
So the magic damage negation, big, and you already have the physical. So
Yeah.
I like this itemization quite a bit. It's just able to shrug off everything.
Yeah. You're kind of covering your bases here, right? Because, you know, snipers, we've seen variances in build, but it's this Kanda that seems to be the new fad. And with that Aghanims, he's gonna be trying to toss those out. Now, Naman on the front lines will break that smoke, but he has no idea that in the area. Looks like another swing and a miss there from Baby 3-packs. And touch onto this Bounty Hunter. The slow, it's not enough for them to get the lift up. And the high ground, oh no, Violence in a real awkward position. He'll watch themselves though. Could be subject to an RP. That blink is available. Supreme attacking onto this Chen on the sideline. Here comes the onslaught. In comes Mouz. They're looking for targets here. Lifting back onto Force. But Pulverize is available. They're still waiting for Baby 3-packs to jump in with the catch. They only find the CM. They turn around with Pulverize though onto Force. And he's in a little bit of a pickle, but they just don't do enough damage. The Primal Beast, his armor's way too thick. And they turn it around. Violent has to try and TP away. But the Sniper won't be quite as lucky. Turn around and kill off Naman. But that's not before you die to a track. Big money, and as the Migos once said, that is a major bag alert for Mouz.
Do you hear that, Sneeze? That is that's another gutter ball.
Oh my goodness.
That is another swing and a miss.
I mean, it starts out Force, just perfect spacing, right? Take a look at Mouz. All of them are split up the exact amount only. He just spaces just enough not to get caught by that. You can't really blame Baby 3-packs for trying for that double RP, but the fact that he whiffs it just kind of, I mean, they get nothing. They don't even get Force. It's just the supports, and they don't care at that point.
I mean, best case scenario for Liga, I'm huffing copium right now. Sven lives.
Copium,
Like,
hey,
that's fine,
let's go,
right? But we saw there in good fashion that Sven, despite the God Strength, does not have damage to kill off Force. And the question you have to keep in mind now is, okay, like, how do you kill this hero? Because you can't leave him alone, right? This isn't a hero you can be like, oh, like a bristleback, right? We'll leave him alone until the rest of this team is dead, and then we'll kill the Primal. It's just not possible. He outputs too much damage, and he controls your team just way too much.
Yeah, I am a little curious though, because when we saw Niku play this Primal Beast, he went for sort of the focus on the damage in terms of the talent. This time we'll see that other side of the coin where Force has decided to get the Beast dispels himself when activating Uproar. I mean, apart from Fable, is there anything that you're really dispelling? That's kind of what I'm curious about. I guess, I mean, the Grove Bow Magic Amp, yeah, I guess. I mean, it's level 1. So here comes Primal Beast, gets pulled in by Baby 3-packs. That's not got them. They can find the kill, but they just turn around with the damage of Violent. He's popped this BKB, but he just has to run on the chase. You better thank your lucky stars he doesn't have mana. They're just gonna run forward onto this Sven now, right under his tower. They don't care. Get their mana double, and the coil as well breaks onto 2. Do they have another onslaught ike here? Force coming, and in he goes straight onto 1J. Then look at Rabel as well. Liga, they are crumbling on their own base here. And that is 4 kills again. This time the Chen dies. And there's no silver lining. There's nothing to have.
It's 5.
This is a team
They got
wipe.
Pantomime too.
Yeah.
That Witchblade coming in clutch.
Woo. I mean, this Mouz lineup, they, you know, maybe you kind of made them wait a little bit too long. They got plans to attend to, okay? They clearly, this Bounty Hunter, we need to sort of apologize because they have turned it on and they are 18k gold lead up, Crash.
It's got to do not just with the Bounty Hunter, but this Primal Beast having such a good game.
False.
An overwhelming amount of just pressure being put on every single hero from Liga. Like we see here, they do everything to Force, but it doesn't matter. He lives through it all, right? The Eternal Shroud. He doesn't need a BKB. He's got the physical resistance, the magical resistance. He's able to just run at them constantly.
I'm not sure what that was that pushed Force into that weird position. Was it a Force staff? It must have been from the low ground from this bounty because it essentially fishes him out of range of some of these Liga heroes and they just get wrecked, right? Force, he's able to create that distance and just turn around and start using his spells. Really heads up play from Naman here, and I think, again, we talked about it as early on as we came on today's, like the series, right? I think this offlane duo has really stood out for Mouz, and they're proving their worth here on this lineup right now. Even though we were questioning the Bounty Hunter, the item build, you know, the pickup, how it's going to function in the game, they are just functioning on a whole other level.
Mortal Faith knows what's up. That's why I choose his builds.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, oh you gotta dude, there's only two sides. It's either Todd Delini or Immortal Faith. You gotta pick your allegiance.
Pick your poison. Yeah.
It's like
I'm definitely an Immortal Faith fan.
It's like Harry Potter, you know, kind of houses. You can only pick one. You can only be one. It's you can't kind of double dip. That's a coward's move. Force up to the high ground. Get that skew off. Baby 3-pack just has to pop that BKB and run. Now Violent, he's looking for an entry into the fight, but you've already lost your backline. 1J goes down. Now Violent will clean up a support, but it looks like he's just gonna get mocked up in front of his own base. Thank God his BKB has longer duration force. Hungry for it though, still looking. Needs to assassinate though, Supreme. Probably has to back up, just blink out of trouble.
This is kind of the problem with this Conda build on Sniper, is in this weird situation, he kind of runs out of mana. If he's not getting kills with Assassinate, or like kills in general, it's not refreshing. So all of a sudden, the damage that you have is very limited on Sniper. Can't help but think a right-click build maybe would have favored him a little bit more this game, but it's still hard when you're getting run down left, right, and center.
I mean, his concern is just that he doesn't think he can stand an attack, and to that concern, I would say he's absolutely right. You know, the second you stand there, it's gonna beat your ass up like high school bullies. It ain't gonna be a nice look. You're gonna get bad war flashbacks here, but Only and the gang, they take full advantage of the fact that Liga used that RP earlier on and mop up 2 lanes of racks. It is 1k gold per minute crash. This is about as worst case as you can get against a bounty hunter lineup.
It's funny too because Liga are the Chen lineup, right? You would expect them to be running down just as hard as Mouse's, and it just feels like it hasn't come to fruition. Sven's getting caught out. Oh man.
Dream Core pop. The rest of Mouz are a bit preoccupied with the other parts of the team though, but Violent, if he goes down here, I mean, whoever they lose, it's not even going to matter. Meanwhile, Primal Beast getting pulverized out, a bit of a taste of his own medicine, but they are simply not doing enough damage. Force is still alive, they get that RP. This could be a huge kill if they can find it, but take a look at Force. He's still turning around. Finally, they kill off the Primal Beast, but it's going to come at such a great cost. Bengen right in the middle, just channeling a freezing field and melts all of them. Liga. Okay, you got Force. GG's called. Yeah, and they're done. Man.
Yeah. What an overwhelming performance from Mouz on a lineup that, you know, the bounty hunter we didn't believe in. The Primal Beast bounty hunter lane was a little awkward, you know, but it works out beautifully. He doesn't care.
He doesn't care. That's Force, by the way. That's Force, your undisputed MVP. He's just kind of like, oh, so we're going next game or what, guys?
Yeah. You know, to be fair, though, like, don't count Liga out despite this performance. Keep in mind they literally just played 4 games, like 4 very hard games. So if you can't mentally reset after something like that, like grand finals lost, it's bad. And it's as worse as it can get, right? It's just, you need to mentally reset. You need to physically reset as well.
That's Bang.
Reaction to the roach kill.
Banger's just like, oh, okay, I'm surprised I got it off. That's crazy. But yeah, I think it's an important point to make, but we also just kind of have to sort of put the human aspect of it, right? As much as these guys are absolute Dota machines, you reach a certain point of the night where you know, your mental's not quite as good. You're tired, you're exhausted, you've been playing too many hours of Dota, and I think the worst part is that, you know, even if you did win the finals, you're at a point where you're extremely fatigued. But you didn't win the finals. You had 3 back-to-back games that were all slogs that all looked a little bit like this one. And this is going to be the 4th game where this exact thing's happened to you, where it feels like, you know, you've come together, you put together a draft that's not really working. They're just demolishing you on all fronts. Every single one of your opponents is having a standout performance, and it's going to start setting in. I can only hope that Liga, they're able to sort of, you know, put up some resistance here. Although, you know, I wouldn't blame them, as much as this is a tournament and it's important and this is a pro match. I wouldn't blame them if they're like kind of mentally tapped out a little bit here. I gotta imagine that at least some of them are.
Well, if you live in a world where you don't think Liga are tired after like 4 hours of very competitive Dota, you are living in some sort of fantasy world.
If you live in that world, I want either whatever you're smoking or whatever gamer energy drink you're chugging, because I need some of that, right? I need a function on that level if I want to sort of be a successful individual. But I mean, this was just destruction from left to all around, right? I think it's very telling that Liga, after getting that 1 kill on Force, they're like, we're out of here. You know, we got what we came for.
We got our man.
We got our man. That's what we were trying to do all game. It didn't really pan out the best way, but you know, we reset, we try again. And I think that's kind of the fear, right? Because we saw that Liga draft, we talk about the death ball, but Mouz, death balls don't matter if you kind of bring yourself a little pin to pop that ball, burst that bubble, all the air peters out. It just looks sad, just looks pathetic. And unfortunately, that's kind of what happens to Liga in this game number 1.
Maybe it's time to Liga move. It's hard too, because I can't even say Liga move away from the Chen lineup.
Yeah.
Because they're tired. They want to end this fast.
Sure. And I think, look, okay, let's stop. Let's cut the despair a little bit and let's pretend that they weren't unfatigued, right? Let's pretend that all these factors aren't an equation, aren't part of the equation, and let's look at this game for what it is, where they didn't appropriately respond to the chaos that Mouz caused, right? So I think in terms of small little adaptations, I would like to see maybe a bit more of an active build-up, like regardless of whether, because you got Sven, you got Sniper, they're great, but they don't really do shit for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And then most of the times we look to the offlane and we're like, oh man, this guy has a lot of weight on his shoulders. Oh, but Baby 3 Packs has Empower Max. All these guys are farming. What are you gonna do, right? You literally have no play. I think most of the time when we see heroes picked up like Sven, Chen, Sniper, you want someone active on the map making things happen, and hopefully that's what Liga team picks up here. That's at least my perspective on it. But we'll see what exactly Coach No Fear has cooked up. We'll be back for game number 2 after a short break, so don't go anywhere. 5 to 10 minutes, that's all it takes. We'll see you guys in a bit. At the start of this series, we asked ourselves the question, Liga without Ramses, is it going to work? Well, it seems like whether it's fatigue, whether it's the draft, whether it's just lack of the most prolific carry player in I think in the entirety of the Central European scene. Unfortunately not. Crash and Steez here bringing you the action for the Portal Dota 2 World Invitationals. And we're on our second series for today. There were a bit of delay, so thank you for sticking with us and enjoying this Dota 2 action. But I mean, Mouz, they gotta be really happy after that game number 1 performance.
Oh, absolutely. They're looking to do that exactly again, right? Like take an early net worth advantage and just run them over nice and quick. Who doesn't love quick, clean Dota?
Yeah, chop chop, right? We got places to be. I mean, you guys held us up for a bit too long, Mouz is saying, but I think a lot of that issue that Liga were facing was the age-old one, right? Everybody picked the hero to farm, much like many of our pubs, and nobody was doing anything. And unfortunately, Mouz was the complete opposite of them. Every single one of them wasn't even farming. They were busy. Even Allnit was showing up, rocket barraging down a sniper out of nowhere. I mean, everybody was hungry for some action.
I mean, I think Supreme realized that farming isn't how he's going to get back into the game, right? As soon as he gets Witchblade, it's go time.
I think that's something that became very clear, probably to him even in the draft, and maybe that's why they picked the bounty, because they're like, okay, we're clearly with this sniper pick, you're gonna have a rough time at it, right? But if we pick bounty, we're still going to be able to make up that difference, and that's how we're gonna get back. And we were kind of scratching our heads about it. We didn't really have the most faith in the hero because we were thinking, okay, is it gonna be some crazy position 1? Like, how does that even match up to the Sven? But you know, they sort of play things a bit more clear cut, funnily enough, and that just base amount of chaos takes them such a long way. So I hear some sound, I say, here's sort of the announcer, so I believe we have a draft ready. We'll hop right over to that in a bit, as it is still an upper bracket match. You know, don't let the sort of time it took for us to get to this series fool you. We're not at the lower bracket match just yet. That's later on between Dandelions and I believe the loser of the other match on the mainstream. And I think that's probably Nouns. Is that right? Because Nouns just lost out to Nightfall.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that series is already wrapped up. So mainstream, I think they're waiting for this particular series to conclude to see who sort of drops down to the lower bracket. But yeah, okay, Crash, put yourself in the culture. Maybe your name is No Fear and maybe you're from CIS, okay? What are you telling this squad? You played 1 million games today, you don't have your carry, you just lost that rough one against Mouz. How do you get them back? Give me a pep talk, give me something.
It's not even a pep talk, Sneeze, right? I'm gonna lay it to you nice and thick, right? I'm not a coach that lays it on thin. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I'm gonna reach right through my screen, give him a little slap back and forth, right? Just a little 1-2, just like, hey guys, wake up. This isn't the Liga that we've seen in the past, right? This is not the Liga that performed in the PGL Malaysia close quals. Right? It's time to reset. Forget about that last game. Forget about that last series. Let's get back into it and bring it to a game 3.
Yeah, you gotta wake up. So you take a look at this guy. He is exhausted. This dude's exhausted. He just wants to lean back, chill, and he's still looking down Mouz, arguably one of the fiercest contenders coming out from Western Europe. Wasn't it just a couple of days ago where they really brought the heat to OG in the Western Europe Malaysia qualifiers? Man, I kind of felt like it wasn't even them who necessarily got bested, right? It just kind of feels like OG kind of read them like a book. It wasn't even that Mouz were playing bad. It seems like the strategies don't match up very nicely. Speaking of strategies not matching up very nicely, Mouz, all they bring is chaos, and they're gonna start that track rolling already with a Disruptor.
Disruptor is, obviously one of my favorite heroes. I've talked about it at length, but also is generally a really good hero for this run at you lineup. Right? Disruptor hates when the team runs at you, and that's what DK is going to start things off with, right? DK is a very strong and true run at you hero, so glimpsing DK backwards doesn't feel as good as glimpsing a hero back towards you.
Yeah, I guess what you're trying to say, I get your sentiment, Crash. It's not that DK is a run at you hero, it's just that he doesn't run. If you run at him, he just stands his ground and fights. That's where he excels the most. And in fact, that's where he'll be for the most part, right? He'll want to be positioned right around your tower. The only option that you have is that you want to glimpse him back to where he was pushing a tower, but then he'll be like, yeah, sure, I'll corrosive breath your tower a few more times.
So I do want to right a wrong that we did just mention during the pregame. It is going to be the loser of this matchup going against Dandelions.
Okay, so we'll still we might. Oh my goodness, you're telling me Liga have another series to play? Oh my.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Whoa, 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 whoa. Mouz might have another series to play.
True. It's not over yet. No, but I'm saying
not.
now Liga should have even more motivation to win, because if they want that day to end, they need to reverse sweep this series at risk of taking it one game further and just getting clocked out by Dandelion. And Dandelion, they're no snuffs either, right? Even though they got taken out by one win, we know for a fact that that one win lineup is extremely formidable. Essentially the third leg of CIS right now. And Liga, I mean, with Ramses, they were sort of considered to be fourth, but and then you got some interference with the Mouz boys squeaking on in and really ruining everything. DP and Tiny, though, a great off-lane combination just picked up by Mouz.
Yeah, I do like this this lineup so far from Mouz, right? It's very tried and true run at you Dota, and it worked last time around, should work this time around too. Right, Liga, they do have heroes that kind of stop the run at you, but Wind is a really tricky hero right now. Like, I am honestly, like, I know I've seen a lot of Wind and it's worked in the past, but I'm just not a believer in this hero right now. She's just too squishy. She's too item dependent. It's just awkward of a hero.
I think it's just especially weird into two silencers and a like a kinetic field, right? Like maybe they're thinking, okay, your only stun is a Tiny, and it's gonna be awkward for you to kill me, but or maybe, oh, you know, you're not gonna have enough damage, but I'm not too sure where this is going. This DK could still be a position 3 played by Baby 3 packs. It has been something he's picked up before in the past. And with this Clockwork selection, I'm inclined to think that it's going to be a position 1 Wind Ranger.
Yep, I think that's what I was leaning towards originally. To be fair, I'm taking a look at Violence like hero pool. I don't see too much Wind Ranger.
Right? Like Rainbow is the one who sort of brought this out. But you know, in picking this Clockwork, it's a bit strange as well. I guess it's just an answer to this potential. Ooh, okay, Darkseer picked up. So a bit of a flip of the script here. Still an excellent combination with the Tiny, running it in the off lane. And I think what I really like about this pick is with Clockwork, suddenly you have a great answer to the Tiny who can trade with him, outbody his damage and come out on top. Ion Shell turns that whole dynamic around.
Absolutely, yeah. Trapped in, it's one of those who's trapped in there with who kind of situations with the Clockwork, huh? Right. Yeah. And to be fair, there aren't a lot of heroes you want to cogs this game. Death Prophet isn't a hero you can cogs. We just talked about how Darkseer / Tiny won't be a hero. So right now, your really big target is the Disruptor. Now, to be fair, that's a great target to be going on consistently, because if Disruptor doesn't get his spells off, or if he dies first in every fight, it's going to open up a nice window for Liga to start winning engagements.
Yeah, and not to mention, this Darkseer literally gives them the Vacuum, Avalanche, Silence, and Static Storm combo. Because I was thinking, like, Darkseer, I'm not really sure what the wall does, but the Vacuum is insane this game. Yeah. Like, being able to plug all these Liga team heroes, who will largely be spread out. So, still not crazy team fight, but being able to set that up for your team and turn each Static Storm into even more value, or maybe even the Death Prophet Silence, right? Silence is gonna nail a lot of these heroes on the head. Now, the one thing I am worried about is Mouz. I'm not really sure what they're gonna pull out in the last pick carry. You need to be someone who can cut through thick armor and also potentially build MKB somewhere down the line. And you know, these range carries don't necessarily have the most use out of Ion Shell. Right now, it's only the Tiny who gets that benefit. It's a bit of a strange sort of criteria to set for yourself this draft.
Okay, Sven is banned. I mean, that was kind of my go-to hero.
Alchemist just gets banned out as well, because I think Liga understand just how comfortable Mouz are on it, so they don't want to risk it. But Alchemist would have been fine here.
Yeah, Alk or Sven would have been great pickups for Mouz. It's another hero that you can Ion Shell. It's a hero that, you know, despite Sven not building MKB, he can cleave through the rest of your heroes and kill the Wind, right? It's one of those snares where you don't even need to be hitting the Wind.
Do you Lifestealer here? But then Liga can kind of put the Wind Ranger in the offlane and DK in the mid, if that's... Which still is pretty great for Death Prophet, right? I mean, I don't know. I think Lifestealer could be a good pickup because you have two potential deliveries. You use the Surge and the Ion Shell really well. you're a great body for the Disruptor, and it's still somehow in the pool.
Yeah, it's another great hero to lane up with the Disruptor as well. Because Disruptor now with that really decent slow with Thunderstrike level 1, it's actually like when people were picking Disruptor a while ago, they were consistently getting, well, not consistently, but usually getting Glimpse level 1. And that's completely changed now with that buff to Thunderstrike.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very small buff, but as we know, Dota is a game of very fine, precise numbers. And specifically for Mouz, I was thinking maybe something like a Sla or maybe something like a Lifestealer, but they choose to go the tempo route again. Mouz, they want to get things done soon. They have a lot of objective pressure between the Death Prophet and the Luna, and this time they're the ones with the Death Ball. They're the ones who want to get things going early. 1 or 2 aura items on the Darkseer, just a blink on the Tiny, a glimmer on the Disruptor. Maybe one of them builds Solar Crest, who knows? But Death Prophet with her first 2 survivability items, and they are trucking it at you. They're not going to give Liga any time to respond.
I'm curious to see what build this Hoodwink is going to go for, right? I don't know how much value the Gleipnir has this game, but there are a few key items. Like, I think that Vessel might be a good pickup from someone on the side of Liga, right? Because right now you're, I don't want to say missing early game damage because you have the Wind Focus Fire, but outside of that, you don't have an incredible amount of damage. So maybe you go for a Vessel to help supplement it, because I think Gleip just might be a little bit too slow. Liga, they're not going to prioritize the farm of this Hoodwink, right? That's going to go to the rest of your cores. So it's up to you to be making plays with your Wind/DK. So any sort of item to help you do that. Now, to be fair, it's a great clockwork item too, so it could go either way. It's just something I'd like to see.
Yeah, and we've seen this Lifestealer Luna matchup time and time again. It's going to be the place that you talk about. The Wind Ranger, the DK, every supporting cast member on Liga has to do their part to alleviate that curve and smoothen it so that the Lifestealer can transition. Because Luna, she's all about ramping up, all about hitting those timings and running you down before you have a chance to get up to those items that you need to fight her. Later down the line, we've seen that once Lifestealer gets his X, SNY, a couple more little tools under his belt, he actually does very well into the Luna. The Luna can rarely do enough damage in a 1v1 situation, but you need to get him to that stage, and baby 3-packs and the gang, they have a lot of work ahead of them. It feels like, I mean, the DK and the Wind Ranger, they aren't really heroes you think about when you think, okay, these guys are really gonna run rampant all over the map and cause chaos. It has to start from the laning, and that's where maybe the supports have to chip in and play their part as well.
Oh, for sure. I think even at like any stage of Dota, if you think that supports don't have a big factor, you're bonkers, right? Like, supports are incredibly important, especially this game as we head right into the game. But you know, one of the few things that Liga do really well is prioritize Ramses, right? And now with Violence standing in, you have to prioritize a hero that might not be as on the same page as you. Right, a player that you haven't practiced with, a player that you're unfamiliar with prioritizing. So maybe Violent starts speaking up a little bit more. Obviously, we don't know what comms are like, but I think Violent, it's time for him to kind of take over the 25-30 minute mark of the game.
Yeah. The first 20 minutes though, none of his damn business, you know what I mean? Maybe he shows up once or twice for an infest save or something of the sort, but you know, realistically speaking, you're trying to pick this Lifestealer for the great lane matchup into the Darkseer and Tiny, and you're hoping that you can sort of stay in that area as long as possible. An early setup here for the Liga side. I think they managed to sneak their way past that Watcher. This could be very dangerous. I don't expect Mouz to be looking for anything here, because like we mentioned, the tempo is in their favor, especially early on, so giving overkills will only benefit Liga. In this situation where, at least in the first 10 to 15, Mouz, they have the potential of just destroying Liga and rolling over them in a very similar fashion. It's a different style, but still same end result where you're barking on the high ground, and once Luna gets there, you know the trouble that's gonna sort of ensue.
I might be able to get Disruptor here with these two heroes. No, not when Hoodwink shows like that. Never mind.
Either way, I think as the Disruptor, right, there's no harm in taking this longer route, right? You're exposing yourself to risk for no reason. So really good disciplined play from Mouz there, making sure they get to the laning stage, no pressure, and double Ion Shell. This is what this Darkseer is going to do. between the Clockwork and the Lifestealer, even though they're great as a pairing and great into this lineup, the one thing they can't do is very quickly kill this Ion Shell creep. So they're gonna have to find a way to deal with it, pull the creeps away, you know, deal with the shenanigans, pressure Naaman away and stuff like that. Because Violent, he can last hit under this tower, but it's not ideal.
I like what Naaman just did there, right? Leveling Toss level 1 to grab the creep wave, which is something that, you know, Tinies really don't ever do level 1, right? Such a good heads-up play, right? It's so strong because you can't stand and fight the Lifestealer quite yet, right? Level 3 comes around, you get a point, 2 points into Ion Shell. Maybe at that point you start doing enough damage to kind of kite him around and fight him. But for now, it's just you don't do anywhere near enough damage. Naaman, he's going to grab the next creep wave too.
Yeah, he has to. I mean, that's the only way you can sort of survive this lane. We've seen it before against Undyings especially, but this particular lane, it's the Violent Lifestealer that is a big problem. The toss back under tower, ooh, quite a bit of damage Pantomime is going to take, but that's precisely why they picked the Clockwork. He has a very good body on him, and he's able to connect this hard camp pull. Really deny away some of the space that Mouz want to work with here. This zone has become quite precarious. Have that surge, but the last thing you want is to be caught out by a surprise level 2 power cogs. Keep it rolling here, nothing too crazy. Don't really expect any kills unless Force somehow gets caught out in the same cogs as Violent, right? That would have to be the situation to get anything going. On this top side as well, as much as Onit's taking harass, I don't expect Onit to die. The glimpse back, yeah, I mean, Bengen has some pretty decent tools to keep the Luna safe here. You're not really threatening any kills on baby 3 packs, but you just need to make it to that stage where you have higher levels in your Moonglaives and your Lunar Blessing and start farming the jungle.
Yep. It's just a matter of when this Luna is leaving to jungle. Because this isn't the most hospitable lane.
Yeah, not at all.
But
just
doing
throwing
that...
nuts at you, man. What the hell?
Yeah. Doing that, though, is going to leave Bengen to rotate around the map, because I think with the DK, you just leave this alone. He's going to get your tower eventually, so it's either you rotate 2 or 3 heroes up top to defend it, or you just kind of let him have it and let Luna go jungle elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I wonder whether they are going to put up any sort of resistance, because we've seen this tier 1 tower be such an important first step for teams to reach even deeper and potentially pick this Luna off in the safety of a jungle. As long as this stands, the reinforcements can come quick. But there isn't really anyone suitable for defending this location other than Supreme, right? And you know, Supreme doesn't want to be here on bodyguard duty. He wants to do cool stuff, like take the opponent tower, get stacks, get some kills, you know, get the ladies moving on some action, not just boring security guard shit, right? But, you know, we'll see what the decision is here from Mouz, what their priorities are. For now, very quiet early laning stages compared to last game, where by level 3 they were already slamming heads at each other all across the map.
Which I gotta say, it does favor Mouz a little bit. I think Liga, I mean, obviously Liga are fine with it, but the way you deal with Death Prophet is in lane, right?
Yeah.
Death Prophet is gonna get, and this is why they run Death Prophet mid, right? Obviously the Darkseer was a great pickup as well, but the only way that Death Prophet loses a game is when she gets destroyed in lane, and she's doing very well in the mid lane. There's no ganks to be had, because Hoodwink is an awkward kind of ganker. Sure, you've got Bushwhack and Acorn Shot, but if your mid laner isn't supplying damage, it does nothing.
Yeah, and I think the reality of this lane is exactly what we saw, right? Even though Rabel isn't really being pressured, Supreme can get that level 6 really easily, and the only way you actually threaten the Death Prophet is with your level 6. At that point, she has 3 levels in the Spirit. I mean, she's chosen to prioritize the Creep Swarm for obvious reasons, just to clear the creep wave even faster. But at that point, she has higher levels in the Spirit Siphon. Anytime you try and run at her, she's just going to be very easily able to heal her way back up, and you need to sort of do the double back thing. It's just not a good look.
Yeah, now, Wind is a good double back kind of hero, right? With the Wind run, you can weave in and out easier to break the Spirit Siphon. But your ganking heroes aren't necessarily that same, right? Clockwork and Hoodwink, unless you get Scurry and a good amount of trees, which on the Dire side, there aren't too many trees to run away through. At least in the mid lane. So it's just an awkward gank either way. So it's going to be a lot of Death Prophet moving as soon as she gets level 6.
Oh, TP up here in the top side. L1ga doesn't spot it, and will just get tossed back into oblivion. That Hoodwink doesn't stand a chance. First blood comes at the 5-minute mark, and baby 3 packs Stands his ground, tries to buy time for Pantomime to close the distance, start getting those battery assaults rolling. And on it, the trouble, they are just kind of ducking and weaving behind this tree line really well though. Bengen, I think he still has a glimpse. Yeah, he's going to pull Pantomime back into the mix here. One last Luna blessing auto attack. Yeah, it's going to be enough. Mouz and the gang, they just kind of stand their ground and fight back. And Liga, they just don't have damage in this early stage without their Hoodwink.
Yeah. You know, there's a world if Narman had a little bit more mana that could have been a triple kill, because
True.
DK gets thrown under tower and all of a sudden he's not as tanky as he'd like to be. He actually only has 2 points in the Dragon's Blood because he's only level 4, right? It's kind of crazy to not get your stun, and if you're not, you know, breathe firing to secure range creeps, Hoodwink can do it, but you would love to be able to do it yourself, right? A little bit extra gold in your pocket is better than, oh, maybe not better, but nicer than in the support's pocket for you. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Not this. Pantomime
And he's
just
got
comes
no
back from-
TP.
He just came back. He's
Yeah.
in jail. All these times you called him in the early game, you gotta pay for that. I mean, literally, the funniest thing is, there's nothing more exciting on the map to look at other than that right now. Like, even if we kept our camera on that clockwork for the entire duration that he stuck up there, there's nothing on his team that can get him down.
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh,
is under
Rabel.
attack.
He's on some moves though. Rabel's stealing away the. Okay, you know, I talked about the clockwork not being anything to look away from, but we're seeing kills happen. Rabel manages to get the run down, and beautiful stuff there. Just kind of rotates along with that rune, and yeah, the Tiny just unfortunately tries to get that wisdom. Regular stuff, finds a Wind Ranger instead, and yeah, unfortunately it just goes down.
I'm a big fan. I've said it once and I'll say it again until the day that I die. I'm a big fan of these mid laners ganking Wisdom Rune because it's almost always a secured kill on a support, especially when you're very sneaky like it, like Rabel was.
Yeah, very nice moves from the Wind Ranger. We talked about the importance of getting things done early on. And Liga, they get themselves on the board, right? This is the first of hopefully many. Haven't really been able to convert it to anything else yet. It's going to be around these rune fights. Pantomime finally got himself off that cliff, thank goodness. But A-Minute Rune does spawn in the top side. L1ga was there to help get that regen for Rabel. And like you mentioned, the Luna has already retreated, so Baby 3-Pack's going to start laying into this tower. Doesn't seem like Mouz are too keen on defending right now. They choose to put pressure on the other side of the map instead, looking for a gank onto Violent Lifestealer there. They ping out here, bot side. Trying to run through the twin gates. Violent will just narrowly make it away.
Radiant's
Ooh,
bottom
that was very close.
Very close.
Now, Sneeze, this is something that I preach in my pubs, that I yell at my pubbies to do, right? If there is pressure coming out top, you need to put pressure down bottom. There's no point trying to defend, just mirror the movement.
Yeah, I think, you know, we didn't really see this on screen, but essentially, as soon as he smelt that something was off, that Lifestealer was making a beeline straight for the tower, right? That's the fastest, beeline straight for the twin gates. That's the fastest way to get back to your team and get back to safety. And great identification from Violent there. Just, I mean, you kind of need to make these plays as a carry, because that's the way that Mouz eke out an advantage, right? By getting a kill on you there.
Yeah. Yeah, and Violent, it's another heads-up play too, not just for that reason, but because if any sort of hero showed in the top lane to come defend, you have the numbers all of a sudden, right? There wasn't just two heroes there. A sneaky little Lifestealer's not only doing a lot of damage, but the slow from Ghoul Frenzy as well is quite considerable at this point in the game.
Yeah, especially since you know the heroes like the Disruptor or the Luna might be wanting to play a bit more far back. You just run in with the Rage, nothing they can really do at this stage of the game. But Liga, very quietly but very surely, all three of their cores at the top of the net worth right now, even if it's by a slim margin. It's pretty significant because these aren't really heroes that you think about being fast farmers, right? You're always looking at Luna, Darkseer, and Death Prophet, these heroes with innate abilities that can help them scale up. They're trailing behind a little bit.
I think that's just kind of the factor that Luna's had to farm jungle creeps, where Wind this entire game has just been farming lane, right? There was nothing that Mouz could do to push the Wind out. And that's just kind of the state of the hero right now, right? With Wind Run and with your supports on Mouz, you can kill the Wind, but Disruptor's not 6 yet. That's the big one that's able to trap in and kill the Wind. So it's possible, but you got to bring 5 heroes until this Disruptor hits 6.
Yeah, and the most important part about the entire situation is that you know, Naman manages to steal the Wisdom Rune away, or at least right from under Rabel's nose, so very nicely done. But yeah, I mean, finally with that level 6, they'll start smoking up now, looking for a move in the mid lane, using the Death Prophet as bait, trying to get some sort of response. This seems to be the place where the action is going to happen.
They have a haste rune on Supreme as well. Dude, this is not a fight that Liga should want to take. Exorcism up. I wonder if Supreme just pops it here. They're going for a wraparound. They're trying to catch Wind Ranger, but she's way too far out.
Oh, you gotta watch it too, because Liga, they've just finished that Blink Dagger on the Dragon Knight, right? They might be looking for a fight as well. So, Mouz, they think they're the ones setting up. Look at this Dragon Knight already starting to walk over. They're probably calling for him, Liga. They know that this defense has to be made here. This could be a major deciding point of the game. This is about the initiation. Still, just hitting that level 6 on the clockwork. Have the sharpshooter available, Supreme. Shot onto the back lines. They found two. It's a beautiful cause, and the rest of the team can't help Supreme. He just gets melted, Pantomime. What a perfect initiation for the squad, and he lives through it all, forced nowhere to run. Tries to plant a little branch and hide away into the trees, but just gets shot down. Oh my goodness, Liga. That was picture perfect. Someone snap, Mom, take a picture.
That is the exact initiation we want. Like we talked about during the draft, if Clockwork finds Disruptor, it's such a huge part of Mouz's early fight potential.
Dude, that was insane. He just, that must have been rocket flare vision or something. Just catches them momentarily, pops that hook and cogs onto the Darkseer. And I mean, you throw down a Static Storm, but by that point it's too late. Everybody else on Liga has committed onto your Death Prophet. Oh, that was just beautiful stuff, and nets them so much gold and EXP as well. Even though it has created some space for only to power farm up, you gotta be feeling uncomfortable on Mouz. We've already talked about Disruptor lineups. You can't afford to play from behind.
Yeah, and with this win so far ahead, very, very easy as a Wind Ranger to take control of the game. Now, not necessarily 1v5, so if Mouz bring numbers like we've talked about already, then the Wind can die. But if you're even matching the aggression from Liga to Mouz, right? This Wind should be pretty free. As long as Clockwork plays the bodyguard that he's been playing so far, should be fine.
Yeah, 007 on duty here. Every single time someone even threatens any one of his teammates, just bodies for them. Just what a...
Is that what 007 did?
No, I don't know. I didn't watch the movies.
He was a very famous bodyguard, 007.
No, it doesn't the Bond in James Bond represent the bond that he has for his friends and his teammates?
Sure, dude.
You didn't watch. Don't act like it. I know you're a fake fan. Come on.
Maybe the bond that he has with the female protagonist.
Name three James Bond actors. Okay, we got Hugh Jackson. We got Morgan Freeman, I think was okay. only did one movie though. Only did one movie.
You're just naming different celebrities. Got it.
No, these guys have bonds.
Okay. Like bail bonds? Like what kind of bonds?
James. Okay,
sorry. I still have my eyes closed from last game. I didn't hear you very well.
Okay. Yeah, right. The eyes, very important part of the listening process.
Yes.
Yeah. Spoken like a prejudiced person.
What is that? How? You just wanted to call me names, Sneeze. I'm going to be honest with you.
All right. It's fun though. I mean, this series, I think it was definitely worth the wait, right? Both these teams bring their A game here in Liga. I think it's refreshing to see that they're still heating here, right? They aren't done just yet. They're not gonna keel over and go quietly. They're ready to really put up some bit of a fight. And understandable. They just want to put an end to this day as fast as possible, but
yeah,
the only way
they desperately
is going to
don't want to play another one.
you gotta punch through Mouz. And for now, seems pretty tight. Liga, they're able to get some of their key items, first items. Armlet. Maybe the Radiant Snakes for Violent. That's kind of been the trend that we've seen.
Yeah, it should be. I would be very surprised if it was something like a Deso, especially against these high armor heroes. It just doesn't feel as value.
My only thing with the Radiance is that you kind of kind of give that over to the Darkseer when he presses wall, right?
That's true.
That's kind of where I was like, you know, maybe he might do a little pivot. He's probably thinking about it, which is why he's banked up the goal and not sort of quick bot anything. Smoke move out here from Liga. Want to keep the action going on. Stuns up. Beautiful setup. Kind of...
It's fine. It's fine.
No, it was just funny, you know. Rabel's trying to get that last hit. You kind of pull him away with the bushwhack and deny him of it. But yeah, baby 3-pack grabs that. Not the worst. And yeah, Rabel building up towards that BKB now. That's going to be another significant timing for them. But Liga, they're starting to really open up spaces on the map for them to play. And this is what they needed to do.
Oh, if Pantomime finds another. They do have a nice ward. This is a beauty ward. There shouldn't be a point in which they de-ward it unless they place another sentry down, which doesn't feel good when you put two in the same place. Now, I'm paranoid enough to do that. I've seen enough of these games to know that observer wards are constantly outside of your sentry range, and it has ruined me as a support. My team was like, oh, I know they have vision here. I know. I'm like, okay, I'll fully de-ward it. Like, I'll make sure the circles overlap. I'll make sure you fully covered.
You know what's the saddest part? I feel like a lot of supports, including myself, fall into that trap now. And then you're like, okay, I know there's vision here, and by God, I'll clear it. And then you drop 4 sentries. You drop 4 sentries in the same spot, and you find that what? It's like short-term serotonin versus like long-term well-being. And then long-term, you're like trying to push or like control Roche, and then you just like literally have no sentries in shot. Oh. Angling around here, high ground vision, advantage from Mouz as they get the Thunder Strike out onto L1ga, pull him back. Stopping Force from being involved in any sort of capacity, but they were able to get the kill off on the baby 3-packs. That's a reveal of the Blink Dagger, I believe, on Naman. They catch out and they'll keep it going.
Yeah, Supreme, he's got exorcism up as long as I was with the Kai and the Yules. Oh, another catch, they got the hoodwink.
Naman, he smells him in this tree line and gets off 2 kills for free. The offlane duo of Liga getting caught out here.
Steve, do you smell what the Rock is cooking? Because he's cooking up something great, dude.
That's good. This guy. Someone get this guy.
Thank you.
Someone get this guy an award. Oh, by the way, I didn't finish my list. The Rock is actually the 3rd James Bond.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so just as he famously said in Fast and Furious, there's nothing more important than family.
That's what he says, yeah.
Some might consider their teammates as family, depending on what kind of toxic work culture you're in.
I'd like to think so. So we do see, now thanks to our beautiful observer, Lifestealer is going to all in on that Radiance. Unless he's going something dumb like a Nullifier.
No, he has the Talisman of Evasion queued up. I think there's one game to skip out on the Radiance. It might be this one. Since really only the Luna is auto-attacking, you need a bit more bulk to survive this burst, it seems like. Glimpse back. Oh, they get the touch. Just perfect stuff. I think they used an illusion to kind of chase that clockwork all the way in, right? Beautiful. And now that's going to unlock Roche for them. Very easy play. Liga, like we mentioned, the Wind Ranger and DK, not much they can really do to respond in this overwhelming team fight that Mouz have put together. They just kind of have to give this up.
Ultimate's also prioritized the shard, so the spitting glaives are now online. So
that is so.
Yeah, so you activate Moonglaves, and essentially what happens is you get those 4 spinning glaives, but it reduces 25% of damage, which is the big part about that, right? Wind, Lifestealer, all of a sudden they're not hitting as hard as they'd like to.
Oh, another catch. They just can't stop, and this time it's on Violent, arguably the biggest kill of the game. Naman and Bengen, they've just been out here setting things up. They've looked electric, and they're not done just yet. Oh, they caught out the DK. I mean, at this point, you know, as the hoodwink, you run away, but maybe you kind of wish you gave your body up instead of this DK. Let's pass Supreme that kill. And Supreme needs all the gold he can get, right? Because he's got a bit of a setup build. Went for that Yules first. And Naman still steals it anyway.
It was the blood grenade.
It's not his fault. It's not his fault.
No. It was unintentional. He had no idea, dude. He couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, but again, it's a small gold lead, but at this point in the game, if you're even gold, the Luna's just gonna trounce you, right? It feels like the Lifestealer isn't prepared yet, and I love that call out that you made about the shard, because this is the item that allows Luna to face off against Lifestealer, right? And prior to that, the matchup's tough. Herder, Infest Bomb, and Hookshot coming through. Bot side, there's a full-on engagement, and they've called out the Darkseer all alone. Great start to the fight. The rest of Mouz want to respond. Glimpse back onto that DK who TP'd in. They'll just give up Naaman's life. Yeah,
maybe not.
On it? On this one, yeah, you have a second life, but your backup is already dead. Turn around with the Eclipse. On it's feeling strong, I guess. Good enough to stand his ground, but just kind of keep poking and prodding. Pantomime. Uh-oh. It's Supreme in a very rough spot, and it's a beautiful static storm, but no real follow-up. You're attacking up the cliff. You just don't have enough damage. Missed 1 or 2 auto attacks as well. They'll try and finish him off with the glimpse damage. It's not
so
enough
close.
for now. And then the rest of the Liga can continue chasing on. Alnit, you gotta be careful. One more blink, one more shackle, you might just be world of hurt. But I think Liga, they understand that with Force respawning, they don't want to risk any sort of further aggression. They'll just decide to back up instead.
Good amount of respect from Liga, absolutely. Now, if they can get something here on Mouse like this, the win would be huge.
Okay, just getting that kill. Alnit, the extended chase doesn't pay off on the side of the Liga. He gets himself a double. Panto trying to come in and help him out. And again, look at that ping. Liga, like, I'm sure there's a ward on that high ground, but it was that ward that you pointed out, Crash. That very beautiful one on the edge of that cliff, catching the side of Liga by surprise.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Supreme gonna gate down, I would assume. Oh no, Narman, he's actually gonna join Supreme, and they're maybe gonna look for a kill up here. No, surely not, right? You're just joining to give him some backup in case he gets jumped. There's no way you're looking for any sort of engagement.
It's just the classic, you know, whenever you leave the house, you need to give your spouse a goodbye kiss. The Death Prophet left through the gates. So he's like, no, come back. Mwah. Okay, now we can get back to business.
Now we leave.
Yeah. Okay, you can go now. Have a good day at work, honey. Supreme, he's
Yeah, Narman's putting in the work. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely, Naaman. He is, I think Nama and Force have looked phenomenal. Now Force, though, he's looking in a bit of trouble, but with that mech, turns things around. Now Violence in trouble, gets that wall on him. The rage is out, the silence is in, and it's a static storm to lock in that Lifestealer. Nowhere to run, pull back in on Baby 3 packs as well. The Dragon Knight, he's trying to swoop away Pantomime. You need to try and buy the space, the cogs. It'll be in the perfect spot to clear the area. The hook shot back to safety as well, but Naaman right in the fray again. He will take a brunt of the damage, still narrowly surviving.
Ooh.
The power shot doesn't finish him off because the rocket flare does. It ends up being an even trade, but in reality, we all know that wasn't worth it in the slightest. Lifestealer going down again, that is rough.
Now, I guess the hope and cope for Liga right now is that they used all of their ultimates, like every single one of the ultimates on Mouz.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a world when Lifestealer's up, he does have his Radiance, they could look for some sort of fight. But that window will slowly close as Exorcism's up now, so it doesn't feel as good to take a fight without that. Like, if you can somehow bait out Exorcism, back up, and take a favorable engagement then you're feeling good. But it's rough for Liga right now. Despite it only being a 1k gold lead, they're having trouble taking these engagements because of this Disruptor and Tiny, right? Now the rest of their team are putting in work as well, but my eyes have been on Disruptor and Tiny, and they've been a pleasure to look at.
This is it kind of feels like first class service on an airplane, right? Every single time you...
It does.
Every single time you're feeling a little thirsty, oh, there's Disruptor pushing a little push cart down the aisle. Here's your little Pantomime kill. Naaman, he's kind of, you know, just has everything prepared for you. Oh, you're looking a little cold. Would you like a nice little Dragon Knight kill to warm you up on this fine evening, sir? It's wonderful. Mouz, they are really playing to their draft strengths, and I think that's an element of just the Immortal Faith effect, right? We always see that he has these very clear ideas about what works together in the game, and when that stress is alleviated from the players and they can focus on their individual sort of plays that they're making, it's really unlocked a new dimension to some of these players who've been around for a little bit but haven't necessarily found success. I mean, I'm looking kind of at Force, looking at Supreme. They've been around the block, but just kind of feels like they're just shy of being able to unlock their full potential. It seems like on this lineup, they look freed, man.
They do, and this is, you know, the return of Mouz too, right? Like, and they're looking really good so far. You know, maybe not a tier 1 team quite yet, but they're in a fair contender for it.
Yeah,
and
I
they
think
keep winning these tournaments. Mwah.
I think the funniest part about Mouz is that they acknowledge their own little sort of joke about them in the community, right? I think for the longest time, everyone had this impression of Mouz saying like, oh, you know, they only come in during TI, they swoop up the team, just kind of throw their sponsor tag over it. But this is cool from them, right? They even made a like kind of joke tweet about it, like, oh, you know, there's no TI yet for another few months. It's, oh, another kill. Rabel, I try popping that BKB, but it should be enough damage. No, win run helps them get out. Nicely done. I believe just kind of popped the bottle right in the midst of it as well. But yeah, Rabel will survive. But yeah, back to the point about Mouz. Like, I don't even have time. 1J is dying. Like, dude, everywhere we look, Mouz are just getting kill set up.
Saxtorm did get committed, so Lifestealer should feel a little safer now. You know, he's not going to get tossed into Static Storm again, but you still got to be careful. No, you still got to be careful. It's hard, too, as a Lifestealer right now. Yeah, with that Butterfly on Luna, all of a sudden, you're the one missing your clicks.
Nice Radiance, buddy. I mean, I don't really... Yeah. Look, I get it. It's the sort of default and best Lifestealer build of the patch, but it doesn't really help you out into this death ball push that's coming. I would have loved to see a bit more stats, a bit more armor, just something to help him survive these initiations and these engagements. That's what Lifestealer is about, right? He wants to outlast his opponents, but there's nothing you're gonna... You can't beat out this Luna right now. That's just the reality of it.
You need like a BKB, an MKB, and an Ags until you're feeling confident to fight this Luna. Like, look at the net worth difference between those two heroes.
Oh?
Rabel, what are you cooking?
I mean, I think he just gets caught off on an awkward situation, right? Where he was around that strip area and the rest of Mouz just all come over. Thankfully, he has that vision, so he doesn't poke out ahead of time. He waits fully until he sees those other heroes appear somewhere else on the map, because he knows the second he pokes his head out, if they have lingering wards or just a hero in that area, it's just an easy setup, easy kill. Look at how cautious he's, but he's still staying there. And Rabel is just chilling. he finally gets out. Once he sees Luna in the bot side and ducks here at top, he's like, okay, I'm set. Oh, thank God.
Ooh. Yeah, right. Now inside of Pantomime.
Hook shot forward, gets a touch on the Bangan, and that's an easy pickup on the Disruptor. That's the first time they've managed to really catch him all alone. Taking advantage of Mouz splitting up now, still roaming around. No more hook shot, but can start to establish some deep vision. Clear some of it out from Mouz in their own jungle. But the Roche potentially coming back up, they've grouped back up again. They're not going to make that same mistake. We can, I mean, they don't know this, but we know that Roche is going to be a much longer spawn than they're probably expecting. 2 minutes left on that baby.
That's fine for Mouz. It gives them time for Disruptor to get back up and to find a pickoff, because you know they're looking for one. Right, the second shows, they very well may just start running at her. Now, she's a little bit too deep now, but if she even stepped up a little bit more, Rabel was dead to rights there.
Just a vice grip control on this area right now. And
yeah,
I mean, we've seen hero hook shots from Pantomime throughout this game. I can't imagine the type of hookshot you need to land to unlock this Roche pit area for your team. But perhaps now, with that Aghanim Scepter pickup, with just a constant barrage of rocket flares, they might just be able to light up the area enough to take a good fight. Who knows? I mean, he's done a good job in terms of getting his net worth up, regardless of whether the game is in his favor or not, in terms of the game state. One thing about Liga, they are keeping up in terms of the farm.
Yeah, their three core heroes are kept now, not quite with the Luna, but they're keeping up with themselves as well as the other cores. So it's not completely over for Liga right now. Game is hard, but they still have a great fighting chance.
Maybe 3 packs again. Thought out, does Supreme in, but he's able to blink out just in time, trying to Ogre seal forward anyway to interrupt this TP. That's what the use is for, baby. Supreme. And item build's gonna pay off, and baby 3 packs nowhere to run. It's a bit too thick for this corridor. They heard his ass cheeks clapping in the wind and they find him.
I don't think DK's known for his butt cheeks.
Oh, you have not seen the anime. You've not seen that one emote. That
oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. The emote. Yeah, I forgot about that. It's been so long since I've watched that anime, actually.
It's fine. You're not missing.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I liked it.
I didn't finish it. I'll be honest.
Oh,
yikes. I kind of lost interest halfway through. But to be fair, I think
Sure.
I'm extremely picky. So I get bored really quick. I mean, that's the reason why I'm a Dota player, because there's nothing boring about Dota. Like, you can literally play it forever and it's still great, but like you
It's
just
true.
need to overcome the toxicity, right? And once you can get past that, you're fine.
Radiant's middle
I mean, this particular game has been sort of pretty cool so far, because even though Liga, it feels like they're bleeding kills, but in reality, it's just 12 kills on the board. It's relatively even, right? Liga, they've done a good job in terms of keeping themselves in the fray. And Pantomime, again, I'm just looking at this Clockwork because I feel like he's going to be the X factor.
Yeah, he's the hero, literally and figuratively, right? If you're missing hook shots, if you're not getting the key heroes, it doesn't matter what hero you're playing. It just feels incredibly bad if you're not landing your abilities.
They started to come through here, get that vision with the mass rocket flares, and scare Mouz into a smoke situation. They should know, especially if Naman just disappearing right now, should know that there are Mouz heroes smoked around the area. They're going to go through by the main entrance instead. Not exactly sure what their angle of approach is going to be though. This could be the turning point. This could be where they break free of the Mouz heroes, jumping in with the BKB on the Dragon Knight. Roche is low though, and they might just opt to try and finish it off and snatch away the Aegis. They get a huge standing stomp, and it's Force who grabs the Aegis of the Immortal. Meanwhile, on it, he's safe on the backside, chasing down the Pantomime. You've already lost that Disruptor by the immediate buyback. Supreme, the ghosts are starting to rip into the heroes of Liga, but that's not before they get both supports out now. Without any further help though, Violent gets worked down, all the ultimates used, and there's nothing else to give. Great spacing from Mouz, and the fact they still get that Roche is so surprising to me, but I guess just not enough damage on Liga. It looks like 1J is gonna get caught out as well. As the dust settles, ends up being a 2-for-2 exchange, as might not be over just yet. Rabel starting the chase down, gets the touch of the Supreme. Still a lot of healing though, perfect timing for the Ghost to come back in, and Bengen gonna try and help his buddy out, shooting down through the trees with the focus fire, that last bit of HP. Force with the mech, turns things around, and again, Liga, they just get baked hard here. Great supporting play from the rest of Mouz to salvage that situation where Supreme stepped up a bit too far. And I mean, now the dust has settled, and now we know for a fact it ends up being a 3-for-2 exchange. It's just support buybacks though on Mouz.
Oh, and they've got Clock. It might as well have been a 4-for-1 because they got Clockwork at the gate as well.
Okay, all right now. Okay, well, that just gets a little worse now, does it? We watch that replay again, and all the BKBs, all three heroes, just in there trying to finish off the Roche. But you're hitting the Roche, it ends up going to Mouz, and at that point, you've spent so much time punching away on that objective, they haven't really done damage. Look at where Onlet is. He's supposed to be that target that you're expecting to find in the pit, but he's just kind of playing around the backside, throwing out a couple of Lucent Beams. Eclipses ends up being the downfall of this Lifestealer. And look at Supreme, just perfect timing for the Ghost to come in. Of course, that's not within his control, but just a bit of a stroke of luck. And look at Force, as he's coming in, Force staff away from Bengen, right in the range of the mech. Just great team play all around from Mouz to make that look good for themselves. And boy, does it look fantastic. All the auras in the world for this Darkseer now.
That fight all comes down to the Pike, right, from Ulnit, is able to get him onto the other side of the Roshan pit. Clockwork has to full engage onto the Luna.
Yeah.
One, that's not the hero you want to go on at all.
No.
So already kind of a botched engagement. But what happened as well is Wind tried to circle around the pit while BKB to kill the Luna.
So much wasted time.
That's a waste of your BKB.
Yeah, I think, you know, Liga, the idea was right. They were hoping that Olnit will be in the pit and they'd be able to kill him off. But the fact that Olnit slides out of there suddenly puts the pressure on them. They're like, oh shit, Roche is so low. Do we try and chase the Luna? Then it's gonna be awkward. We need to all somehow force stuff back there. Supreme Ghosts are ripping us. You know, like, there's just too much to consider in that moment. And Liga, maybe, and I know we keep saying this, and maybe it gets cliche at this point, but at that point, I don't think you're at the freshest point in your mind to be able to make those snap decisions that quickly, right? You get a bit bogged down, get a bit confused, and another toss back, Naman, free delivery onto that Clockwork. Nice Ogre Seal totem away though. Glimmer Cape will keep him safe. Now Violent is into the mix, but the Surge just helps the Disruptor get away. He didn't commit the BKB on the Lifestealer. That's his item pickup that he needs to get to survive, but it doesn't help you against this high ground defense. The Luna's still up here. Everyone other than Disruptor is still fine. They will shoot him down with the Rocket Flares though, but oh, Naman looking for another, tries to get the toss up. A rare kind of misstep from him as he's now awkwardly under the tier 4 towers. They buy back on the clockwork, ready to start getting it going. Get the kill onto the support, but Naman immediately comes back into the fray. Has a little outpost to TB2, and 1J just gets worked down. All the glaives cutting into that poor little Hoodwink. And even though you're a 4v4 situation, Force still has that second life. Everybody on Mouz is looking good. Your X, not quite as much though. Naman blinking forward, trying to get the set onto Violent again. He has that Infest this time. Needs to look for a target. In comes Baby 3-Pack, pops the BKB, trying to focus onto Ulnit. The focus by him as well. But again, the Pike is just able to create the distance. Violent is not doing nearly enough damage to really threaten any of these Mouz heroes. They're slowly trying to retreat, but oh, it's a beautiful shackle. Holding them in place, but what can the rest of Mouz do? Vacuum as a response and rip them apart. Ulnit with the glaives. He's still standing his ground. He finally will go down. And maybe an opportunity for Liga now as they continue chasing forward. They've lost their win range up on Violent. He needs to get exactly that. Just start beating into them, start getting more Supremo TP out. But Naman will be a dieback for the side of Mouz. And even though Force has that second life, it would have been so much better on that Luna. But Liga, they still hang on here.
That's exactly right, Sneeze. They are barely hanging on, but they are indeed hanging on. It's unfortunate that Force was the moment of the Aegis, because I think that fight goes a little bit differently if Mouz has it. Luna had to play so incredibly careful that fight that it just, you couldn't stand your ground, right? Not against a Lifestealer and a Wind and a DK. There's no way you're winning that fight. Now, with the Satanic, that's going to go incredibly different. All of a sudden, you can man mode against those three heroes.
I mean, that entire situation only happens because Bengen is the first one taken out, right? Nice snipes from the Rocket Flare. You can imagine, at that point, Liga, they've already used the first round of their BKB. They don't have that available. You can just run straight into a Static Storm if Bengen was alive, but it doesn't seem like they'll just make that same mistake, just immediately in with the wall, Static Storm. They don't care about throwing out these ultimates. They want to get themselves a good advantage. And 1J, he does have a buyback, though, on this Hoodwink. Can still come back into the fray. Quite a good bit of damage on this Hoodwink now as well. The Gleipnir as well as the Crystal is completed. Starting to crit really nicely with these Acorn shots.
I like this build from the Hoodwink. This is actually something that I've recognized in my pubs as well. Gleipnir is a very big core item on Hoodwink, but the Glimmer Cape second feels so good. Because you have to keep in mind, you're still a support.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so much magic burst damage, right? You just need to scamper your way out of these situations. Luna's unlikely to be carrying dust, so, you know, it can help you escape an Eclipse as well. Speaking of escape, Pantomime will just jetpack his way to safety. Nicely done his full retreat, Liga. You can smell that Mouz just kind of trampling forward and ready to strike hard. Put an end to this madness. One game up here in this best of 3, and this is the upper bracket, so it's not like we'll be waving goodbye to Liga just yet. I know a lot of fans probably came here to watch Ramses today, but unfortunately, of course, just to update you guys, or maybe just joining us wondering where Ramses is, had to sort of grab a stand-in instead because he had other matters to attend to. I think there were some scheduling conflicts. Prior to this, they just got swamped by VP in the grand finals for PGL Malaysia, so probably not feeling his best as well, and that might come into play for Liga team. But for now, again, the hero clockwork looking to find an opening, and Violent, he's gotten the kill onto Bengen. That's the disruptor of the picture, and we've already seen what an impact that can be. Vacuum onto 2 though, no follow-up. The rest of Mouz, they're just kind of running around and they aren't really able to connect on any of their abilities in a meaningful way. Baby 3-Pack still poking away though, finally has that Manta. So you got to start just really being annoying and slowing them down. No Aghanim's just yet, but love that Black Dragon though.
They're pretty safe, Mouz, to posture on this high ground as long as Exorcism is up, but as we see it running out, they're going to retreat, right? You have Eclipse, but that's about it, right? Tiny's ult is non-existent, Darkseer wall is fine, but it's not like you're dealing with the Luna or any corners.
Wow.
What a Glype!
I mean, it's a good glide near, but oh, here comes Pantomime again! Separates the Luna, and now in some trouble. Being focused on by Violent and Baby 3-packs. It's a nice wall, but the focus fire going to the Luna. Can she stand her ground and fight? Absolutely not! Oh, they gets killed off! Liga, they're turning this around! Another crazy bushwhack! The supports from Liga, they heard us complimenting the Mouz supports, and it's like, we can do that too! Another shackle! Violent desperately trying to lifesteal up as much as he can. He needs a way out of here, but will get punched down by force. No, the toggles on the armor, he's still alive. He's doing it, but gets crit swarmed down. And Naman, not to be outdone, tosses back another. And in a moment where it looked like Liga could punch right back, the rest of the squad say, no, Alnit, no damn problem. We can get it done too.
And keep in mind, Sneeze, they did that without Exorcism as well. It just came down to a beautiful array of vacuums, multiple vacuums from Force. And we saw the combo, right? The silence, the Force vacuum, as well as the avalanche. It all came out there.
Someone called Dyson, they might be looking at their new sort of top salesman. That was crazy stuff. Just gotta mop them all up. And in a situation where Liga really, I think that was as good of an execution as you can get, right? Those initial jumps from the supports just set it up perfectly. And I think Liga have realized if they full focus on the Luna, she can't do anything about it. But yeah, the rest of the Mouz heroes, they absolutely can still kill you. And now it's Supreme's turn on the high ground. His time to shine. No cause. Position 1 and position 2 for another 20, but they don't know about the buyback status. So play it a bit more conservative. Dragon Knight will have his Aghanim Scepter complete now, so that's a whole other dimension of that hero unlocked. Even more annoying now.
What do you think? Get rid of the Bracer or the Wand?
That's gotta be the Wand. You just want as many stats as possible, man.
Now, a little bit of health is nice too, but Sneeze, Roshan is up.
Okay.
It is time, and we're gonna probably see the next big fight be around this Roche pit. As Liga, they can't just give this one up for free.
Yeah, absolutely not. But we talk about the Aghanims coming out from the DK as a big factor. Looks like Force has his as well. So he'll be able to normal punch out an illusion of the Dragon Knight, or maybe even the Life Stealer. And that's going to be a major problem for the Liga heroes. I mean, we don't even talk about the illusions coming out from the Wall of Replica just yet, because it's just been such a part and parcel of the beautiful team fight. And the beautiful team fight might just be what puts an end to this game for Mouz. If they can get this Aegis, it'll definitely be over. But Baby 3-pack setting up on the high ground on this Tiny already. Naman has been a big component of this fight. He needs to be able to trickster cloak and get his way out of dodge. Oh, they're able to get that Aegis. Only just grabs the Aegis of the Immortal. It's a shackle, but it's a bit too late for the side of Liga. It feels like they need to run now. I can't really decide. I can't really tell if they're deciding they want to fight. They pop the BKB and the Black Dragon. Only it's just on the front lines. Yeah, this is not an engagement you can take. You need a hightailed way out of here. That's what they'll do. Maybe they'll just get a kill onto Baby 3-packs. 80 seconds without your Dragon Knight. That was a bit of a weird situation because, I mean, what were they waiting for?
Yeah, Lifestealer, what happened to Violent on that cliff there? He started channeling the gate. Maybe a little bit of a misclick. Oh,
dude,
no.
What? Naman,
dude,
please.
Rabel had buyback. What did he get rid of? Where did his buyback go?
I have no idea, but what I do know is that Liga look at the 3v5 situation and they might be looking at the lower bracket. Only now on this high ground, you just make quick work of these racks. And without your Dragon Knight and your Wind Ranger full committing into this Luna, especially with a second life, especially when Naman keeps on finding you over and over, you can't run, you can't hide, the Tiny is right there. And the glimpse back, Bengen just caught sight of him, pulls him right back into the hands of the Luna. It's an immediate buyback, but you've already been megas. This is... I don't really see how Liga, I don't see how Liga can come back from this, especially if Allnet feeling as confident as he is. Still a refresher shard in the pocket. And it looks like Mouz. I'll be honest, I thought it would be a lot more even, and in game number 2, I feel like Liga definitely brought us the heat, but it seems like without Ramses, they don't really have the sauce that they need. They'll try now. One last fight, one final hurrah to perhaps turn the game around. It doesn't seem to be enough as Force, he's into the mix with another perfect vacuum wall. Holding everyone in place. Violent, he just can't do any damage. Punch back, caught in the Sandy Storm. Baby 3-packs is punching away at his Disruptor, and Bengen is full HP. GG is called. Mouz take the 2-0 in very convincing fashion. And honestly, Liga, respect where it's due. Pantomime played out his damn mind. But at least, I mean, I don't know. This is gonna get worse for them because they still have a lower bracket match to play.
They do. Look at Mouz. All of them are just, they're indifferent towards the dub. I'm sure they're feeling good, mind you, but on their faces it's just like, yeah, guys, we did it. Awesome.
Yeah.
How's next one, please.
Completely non-emotional team. Perhaps the most excitement that we saw from them was when Bengen witnessed the what I think Baby 3-Packs denying himself to Roche, and then his eyebrows raised a little bit. That was it.
Yeah.
That was literally it. But I think the story of this game is exactly what we said at some point. Like, it was really just Bengen and Namen giving you the best flight experience that you could ask for as any one of the Mouz cores, and intermittently you were gonna get interrupted by this very angry old dude with a hook somehow. I don't know how they allowed him to bring it on the flight, but he still managed to get in there, cause some chaos, and ruin that nice experience. But it was very swiftly dealt with, right? I mean, after you have such a wonderful flight, you land, you're ready for business, just get into action, and it feels like it was these Roche fights, right? It felt like that moment of indecisiveness in both situations, where you look at Mouz, the way they respond so quick, so fast to play with each other and cover each other's backs. Look at Bengen, the force out, fought Mac immediately. It's just perfect as compared to a bit of hesitation from Liga, costing them a lot of these engagements.
And a great pickup this game from Force as well with that Crimson Guard. It just destroys Wind. Despite it not being the best item in the game anymore, it is so good. It feels so good against Wind Ranger. And Darkseer is a perfect hero to purchase it.
Yeah, if there's any hero who can sort of get that and not feel like he's trying to make something out of fashion work, it's this guy, right? And not just the Wind Ranger, in a way, against the Lifestealer and the Dragon Knight, it completely minimizes everything they're trying to do as well. So we see this one fight where they finally get the touch onto Olnip, but at that point, they need to commit the Infest just to save Rabel, and the rest of the Mouz team just runs him down, and it's just really great stuff. Another sort of stand-up performance for Force here, but I do gotta say, I think my little premonition at the start of the series was correct. I said, okay, Mouz, the two players that I'm looking at are Namen and Force, and Force, undisputed MVP in that game, number one, but this game, it's gotta be Namen. That Tiny was insane.
Yeah, I think Force had a very key part in this game, obviously. The itemization was fantastic. The vacuums were arguably even better than the itemization. So, not to take away from literally anyone else on Mouz, but I think that's just how well Narman played that game.
Absolutely. All props where props are due, right? I think everyone on Mouz definitely did their job. Even the sort of players we didn't necessarily mention as much, like Olnip and Supreme, they came together. Supreme, it really was, you could see the moments where it could have all gone wrong, right? Especially in that mid-fight early on, where Pantomime just landed that killer hook shot. But when you're relying purely on your clockwork to be the one that turns the game around for you, you're kind of putting him in between a cog and a hard place, and none of those. It's not nice. It's not nice, right? No. I think Pantomime, he played his heart out. That's about all you can ask, but it felt like what they had to work with in terms of heroes didn't really allow them to do any much more than that.
Yeah, the Lifestealer just, I don't know, it felt like he wasn't doing any damage. I'm going to check the damage stat now, but Nate's just kind of ran out of damage, and that's kind of a byproduct of this Radiance build. If you're not getting an Aghanim Scepter, you're not doing too much.
Yeah, and the main thing is with this Lifestealer, we talked about, okay, making it through this initial Duna road bump, right? This little, like, peak power curve that she's gonna have. But even to the later stage of the game, when you start getting your items, I feel like Force just itemized perfectly to block you out. You got some nice little armor, you got some nice damage, resistances, nothing you could do. And it was just perfect stuff. But yeah, with that, we're going to conclude our second series of today. But believe it or not, just like for Liga, we're not done just yet. We still have one final game. I believe we're going to be watching Bait. Bait's on Dandelions up against Liga, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, that will be up for you after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for our last series of the Portal Dota 2 World Invitationals for day number 1.
Eons ago, a mythical bubble emerged, rumored to hold limitless power. A group of heroes came together, determined to use the power for good. But they were not alone, for the Shadow Realm was searching for it too. Nothing will stop good from prevailing. Join the Bubble Rangers on their quest.
Dear Kitty, when I left your tavern to pursue the rumors, I knew I was onto something. While people said it was just a legend, I found a temple proving their existence. However, I fear I've made a grave mistake. Please, tell the Seekers to prepare themselves. They are coming.
allegiances have been tested. Those who remain stand no chance. In the wake of defeat, when your legacy lies in ruins, steel yourself. The enemy stands at the door. Only courage remains. There is no other choice. You must protect your house.
We knew they were coming. We knew we couldn't win this fight. Still, those of us who could fought, so that most of humanity could evacuate Earth. In the end, all we could do was buy time. Time to get to Oikos. Time to run. We gave everything. This is not our end. We are Space Nation.
A very warm welcome back. The Portal Dota 2 World Invitational continues. It's been a bit of a long day, had some delays, but we made it all the way to the end. Not quite though. Crash and Sneeze here, bringing you the last series of the day. This will be our first elimination of the tournament, and it's none other than two teams. You know, maybe some expected them to be here, some didn't. Liga up against Dandelions. Either way, it should be a lot more evenly matched, or at least that's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, I hope so. In case, you know, you weren't here earlier or you're just tuning in for some reason, it's been a whole day of Dota and Liga. Quite literally for them has been a whole day. And it's very unfortunate that they're down into this lower bracket on the verge of elimination, because I think people have sort of expectations for this team where they've really shown up recently, right? All the way through the closed quals for Wallachia. So, or Wallachia rather. Yeah, they've made it quite far multiple times. It'd be unceremonious for them to be knocked out like this.
Yeah, but it's also completely understandable, right? They're coming into this tournament essentially without their star Ramses. I think that's kind of a byproduct of every single lineup that he's been on. It's not really about the fact that these other teams or team members that he has aren't great. It's just the unfortunate reality. And of course, their opponents. Let's talk a little bit about them. We have none other than the Dandelions. Ran up against 1win in the first round, and if we know anything about 1win's history, that is not a good piece of news. Of course, we have Mobe Soneko, who has gone for a bit of a rebrand. Now he's, so it's a long story. Crash will tell it to you later, but essentially now we're going to call him question mark. Okay, he's going to appear as question mark in game. Maybe we can call him Soneko. I don't know. V-Tune, Desire, Palantimos, and Kidaro. A pretty ragtag bunch from all over Eastern and Western Europe coming together to play in this stack.
It's a pretty good lineup too, right? I don't think there's, you know, outside of Soneko, really that star power, that international level, but these players are really good in their own right. Like the single individual skill is very high. Like these are some top level immortal players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for me, Soneko and V-Tune getting to reunite a little bit and powered up by some madness that Desire will bring to the table. I think most people will remember him from his time on a lot of SSA Spartan stacks. You know, he was sort of bringing out Earth Spirits, these tinies, these space-making position 4s. And on the flip side, of course, don't mind the graphic. It unfortunately isn't Ramses playing today. It's Violent standing in from L1ga. The rest of the side of Liga haven't really looked quite as hot. I mean, we've seen the supports, L1ga and Pantomime, really step up to the plate and try and bring it for the squad, but clearly without Ramses, they aren't really looking like the same team physically and literally, unfortunately for them. But yeah, I mean, they are going to try and stave off elimination, because surviving here would mean that maybe tomorrow Ramses can come back into the mix and actually show us what Liga can do when they're at their full power here.
Yeah, that's the hope, that's the pray. It'd be very unfortunate for Ramses to depart for a day and his team get eliminated.
Yeah, I think the main thing for me is that Dandelions, worth noting that you might not have seen this stack or you might not have seen this team play together before. You definitely know these players, but most recently they actually participated in the Middle East qualifier for Dream League, to which they actually defeated Nigma once. So of course we have a draft for you. We'll just hop straight into that, because both teams, you know, on Wikipedia, on these other sites, I know it was mentioned like it's supposed to be maybe a couple more hours before this game starts, but Liga, understandably, they just want to get things going as fast as possible.
It's probably, you know, not the earliest for them. You know, it's not early in the morning. It's, well, it might be actually, but, you know, I'm talking about like 1 or 2 in the morning. I'm not quite sure about their time zone. But it's the butt crack of somewhere, whether it be the morning or the night, and they've got to be feeling not just pressure, but a little bit of tiredness as well.
Yeah, I think getting video confirmation is pretty funny as well. That, yep, that's Soneko. Yeah. We know that guy, you know, but he's going under a different name this time. And Liga, you gotta imagine, we were sort of already talking this up so much last game, but it's really gonna start to wear in here, right? I mean, yeah, especially against Dandelions. I think the one thing about every Soneko team, in the same way every Ramses team is a Ramses team, is a Soneko team is a Soneko team. I know I sound like an idiot. If you don't know anything about Dota, you're probably going to be like, what is this guy on? But I think the real fans will know, the CIS Dota fans will know, Soneko is the type of guy who gets in there, assumes command of the ship, and completely drives it his way. We've seen it multiple times where, you know, through disagreements in game ideas, it's his way or the highway for the most part. And Dandelions, they're going to stick to the Soneko script here. For now, a lot of focus on some very strong supports we've already seen in the game so far. Chen, Disruptor, and Tiny, as well as Luna being taken out by Liga. And on the flip side, Dandelion, they choose to take out the Kanka, DK, and the Timber, start things out with a Brewmaster.
Now, Dandelions did recently pick this Brewmaster in their last game against One Win. It was okay. He went 4, 4, and 6. Didn't have the best net worth, but he was leaning against a Sven CM. And speaking of the devil, there he is again.
Violent already also brought this out in the previous Liga game. It didn't really work out in their favor, but a large part of that is because I think we identified it post-game, and even during the draft, they kind of snatched up a bunch of don't do anything core heroes, right? It was a Sven, Magnus, Sniper lineup, and your supports are Rubik, Chen. Like, you're not getting anything done on the map. So hopefully Liga learned a bit of their lesson here. It's good to see that there's still smiles around. Maybe that 40-minute break gave them a bit of time to recharge, pep up, and sort of get back into the mood, because yeah, it is dipping into sort of the later hours of the day here. It's been a full day for them of Dota, but you know, it's always important to come into these matches of just putting everything behind you, right? Keep on to the lessons that you've learned, which is why we see this Sven as a response, and maybe they had some time to do a bit of research. But other than that, you don't want to hold on to those negative feelings. You want to forget that you're tired, pretend that this is just the first game of the day, just vibes, you know?
Yep. Yeah, refresh, reset, because that's the only way you're going to be winning here, right? There's got to be some dread on the verge of elimination, especially when you just got eliminated unceremoniously by VP in the Wallachia close quals, right? It can't feel good, so that mental reset is incredibly important. Like, I think, like, we can put so much emphasis on this, and we can keep talking about it because that's how important it is, but let's move on from that. We do have some great bans coming out from Liga. The Luna and Lifestealer are bans that just kind of deal with the Sven, right? The damage reduction from the Glaives is great, and Lifestealer is one of the few heroes that can kind of man up and fight the Sven, especially with that Agnum Scepter.
I mean, the way I'm reading this is more like Liga, they may be getting a bit of PTSD from Olnit's Luna and how fast it demolished them. I mean, they are going to get that Bat Rider Shadow Shaman combination. Woo-hoo. Dandelions, a lot of spell damage already and a lot of threat on this CM, right? Even though we've seen the CM Sven be really good into the Brewmaster lane, the Bat Rider is going to be an excellent bodyguard. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, I'm inclined to believe it might actually be a Shadow Shaman in the position 4 and a Bat in the position 5 instead.
Yeah, I think so too. Now, to be fair, the Shadow Shaman, he has very mana-intensive ways of proccing the Cinder Brew. I think Bat Rider's a little bit more consistent and on a shorter cooldown like you'd want, like your Cinder Brew. But the Shaman is fine. My only concern is that he runs out of mana in lane and all of a sudden doesn't have the power to put out Shackles or those Aether Shocks, whatever he needs to do. So that might be something to look out for.
Yeah, it's also funny because Bat Rider literally brings his own flames, so you don't even need to stress that much. It's thematically on point. You can light that alcohol up. Very nice sort of double pick up here for Liga. Pairs very nicely together with the existing duo, where the Sven always needs a way to get into the fight because it's not the blink so early on this time, at least in this meta, right? You're always looking for later down the game. You pick up an Aghanim's or something like that, but early on, now you have that Stampede to help you get into the fight. And in the very case where you're the ones initiating, you can even Inkswell the Sven, get a double Stormhammer off. It's just altogether a great pick, great pairing.
El Clasico too. I mean, Grimstroke's Centaur, it's been a relevant combo for almost a year now, maybe even more than a year now. People have been playing this and perfecting this combo for oh so long now. And I would assume that Liga, they are well practiced.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the main thing is we've seen a shift in terms of perspective when playing this Centaur. Ever since there were those little buffs up to the double edge as well as the Hoofstorm damage, it's all about that magic burst, your first 2 spells. We rarely see the return really maxed out, and that's to your advantage. Suddenly, whichever carry VTune picks up needs to have his own way of getting out of trouble, because if you've used the Flame Braid and Liga get on top of you, there are very few heroes that can survive that situation.
Yeah, and I think for both teams, I think that might be kind of the name of the game, Sneeze, is getting on top of said heroes, right? Except for Zeus, right? But Bat Rider, Shadow Shaman, Shaman doesn't have the best cast range. He's got to be pretty darn close to cast his abilities. Brewmaster, same thing, right? Your Panda's going to be in there, and Bat Rider's another one of those heroes that he has to put himself in danger to be able to get his abilities off, right? No one cares if you're sitting back sticky napalming people, so what, right? You need to be getting these lassos off on the key targets like the Grimstroke, like the Centaur. But My problem might be is killing off the Centaur. That's what the Zeus is for, right? This kind of burst magic damage hero where Centaur, the days are gone in which you're building pipe, right? Maybe we'll see an Eternal Shroud a little bit later, but I highly doubt we'll see a pipe. Maybe Grimstroke picks one up because of all the magic damage coming out from Dandelions. But it's not gonna be a Centaur item.
You might actually need to buy it on baby 3 packs with how much magic damage they have this game, right? Like, I get where you're coming from.
Someone needs it.
And yeah, I mean, the Grimstroke, I feel like he has like way more items he wants as well, like some sort of survivability. I mean, the supports ideally
like
for them,
Glimmer
the Glimmer Shard, the 4 staffs, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Both these supports wanting their shard for sure this game. And I like this Zeus pick because I feel like even though it doesn't necessarily work out in the later stage where it can stand its ground and do those lightning hands auto attacks, it still is, if he gets the opportunity, percentage HP, like you mentioned before, the arc lightnings now have that effect, so they're able to shock you down. And also, Dandelions, they were missing a bit of damage up until this point, right? They have good sort of early game team fighting, skirmishing, maybe getting pickoffs first 10 minutes, but post that, as a very concerning real threat of Liga heroes getting a bit too tanky for them to deal with. Now, last pick for Liga, they're missing a mid laner for Rabel, the Wind Ranger, and actually a lot of focus towards some of his picks with the DP Lash as well as the Wind Ranger banned out. Something that he does like to play is this Pango, which still could be an option, but doesn't necessarily win the lane against the Zeus. And of course, for Dandelions, they're missing that V-Tune hero.
Does TA still do well into Zeus? I feel like it did at some point.
Yeah, but TA kind of gets shit on by everybody else on Dandelions, which is a big problem.
I'm trying to think of like one-to-one matchups that win against Zeus because there aren't too many, honestly.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you have the option of the Puck. I feel like a bit more control is
Puck could
needed.
be good too, yeah.
It's a bit scary into 2 sort of instant disables between Lasso as well as Hex, but you know, if you can get those silences off, no. Dandelions will just ban it out, and oh, V-Tune. This is cool, Rave King. Not a hero we see anymore, but maybe Dandelions can make a good case for it, and I'm excited because I love this hero. I think it's a pretty good, interesting strategy. It basically gives Dandelions a very good body to play around, and even when that body dies, he has a second life. Turn it up.
And there's no mana burn on Liga either at this point. So Wraith King throughout this entire game is going to be very safe with the reincarnation as long as he's watching his own mana.
Is this going to be...
Unless CM gets that, 200 attack speed, talent, and a diffusal.
This is going to be an Invoker, potentially, or maybe a Pango, because both are excellent choices this game. You talk about the mana burn, right? And I'm leaning more towards the Invoker. It's going to be a Brood Mother mid. Oh, Liga.
I wonder how that does.
Look at them. They are having a little giggle to themselves. They have something cooking here. I wonder... Oh, okay. So it is Rabel on the Brood Mother mid. So clearly it's a confidence pick.
Yes.
Clearly it's a, okay, you dare to pick Zeus against me. Let me show you just what I like to do to counter it. And I mean, do you have any thoughts about this Brood Mother Zeus matchup, Crash?
I legitimately have never ever seen this before. Maybe ages ago, but not in my memory. I feel like as Broodmother gets more levels, it gets a lot harder for Zeus. That's why they put this Broodmother in the mid lane, so you can accumulate levels incredibly fast. So when mini spiders come out, when the little babies start appearing, that's when Zeus is going to be in trouble. Broodmother is one of those few heroes that can run down the Zeus after the lightning jump, whatever the hell it's called.
Heavenly jump.
The heavenly jump, thank you. It's one of the few heroes because of all the little units surrounding the Broodmother, right? There is no point in which you should get slowed unless you get really unlucky. But even then, with the movement speed from your webs, it might give you enough speed to attack the Zeus. This is another build-up where, we're probably going to see maybe an Orchid Bloodthorn from the Broodmother, and it absolutely destroys most of the heroes coming out from Dandelions, right? All of a sudden Brew doesn't get split off. That could be devastating.
Yeah.
Lasso. Shaman is just going to be food. I'm very worried for these supports from Dandelions.
And in comparison to a lot of the other games that we cast, I'm excited for this Orchid. I want it to happen this time. It's not bad in the slightest. It's a really excellent build-up, and I wonder how it's going to play out. I mean, for me, at least, the Zeus Broodmother matchup is pretty clear-cut. Zeus is kind of going to get dogged on, and there really isn't any question about it. We're going to have to keep our eyes out on the supports, whether they're able to rotate in and influence that in any way, or at least put in any sort of pressure on any other lane, so the Brood might feel, who knows, even concerned enough to try and rotate, and that's going to screw her, game over. But this Wraith King, I mean, the difference in terms of quality of last picks here from both sides has to be studied, right? I mean, Brood Mother is one thing. It feels like, in a way, it sort of trumped the side of Dandelions in this draft.
Yeah.
But Wraith King on the flip side, I don't... Huh? Is that good? I don't know.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not too keen on it. I mean, I think there's a reason that we haven't seen Wraith King in a while. I get it, right? This is one of VTune's most played heroes, so I understand the confidence pick, right? You're in the lower bracket on the verge of elimination. Comfort should be king. Wraith King specifically.
Yeah. The thing about Wraith King is that, and all these hero specialists is, as noted by a lot of analysts and pro players, even when they aren't meta, in the same way that Rabel just picked up this Brood Mother, your experience with the hero alone allows you to identify when there's a game that they will work. So I'm very interested to see what VTune's idea is here, because Wraith King isn't a hero that just has a good carry-to-carry matchup and wins the game. Or just, you know, you pick this hero, you auto-win the game. Your team needs to adjust and play around it in a way, right? Whether they're using him as a bait, whether they're grouping up for specific timing on this hero. I'm interested to see how exactly VTune is telling his team, look, this is what the game plan is going to be, let's shape up around me, right? And for now, you know, the build-up for Wraith King, still a pretty good Radiance, maybe Armlet buyer, maybe something like a Deso.
Yeah.
I don't know what you get this game, to be honest.
The Deso feels okay. I mean, it's a little awkward into Warcry. I think when you have overwhelming armor on any team, the Deso instantly feels a little worse, right? Sure, you're cutting down the armor, but keep in mind, Warcry gives like, what, how much armor? What is it, 15 armor? Deso ain't gonna do crap against that.
Yeah. Yeah, get some stacks though if you get some kills, you know what I mean?
Sure. I mean, the damage is good, don't get me wrong. It's just, I think the main factor about Deso is that minus armor.
I guess my only rationale for it is, as much as you have a high degree of armor on the Liga team, I feel like this Wraith King almost was like, okay, this guy's gonna short off physical damage problems, because the last thing you want is to just full-on magic damage lineup, and then, you know, you just build a couple, you just literally bum rush a pipe on the centaur, and it's still amazing.
Yeah.
See what happens.
I think not turn shot, but pipe will be incredibly important. What a shackle.
Yeah. Just over the trees as well, getting Pantomime really low with that Cinderbrew. And yeah.
If Desire can do these shackles throughout the entire game, like that was a beautiful shackle. He was in a perfect position to get a full length off, right? I think we only saw one shackle the last time we saw Shaman earlier today really pay off. I think Desire is going to prove a very important hero in this matchup. You are a lot of their low cooldown committal control.
What is the... You know, if I had a dime for every single time we saw a Greek support in this tournament pick Shadow Shaman, I'd have 2 dimes, which is funny that it happened twice in the same day. Literally, both of them have just coincidentally been on SSA Spartan stacks before, and they're both Greek, and they're both positioned 4. And they're looking to do the same thing here. A lot of pressure is going to be on Desire. Top side, easy kill onto VTune. And unfortunately, Soneko, or rather question mark as we'll be calling him this game, can't really do much about it. Trying to get a bit of a return kill, but level 1 Firefly ain't doing jack. And maybe 3 packs will just be able to walk this one off.
That's the strength of the Centaur Grimstroke. Even though you're a tanky hero like Wraith King, Batrider isn't a bodyguard, right? It's kind of flipped around where Wraith King is going to be the beefy one in front protecting said heroes. But if either the Centaur or the Grimstroke with an Inkswell get on either of these heroes like we just saw, they're dead, right? It's as simple as that, especially as Wraith King, or not Wraith King, but Centaur gets more levels. It's just going to get harder because the magic burst is just going to go higher.
Absolutely. And this setup is pretty neat as well, right? Getting the stuns and the skeletons out, but again, 1J turning around, nice Inkswell pop. The timing is perfect. Gonna be able to walk his way out of this one. I mean, I think in an ideal world, the Batrider still wants to be that body, but there's not much you can do other than Flame Break, right? It's just such an easy connection onto VTune. And how's this mid lane doing? It seems like Zeus is still looking pretty hot, but you gotta imagine some of these I mean, generally, last hits-wise, it's not like Rabel can really contest him or deny him, right? The Arc Lightning is always going to be an easy grab. Oh, the kill out onto Violent. You talk about high value shackles. This man's already got 2.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's exactly what it was. That Shackles was insane. CM can't really break Shackles. Sure, you can root him in place, but that ain't gonna stop him. It's gotta be their Sven, and if you're the ones being shackled as the Sven, there's, like we said, there's nothing to cancel it. It's gonna be incredibly valuable. Nice ward from question mark here. Gonna scout out any sort of rotations from the Shadow Shaman, but no, V2 not again.
Yeah, just easy kill. Try and get that return with the Blood Grenade, chase down. L1ga is burning up. The Skeleton's got him as well. This could be a double if question mark plays his cards right. Oh, that infused raindrops blocking quite a bit of damage. The Skeletons will kill off the Grimstroke at the very least though. Maybe 3 packs has a salve as well, so getting max efficiency from that by pocketing those bracers. Nicely done. And he'll just get straight back to farming.
Oh boy, I'm already getting worried for V2 in this game. If he starts falling behind Wraith King, he doesn't have a way of keeping up in farm, especially with a Sven.
Yeah, he's gonna very quickly start to trail here. Shackles again. Now, Desire, he's just doing quite a bit of damage the way of Pantomime, but I think realistically speaking, with how I think this lane has postured, it's not very possible for the Liga safe lane to actually get any return kills. They've done a good job in terms of pressuring down their opponents at least a little bit, but Desire, he's so fine down here. Just another shackle, heal up to full. Hey, he has level 2 on shackles, man. He's healing for quite a bit.
Whoever decided that Shackles should heal needs to be fired. What a weird thing to do.
I think it's fine. I mean, we've barely even seen Shadow Shaman in this meta, and that's even after Hex has that spell damage like increase, right? Traditionally, we see heroes with that type of flat damage percentage reduction or damage percentage increase be so broken. I mean, remember Undying with Flash Golem for a hot minute? Man, disgusting.
I think one of the big reasons the Shadow Shaman doesn't see play, and this was, you know, talked about a little bit, is he doesn't have good cast range. He doesn't have good attack range either. Unless you have a really good bodyguard in lane, it's just awful to play. Like, it feels so bad.
Yeah. And I think a lot more, funnily enough, a lot more utility in the Lion as well, being able to sort of support pickoffs and potentially get kills by herself. Here comes all these spiders. Mobe is just dead. So that was the easiest kill of Rabel's whole career, and immediately voice lines afterwards as well. It's really nice to see that Liga are still sort of in fighting condition here. Clearly the break did them some good. They are still able to come back to the table with fresh ideas and pump some pressure onto Dandelions, who had a bit of a longer break, but seem to be completely caught off guard by what Liga have available for them in the draft. Stampede committed in that top side. Looks like there's action. There's mid lane, again, another chase, but okay, so Neko, he's able to get over the tree line. Nicely done, and he survives for now, I guess.
But this leaves V2 alone, so if Liga want to dive, they could. Pantomime's here too.
CM and Twin Gates, name a better combination, even puts down a very nice ward to spot out this potential move. But yeah, I was looking at mid lane because, dude, I feel like Rabel is just perpetually playing so close to the back of the tier 1, sending those spiderlings in, putting on pressure, controlling those runes. L1ga will deny that regen, even try and set up onto Mobe. Okay. There's a full-on pressure on this guy. Zeus not really having any space to work with at all.
He's had decent CS, but if you take a look, right, it's fine. But his CS has actually been stagnant for a little bit as Neko.
Yeah. Easy pick off.
Fortunate.
And you gotta imagine that like a good portion, maybe like 15 or 10 to 15 of that last hit count is just spiderlings, right? So that's nowhere near as valuable as potentially stacks and stuff like that. Rabel, I feel like he could go for Orchid, Mage Slayer, and this Zeus is literally toast. He already has one component into the Orchid. He's just rushing that. No like power treads, no intermediate items other than the Bracer. Shadow Shaman here now, trying to fight on this tower, but they managed to shut down most of those spiderlings. But again, where's the follow-up? They just have to watch Rabel scuttle out of there. Very strange affair there from Dandelion, thinking they could do anything to this Broodmother.
Rabel even tips Desire. Like, he recognized, like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, like,
You're
what are
not
you-
saving your tower. Maybe you save your Zeus. Maybe that's the play.
Yeah, did you guys try to come in just to double attack, deny your tower? Because that's pathetic. Like, it's just having a little cackle at them. Less than 1k gold lead, nothing too crazy though, as VTune still able to farm up decently well. And Zeus as well. I mean, top of the CS. Pops that Stampede just to get up. Baby 3-packs may be a bit too reactive there. Realistically, there wasn't anything that could have stopped him. Probably just a bit afraid of the lasso.
Yeah, didn't know where Zeus was, so it's fine, right? I think if you're stampeding off cooldown, that's a-okay. It doesn't need to result in a kill. It can just result in getting a hero out to safety.
Yeah. To no one's surprise though, net worth-wise, it's the Brute Mother who is on top, right? A full 1k ahead of her counterpart in the mid lane. And Brew actually having a great time as well, Palantimos. And now chase down Rabel. The first rotation of the game from this Brute Mother needs to make it count. If not, a lot of these webs will be used for nothing. Holding down onto the Centaur now. He used the Stampede previously to get away from a lasso. Now he might just have run one into. Hey, a beautiful Soulbind though, and the double stomp will stop that move from Dandelion. Pump fake on that split for Palantimos, but I think he understands that with the health bars of his allies, fight's over. Back to farming.
Yeah. Did I just see an Aghanim Scepter queued up from Grimshow? Like a first item Ags? What is this?
Ooh. They want a Wraith King as well. Okay.
I guess so, dude. Or a Radiance Brewmaster. Either way, they're happy.
True, although I kind of feel like I don't really know whether the is the Radiance Brewmaster going to be good, especially since he doesn't have Radiance and instead has a Spirit Vessel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the Spirit Vessel is really good this game. I don't mind it at all.
Desire.
They need a little bit
Nice
more
hex.
nice.
Slap, slap, slap.
So easy.
Yo, that Brewmaster auto attack got to be top 10 satisfying sound effects.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, Zeus again. Just illusions and spiders.
Yeah. Almost dies there. Has the phylactery complete though, so decent amount of money in his pocket as well. I think the key thing for me is what exactly Rabel is able to get done with this Orchid pickup. Doesn't really have mana to work with for now. And looks like the rest of Dandelions are kind of trying to bait him into some over-aggression here. Would be nice.
Yeah, this could be huge.
Things coming out though, yeah. I don't... Were you hoping that Rabel was playing with his monitor? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what that was. Like, the Bat Rider's coming out, he doesn't have Blink. He's just hoping that Rabel decides to aggress on him instead of run away. But you wanted me so bad, I'll come get you. Still doesn't want to run those Broodlings right into the Firefly though. Haste pop by Mobe. But again, free pathing for Rabel means that he's just able to run rampant in this triangle area. Turn around Soulbind means that that fight's over. Nothing else to be found here as Dandelions just have to back up. Very, very awkward affair for them. As they try very hard to find some sort of pick off, but don't really find any purchase.
They can still play in this area on Liga. There's nothing stopping them from just controlling this part of the map.
Yeah.
Right? It makes things awkward for the rest of Dandelions to play. It's just, you know, this jungle is where Zeus wants to be farming. Wraith King would love to be able to play in this area too. But it's just not the case.
Yeah, it seems like Violent came over, cleared up some stacks, or at least is getting to them now. That God Strength, been able to farm relatively unbothered. Even though the Brewmaster is having a great game, he's gone for a bit more early game focused items with that Spirit Vessel like we mentioned, which admittedly is great, right, against these tanky heroes, but doesn't really give you that scaling quite as much as a Radiance will, and he's assuming a bit more of a support slash utility-esque build this time round. Palantimos actually queuing up that pipe.
I like it, right? The amount of magical damage from Liga can't be, you know, understated. They do have quite a bit, especially with this Orchid being picked up from Broodmother. It's quite a bit of magic damage. Blink reveal.
Jumps out onto VTune. He has that reincarnate, and that should be enough time for the rest of his team to come up. Not even. Gets that armlet toggle down to perfection and survives. That's what? Four heroes of Liga running at you and not succeeding in a kill? Very clean stuff from VTune.
but also 4 heroes from Dandelions as well. So it's now up to Liga to make a move around the map without TP rotations.
Yeah.
Right? If they can bring 3 heroes anywhere, it should result in a solo kill, or a solo pick-off rather.
Yeah, but Dandelions aren't really giving them that opportunity. Also, before we move on, I do want to point out the key item that makes the difference there is literally the Spark of Courage, right? Basically giving him 7 extra armor when he's low HP. Oh, still a run forward though, but had that toggle timed again, V-Tune. Just so quick with it, man.
Does have to be careful. Oh, the stray Crystal Nova. A little bit of lifesteal. It's the only thing that saved him there. Whew. That was close.
I mean, there's what spotting out this Broodmother, but seeing her isn't going to stop this exact fate from befalling you. Rabel on a killing spree. And Desire Shadow Shaman just got eaten up.
And that should be the state of the game throughout the entire one. You know, Shaman, he can shackle, he can hex, but it's not going to stop the little spiders.
Oh, Violent and Grimstroke tag teamed up to find a kill on the Bat Rider. Or maybe it was just Violent cutting him down. Okay. Well, maybe stepping out the line a little bit there on that poor Bat.
They TP'd Wraith King down for that too. Oh, obviously Brewmaster's not building Radiance, dude. V-Tune is.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, because if the...
What a silly oversight.
Yeah, I mean, either way, you could have still gotten something like a Midas, but I guess that might be a bit too slow.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too greedy as well. You know,
he's going
you're
for...
wanting to fight, not farm.
And speaking of wanting to fight, here's Liga setting up for some action, trying to get the touch on the Palantimo. Stomp off the mark though. He's wise to it, gets out of dodge. And sooner, in a bit, he will have that Lotus Orb. Just maybe like, what, 1.5, 2k gold away? Actually, no, that's way more. Lotus Orb is insanely expensive.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
the recipe's cheap.
It's a great tool, this game, for against everybody on Liga.
Yeah. Yeah, literally, like, every single one of them. If Sven gets Stormhammer reflected back to him before his BKB, it might result in his death.
Catch out again onto this Bat Rider, who's been pretty unlucky. Soneko, you know, found out on basically a couple of angles on the map now. That Blink Dagger, Baby 3 packs can just keep this one going. Getting up the BKB next to be able to get into the thick of the fight and not be bothered by what Dandelions have prepared. It's kind of an insane timing for Liga, right? These BKBs.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little delayed as Sven went for a Blink Dagger first, but it's just going to be aggression, right? Liga, they've got the net worth advantage right now. They can push it further.
Yeah. I kind of like this as well, because I think that the main thing for the Sven is you don't really want to be the one starting the fight. You want your Broodmother and your gang to run in. So it's just, you know, they roll out the red carpet for you, and then it's easy for you to blink in, as opposed to sort of putting yourself in the line of fire and getting that BKB early. Because really, that's all what Violent wants to do, right? Just get the jump when they aren't expecting him, after all the spells have been used, and then come in, clean up. So I don't mind this too much. I'm sure he'll be building up that the BKB immediately afterwards.
Very cool of you.
Yeah, I would assume so. It's gonna sync up the BKB timings on the Broodmother and Centaur.
On
Palantimos.
Oh, sorry.
About, yeah.
Yeah. Just easy. Pantomime doesn't even break a sweat, bro. Just casually strolls on over there, continues that aggression. And hurt the Orchid going off. Looks like Stampede for the chase down. They lasso up onto the Brood, and they manage to kill off Rabel though. Great response. Now Violence is in trouble, but beautiful double stomp. Gets the catch on that poor Bat Rider. Pop the first life of that Wraith King. So V-Tune's gonna come straight back into the mix and kill off one support. Look to chop down another. Can't escape under the cover of Invis, and double kill for V-Tune. Great use of that lasso, and for the first time in this game, Rabel gets caught out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's a great hero to get a kill off as well. As long as Broodmother doesn't have that BKB, which she will very soon, a full-length Shackle is going to go a very long way. Like we've talked about, Desire is going to be a key player this game. Isn't going to ever be able to ward trap anyone, really, with the phase boots on, you know, the Centaur, the free pathing from the Broodmother. Your ward targets are going to be like CM Grim.
Momentary scary there, but no lasso means that kill doesn't happen. Actually, early Blink Dagger from Mobe, so... Just it's actually great, right? Because essentially you're saying, look, I'll put my reaction speed against yours. As soon as I see the centaur blink in or somebody sort of try and get the touch on me, I'm just gonna hightail my way out of it. And I think that's a good option of trying to survive, right? Other stuff like the 4-staff might not really create the distance that you need. Oh, maybe 3 packs. He's spotted down here. And see him on the cams. He's there. Shit, yeah. They turn around. Trying to get the engage, but has to run as Desire and gang. Coming through, they're hiding away in the tree line. Mobe, try and spot you out. Looks like it's just L1ga who has to give his life up. He just resigns to his death there.
Yeah.
Just give it to V2.
That's exactly what you should do.
Chop him down, but looks like Soneko has chased a bit too far. We'll just get crunched by the rest of the Liga, who are waiting in the wings for over-eager member of Dandelions.
I think that's been the state of the game for Soneko. A little over-eager, getting caught out in multiple areas in which I feel like, you know, he gets a ward out, that's fine, but you really shouldn't have been there.
The funniest part about all of this is the fact that Soneko has died quite a bit, and Desire is still so much drastically poorer than him.
Yeah.
Just,
I mean, you can farm a lot better on the Bad Rider, right? Soneko even farmed a few stacks that he made for himself.
Yeah. It's the funniest thing as well, because Soneko made the stacks, and then the Zeus is like right next to him with full mana, so there's literally no reason. And then he just takes them from right in front of his face. It's like, these are mine, and Mobe doesn't even try and argue. 6k gold lead up though for Liga at this point in the game. You know, it's these BKB timings that we need to keep our eye out for, and Liga, they've managed to pick them up, right? Both on Rabel, as well as the Centaur. No, sorry, just
close.
250 gold off. So, gotta imagine that once they grab those, they're gonna head straight into Roche, or maybe just head into Roche right now.
Yeah, Sven has his. That's A-okay. That's all you need.
Okay.
Screw you, Centaur. You don't need a BKB.
I mean, this Roche kill is gonna give him BKB, so...
Yeah.
Yippee! Perfect timing.
Yeah, right? Very perfect timing. Synced up beautifully. I didn't think Sven would get his that fast, but silly me, Sven farms incredibly fast.
Also, he did the thing where he disassembled his Echo Saber,
Yes.
so... I mean, classic Sven move.
And rebuilds it too. Yeah. Very classic Sven move.
It's just such a great item on Sven. Like, you get those huge auto attacks, swong swong, and someone's just dead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it turns out when you pop God Strength, you do a lot of damage, and hitting, you know, there's only one thing better than hitting once, that's hitting twice.
Yeah. Part of that fan club is, of course, Weaver.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
And to a certain extent,
he gets it for free.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower
Oh, and the Void. Yeah, Void's a temporary member.
Yeah.
You know, he's like a half member.
Fleet,
he's there,
like
but it's not reliable.
Like, he says he's gonna show up for the meeting, and then he just like kind of time walks away, and you're like, man, what the frick?
Yeah.
Thought we had you in the club, homie. Smoke move out though. Even in the face of this Aegis, they want to get fighting. Pop the BKB, quick one on baby 3 packs, great response. Now with the chase, Stampede forward, forcing that split out. That BKB's gonna run out, but Palantimos, his Brulés just get killed! Violent just slices him down, and Rainbow cleans up on the backside, takes down the Brew and the supports the boot. Now V-Tune has shown up to the fight, but I'm not really sure where this is where you want to be, homie. They still have vision of him. Nothing really stopping them from committing other than that beautiful blink away. Spiderlings couldn't connect with an auto attack, and he'll keep his life intact. They do end up losing the Centaur as a result though, but overall, great trade, I feel like, for Liga.
Yeah, you're happy with that for Liga. It only cost one of your BKBs, I believe. Sven didn't use theirs. Oh, Broodmother used theirs too.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's fine.
I mean, it's still fine. It's still fine, yeah.
That's what you bought the BKB for.
Exactly. It's not a passive item, believe it or not.
Yeah, I think the main thing is Rabel, as long as he continues to live through these fights, right? It doesn't really matter how many BKB charges he's popping. Sure, the duration is important, but he just needs to get those pickoffs done. And he manages to find the backline, kill off both Desire as well as Soneko. So, great stuff. And we're seeing why the Sven is such a great pick against the Proof. He pops Split. You gotta die, homie. Like, these guys don't have the best armor. And Liga want to keep things going. They try and look for the catch on the V-Tune, but manages to juke them out in the tree line. Already pressuring out onto the Brew though. They know he has no split, and they will kill him off. It's traded out again for baby 3 packs though. But V-Tune getting sliced down. That's the first step out of the picture. Violent has that BKB pop now. Will just cut down Desire, and V-Tune still trying to get a return kill. Slices down that Grimstroke. Trying to run away now. Liga still has that second life, and Violence just killed off the Zeus. Turn around, look for V-Tune. My sword is way bigger and cooler than yours, let me just tell you that. And V-Tune will learn a harsh lesson about life. Bigger is in fact better. Triple kill now. It's Violent.
They're gonna keep going.
Yeah, I mean, no reason for Rabel to keep it stopping. Has some nets in the area, has double attacks, and Bloodthorn more than enough damage. Whoo boy, a full team wipe. Dandelions just get crushed out of their own triangle there.
A beautiful smoke play from Liga. I genuinely don't think Dandelions were expecting that. They were in the area, but they just weren't ready for an instant engagement, which, you know, you've got to ask yourself, of course they have blink daggers. You know they have blink daggers. You got to be incredibly careful. You got to be ready for any sort of blink engagement at any given time.
Yeah, and the whole story of that is, even though there's some nice Lotus Orb reflex, the key thing as to why we see this smoke come out so quick is because they don't have split. They don't care if you have a second life. You don't have that teamfight control, and this is where the BKBs are the strongest. Violent pops his full 9-second duration, and even though V-Tune's able to get a couple of return kills, they just can't stand their ground. Nice lasso near the tail end to try and get V-Tune this advantage, but like you mentioned, Sven, just packing so much armor, able to turn around and just smack down the Wraith King. Again, we are wondering to ourselves, Dandelions, the idea behind this Wraith King, right? It's
yeah, it's still a question mark for at least for me. I would assume it is for you as well.
Yeah, and we're not even talking about Soneko.
No, and to be fair, like, Wraith King is one of those heroes where you can kill him off last.
Yeah.
Right? You can kill him once, kill him twice, as long as the rest of his team is dead. Now, we talked about it last series, but when you pick pause ones like that, it might just not work out for you.
Onto Palantinos. Nice use from the Batrider to try and hold them off. Split available, but he can't even pop it. Even the Lotus Orb can't stop the overwhelming amount of damage that Liga have. This is starting to look a bit like a wash. 10k gold lead already. Dandelions, the options to try and come back in this game are quite limited. They have decent high ground defense with the lasso shackles as well as the Zeus, but they are falling a bit too far behind now, and if V-Tune gets caught out as well, that'll be disastrous. Now, he is one component away from the BKB, and maybe that will be what unlocks the fight for him to actually play, because right now there's just way too much magic and stuns and slows flying around. They're not done just yet. Jumping in onto the Batrider, Yules buys him some time, but he's gonna come back straight into death. I say that, Soneko, fast fingers. Gets back to the safety of his tier 2 and tips come out.
Fair enough. Good play. Yeah, absolutely. All right, Shaman, Blink Dagger, online. All of a sudden, these shackles, these abilities are a lot easier to get off.
Sure.
They do have BKBs, mind you, but maybe this is a start.
Oh my goodness, V-Tune, you can't afford to die here. Soneko in the area, trying to help him out. Second life already. Where's the rest of the squad? They're not ready. Lasso onto Rabel, and the Thunder God's wrath, but Stampede as a response. Violent, looking for a target. There's a Yules up onto the Broodmother, but she's just able to reposition, get some lifesteal off. Now V-Tune will try chopping into the spider and eliminate that pest. Violent in some trouble, BKB out, and Dandelions, they're able to take a great fight, punching through both of the Liga 1 top 2 cores. And that's really off of the back of a beautiful, just kind of lasso from Soneko.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous on Liga. The rest of the team could not connect. Grim was in out just as fast as he was in. CM was never there to begin with. And Centaur, he wasn't there either. So a little bit of an awkward engagement from Liga. You know, your two top net worth heroes still can't 1v5. You know, maybe at some point, but not right now.
It's not just like a 1v5 situation, right? It's like, I think they are still overestimating how fast they can take down these 2 lives of the Wraith King. Because even if you kill him in 3 seconds, the 5-second respawn duration is a set thing, no matter how far ahead you are, and that just buys enough time. We were worried that the rest of the Dandelions team couldn't connect in time, but I mean, Soneko, he bided his time, was patient with the lasso, and ends up catching the Broodmother off by surprise. Rabel has a lot of damage, but not a lot of survivability if you're getting focused down. So it's just that BKB.
I mean, you've got that lifesteal, Sneeze. You know, that insatiable hunger. But if you're not hitting anyone, it's not doing anything really. Phylactery Broodmother. Okay. Yeah. I mean, why not? Conda's a great item for Brood. I get it. This is kind of dirty, if I'm being honest. I haven't really thought about Broodmother being a Conda hero.
I mean, isn't this the Broodmother build though? Like, I feel like it's Bloodthorn and then BKB
so.
Conda.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly didn't think about it
Again,
at
I don't
all.
blame you. I mean, I don't spend my free time thinking about Broodmother as well, but all Thunder God's Wrath stopping any sort of initiation. Great play from Mobe, and now Baby 3 Packs in some trouble, needs to get bailed out, pop the BKB, turn around to Desire. They've already lost 1J though, as the Sven trying to slice up, kills off Sodeko, and cancels out that poor Bat Rider's lasso. Now V-Tune, he's on the run, but he has nowhere to go. Mobe will blink out, leaving him for dead, and that is the reveal of the Grimstroke's Agonyms as well. Even though he goes down, he gets a very, very nice illusion. And not just of the bat, don't be fooled here, he had a Wraith King illusion running them down as well. That ends up being such a big difference maker.
Top tower.
It took Zeus completely out of the fight.
Yeah.
A nice Thunder God's Wrath to start things off though. Centaur was dead to rights here.
Yeah.
Thanks to those phase boots, he's able to get out though.
Yeah, also a bit of a split focus, right? Because as we see that fight start off, the two heroes that tried to go, the Bat Rider and the Wraith King specifically, tried to kill 1J. It took a bit too long, didn't they, right? He was able to turn around, Soulbind, silence both of them, Inkswell, and create illusions that started beating into them. He even traded out for Soneko by himself. So really, I mean, 1J dispatching two birds with one stone, or rather, two heroes with one Inkswell. Very nicely done.
Very quick fingers on Zeus.
Yeah.
Could have been some TPs in to death. Thanks to that Blink Dagger Heavenly Jump. He's ways away out of there. Oh man, though, this BKB from V-Tune, I get why. Like, you desperately need it, but it's been wasted, I feel like, twice now.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a byproduct of Dandelions not really clear on how exactly they want to take the fight, right? These lassos, you'd love to get them onto Rabel because he's such a susceptible target, but so far, you know, Dandelions, they start that fight out with a bit of a split focus. You gotta imagine that if everybody on the Dandelions lineup was punching into Baby 3 Packs, he doesn't survive, doesn't get the BKB, can't turn around with a Stampede. It's a whole different fight. So probably just communicating a bit clearly on who they're trying to kill first and everybody focusing, because that split just messed them up a little bit.
I mean, target prioritization is honestly one of the harder things to do, right? Team fights are so chaotic. If you don't have one clear voice that you're listening to, then things just turn out like very, very bad. Like, chaos is not good at this level of Dota. Well, you know, some sort of chaos is, but Calm's chaos is definitely not.
You just now for the Broodmother. Rabel will now have a second life to play with, so not too scared about those lassos anymore. Can't catch me. It's nice to see Violence confident enough to, you know, just kind of give that over. But I think the age-old...
Sven's a pseudo-transformation hero, right?
Yeah.
Timos again. This is fine. Liga are happy with this. They can just retreat at this point.
Yeah, I mean, sure, Palantino survives with his Wind Panda, can walk away with the Earth, but no split. We've seen what happens, right? This should open up the rest of the tier 2 towers on the map for free and easy picking.
Even gonna kill off that Storm Panda at the very end. Just a little screw you to end off that engagement. You know, you got away, but look what it's cost you.
Yeah, look how fast it can melt you. Better think twice about showing your face here again. Goddamn idiot. The gold lead has plateaued a little bit, right? But you still can't help but feel like Dandelions, their way back into the game is a long and arduous climb. They need to sort of get these pickoffs like maybe 2 or 3 times on the cross map situation. I'd imagine that they send like one hero back here. Desire's just as good as Dead Meat, but for now, still playing it conservative. Maybe they'll start to switch out because the circle is drawn. Looks like Rabel wants to play bot instead. That's kind of one of the weaknesses of the Broodmother, though, having to try and relocate your entire existence, because webs are in limited supply, right? Sure, you can stock them up, but you're not so good at playing in a split map situation.
Yeah, Broodmother has changed since the days of old, right? It was no longer play on the opposite side of the map as me for 40 minutes, right? It's now I'm coming in to join the fight. I'm a damage dealer. I'm doing, you know, I'm building very important items like this Bloodthorn. And yeah, it's just a different type of play now. And we've seen some Broodmothers not be able to adapt.
Yeah, I mean, Rabel very confidently picked this up in the last bit of that draft, and it's paid off big time. But we still haven't seen how that's going to translate to the end of the game, perhaps. Refresher now for Mobe. That is an interesting selection on that Zeus.
I mean, I think it's fine, right? Double ulti should kill off at least the CM. As long as she's not smoked or anything. All of a sudden, Zeus, you've put a big target on your back. And that's the one thing, right? If you get caught out, your refresher, like, it doesn't matter. Any of your items, it doesn't matter. The refresher orb, who cares if you can't get out?
Yeah, but I think that's Mobe's entire build, right? He's not built at all thinking about, oh, you know what, if I get caught here? He's just like, I am not getting caught, full stop. That's my game
You
plan.
have to,
yeah,
right? Because you'd be sacrificing too much damage on the Zeus, right? So you need to go for full damage, less survivability, and that's what Heavenly Jump is for. And that's why Zeus saw so much play as Heavenly Jump was introduced, because it was such a good mobility item for the hero. It was, some would say it was overtuned at the very beginning of it.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, at this point, Mobe, something no tail, you gotta play to win, right? And that's kind of what he's adopting here. He understands his team desperately needs damage, because apart from V-Tune smacking into the Liga heroes, there isn't really much in that regard. The other three heroes aren't contributing much in that department. Yeah, and the Mobe just dodges another situation where things could have gotten scary. Blinks out of that Centaur's reach.
Yeah, but there's nothing, like absolutely nothing stopping Liga from taking this tier 2 tower. It's going to go down incredibly fast, and I mean, what do you do?
So Mobe just gets caught out. We talked about, beating them to the punch, but didn't expect the Sven to be that far off angle from his team. Lasso up, though, Silence doesn't come through in time. Now that it will matter, Lotus reflecting it. They're trying to kill off Violent. Doing quite a bit of damage his way. Silence up on them, Brewmaster. He's tanking quite a bit. Still has the split available. Violent will be able to chop down that Wraith King. The rest of the supporting cast, they're still fine here. Rabel is still poking away, and Palantimos, he can't even get the split off, just gets killed. Okay, I mean,
cool Lotus Orb. It doesn't help though.
That was so much damage. Maybe he overestimated himself there. Another kill onto Desire. This is looking like the beginning of the end, as they're able to swoop on over to that second lane of Rags if they choose to stick around. They're not entirely sure about the buyback situation, but they gotta have an idea that, at some point you would have bought back by now. Maybe they're still waiting for the Zeus to come up. Only Desire has his, but by the time you come back alive, two of your Rags are gonna be gone already.
I don't know, dude. Maybe there's a world with like an Aeon disc or extra survivability, Zeus gets out there. Well, this is kind of like we just talked about. Like, your refresher orb is cool and all, but you're not going to get to use it when you die instantly like that to Violence.
Yeah, essentially a lot of dead net worth. Now they're coming back. 10 more seconds until the Brewmaster is also in the mix, but Liga, they want to get the jump first, straight onto the Bat Rider, so Neko is dead. Instant buyback though, but so is Desire. That's a dieback for him. TPing in now on Palantimos. They've killed off Violent. That is a huge one to find. That's a refresher coming into the picture, and Violent will try and auto-attack down the CM to no avail. Buyback on both your supports, and you kill off their position 1. I mean, okay, they basically get
a
almost...
start.
Yeah, but they basically get your entire base almost as a result.
Yeah.
They're one lane of Rex shy from Megas.
It was a heavy cost for sure. Taking a look at buybacks, still no buyback for Zeus, and they're going to desperately look to farm up 500 gold as fast as possible. Yeah. I think Violent, he was just in a little bit too deep here.
Yeah, but I don't...
They get the kill, but he sticks around.
Yeah, it's not really his fault per se, because his whole team was dogpiling in there. Okay, we've missed a bunch of action there. L1ga looks like he got caught out by the full swarm of Dandelions heroes in the mid lane, but and he's on the flip side, Rabel able to pick off a straggler.
Radiant are scanning.
And that's pretty much the name of the game for Zeus, right? Is just getting destroyed by Broodmother. Yeah. In lane it was rough, and for the rest of the game, as long as you don't have Manta up, this
under attack.
Bloodthorn is a big problem.
Yeah, and you kind of, with that blink, you kind of need advanced vision of her. You're expecting that you can see her coming and blink away in time, but if she approaches from an off angle from the trees or something like that, it gets a lot harder.
GG on VTune or AD even. This might change things if Palantimos wants to keep pushing.
Yeah, there's a split available.
Can't help but think if you split, you'd probably be able to catch one of them, throw at least one of them up into the air and stun the other. Maybe you could have got something there. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication from Dandelions. I don't know.
I mean, you're just trying to bait some sort of reaction on BKB, right?
Yeah.
But I think Liga, they're very aware of that because bot side, unfortunately for them, that's where their sort of Radiant outpost is. So, especially the Sven respawning, the last thing they want to do is get into a full-blown fight without their Zeus at their disposal. Nice ward being placed by Desire, though. Ooh, that is a hefty courier to kill. I mean, it still was a little bit away from his Swift Blink, but still.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what item you would have gotten rid of there for that Reaver. Like, it just kind of sit in his backpack, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's still a dead courier for a while. But that is buyback gold that Wraith King no longer has.
Yeah.
1,300 still from buyback. That, you know, I guess it's one of those I'd rather be at my strongest once than my weakest twice, so I get it.
Trying to defend now. I mean, he doesn't look very strong on his first. He needs to get some sort of response. Desire will pop that BKB, but he just gets melted. This Shadow Shaman has not looked good in the 2 games that was picked. And unfortunately, Dandelions, they are on their last legs. VTune getting beat up by his own Dark Portrait. Now, Baby 3-Packs will lose a Veil on the way here, but already losing your Rex now. Nice lasso up onto Rabel, but again, he's able to turn around. Just lifesteal up to full. Mobe is out of mana, and Mobe is out of teammates. All you have left is this Wraith King, but again, we have no clue what this was supposed to do for them. Rabel will start diving the fountain and kill off the Wraith King. Look towards Mobe, almost gets it done, but this is just clean stuff. Liga, they're able to punch right back, and even at the end of the rope here, off of a very, very long day of Dota, they're still able to show us some shine and take game number 1. Oh wait.
You know, we talked about being tired, Sneeze, but I think momentum is another thing as well, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the wind is out of your sails after a few losses, but you're warmed up for sure, right? You've been drafting all day, you've been playing all day. You're ready, right? If anything, you're a little tired, but you're certainly ready for this fight.
Yeah, and I mean, brilliant performances from all the Liga heroes after some rough matches and series that we've seen them go through today. This sort of shine back is a very nice response, right? I think it all comes together. That Brute Mother last pick, it feels like the spirits are lifted. They're laughing a little bit. They're feeling good about what they've brought onto the table for themselves. And Dandelions on the flip side, we talked about it. Everything was looking good until that Wraith King last pick. It feels like it didn't really get much done in the game. You can understand the intention and the thought process behind it. You want to sort of buy enough time for your spellcasters and your damage dealers to do just that, but we saw ever since the laning stage, it just didn't look good. Mobe dying solo here. A very uncharacteristically awkward and weaker performance from this mid laner.
Yeah, you know, the Wraith King, you know, we talked about him not hitting. Didn't do the most amount of damage either. 26k damage, and Batrider, he did about 20k, so in comparison, you know, the Wraith King wasn't doing too hot damage-wise either. That just goes to show that he kind of kept dying in these fights pretty much instantly.
I think even when he was surviving, it's not like it's this easy feat to connect on your auto attacks, especially on the targets on Liga, right? They're running around the fight, there's webs, there's just kiting you, it slows, ink swells, holding you in place. Yeah, I mean, the amount of auto attacks he gets to get off, as soon as VTune starts connecting on auto attacks, that's where things turn around, and Dandelions are looking good. But look at how long 1J takes to die. Just gets a full slew of spells out, and Violent able to just clean up big time. And a lot of that is just that split focus, like we mentioned, right? If you killed off Baby 3-Packs from the start, we wouldn't even be in this situation. The Centaur ends the game, or ends that situation, being able to survive. And this was a great move coming out from Liga. They understand that by the time the Brewmaster respawns, Dandelions will be looking for a fight, and they just make that jump 10 seconds in advance, where even if there was a buyback on the Brew, it wouldn't have been comfortable to use it. These are the last few moments of the game where it felt like Dandelions didn't really expect Liga to be right here ready to end it, but Liga, if there's one thing we know about them, they are very, very happy to try their best to put an end to this day as much as possible. And with victory so close, within just grasp, they strike hard and immediately snatch it for themselves. You can see a bit of frustration coming in from Palantimos, where he's like, look, guys, we just watched these guys go through one of the roughest days. We had a decent laning stage. Our draft seems fine. What's up? Like, how did we let it all slip away?
Yeah, you've got to pinpoint that split prioritization, right? And Dandelions, they are a new-ish kind of roster, right? So communication issues are a very possible thing. Obviously, like, we're not the end-all be-all. We don't know what their comms are like, but I'd love to see some more prioritization of these correct heroes. Centaur is a very hard hero to full commit on, right? Maybe you get him, but he's so tanky. It's such an unreliable pick-off.
Yeah, and I mean by that point, everybody else on the side of Liga are already using their spells, right? We saw later down the line with the focus on the L1ga instead, but by that point, once half of you is trying to slice up a ginormous horse with insane EHP, you know, it feels like there could have been a lot better targets, but at the same time, getting into those fights was always such a tricky affair. It felt like so many problems, unfortunately, for the side of Dandelions that they just couldn't deal with. Part of it, hopefully, you know, maybe there was an angle for VTune to think that Wraith King was good, but clearly it wasn't. Back to the drawing board for Dandelions, one game away from elimination from the Portal Dota 2 World Invitationals. Might just have to say goodbye to them, but that's not if they have something to say about it. Let's find out after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Eons ago, in an attempt to save the Earth, humanity summoned a cataclysm that threatened to extinguish all life. Severe, uncharted landscapes compelled leaps in evolution and the adoption of extreme physical transformation. A time of peace would prevail for the Forsaken, and for the favored, boundless pride in all their triumphs, while those lost in time embraced a greater power that defied all understanding. Now their ancestral home beckons, ushering in new conflict. All are prepared to fight for what is rightfully theirs to claim. For their future, their people, and their home.
got you.
Thanks.
Stay with me.
No rest for the wicked.
Get fucked.
Shit! Cover up!
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Fuck!
Adventure awaits.
Take down. Listen up, damn. Damn. On me.
Oh, yeah!
Stormy forecast, right. Hey! Shit! I'm thunder for a reason. Citizen conflict.
Peggy 16.
Staring down the barrel now are the side of Dandelions for the Portal Dota 2 World Invitational. My name's Purposely. I'm joined by the wonderful, beautiful, very pleasant and wonderfully bearded Crasheroni here for what might be the last game of today for us and what might be the last game of the tournament for Dandelions. Liga able to make a pretty good comeback considering the rough day that they've had, not just in this tournament, but losing a grand finals for qualifiers as well. It's been rough, but they've really been able to find their footing again in that game number 1.
Thank God, too, right? I would be very disappointed if Liga just kind of rolled over. Now, understandable, mind you, right?
Yeah.
Like, rough day, full day, I would get it.
Yeah.
But still, right? I think, like I talked about during the pregame of last game, there's a lot of expectations for these teams after making it so far in other qualifiers.
Absolutely. We talked at length about the fatigue, so even putting that aside, to a certain extent, you kind of want to see the Liga with Ramses in it. No disrespect to Violent, he did great in the previous game. He's been an excellent stand-in. We already know the prowess that he can bring to the table with his time on the Amiga, but it ain't Ramses 666, man. That's Roman Kush, that's our guy, you know what I mean? That's Liga team's mascot right there, some might argue. So, of course, I think Liga expectations for them were high, especially going into that Mouz match, and of course without Ramses it felt like they were just not on the same tier. So hopefully they can make it through, come back tomorrow, show us the real deal. Maybe Ramses can be back in the mix again, who knows. But we do have a draft for you ready. I'm hearing some of those noises in my little headphones, so of course the picking phase will be upon us very shortly. But Crash, we did sort of have a bit of a miss of a game from Dandelions. What do you think needs to be changed for them?
I don't know. Maybe V2 not on this Wraith King would be a big one for me.
Yeah.
And it's not like he played bad either. Like it's just one of those things where the hero doesn't do anything. Right, Liga had a great game plan, which was kill everyone but the Wraith King, and then kill the Wraith King twice, or blow him up immediately.
Yeah.
So either way, it's great.
Also, it just kind of felt like the draft from Liga was a lot more versatile, which is funny to say when you have a brood mother, but it felt like the way that what they wanted to do lined up was so much... Oh, well, just some sip cam.
What the...
Nah. No. Yo, you gotta respect Sonika. He's doing the classic. Use the phone. Use the cup to prop up his phone. Yeah.
No, it's true. I do it all the time. I understand.
Dude, I'm so happy.
I'm with him on that one.
I'm honestly so happy that we get player camps this tournament, because how else would we know that Mobe has a full-on printed graphic of his icon and username behind him with his Twitter link? I respect the grind. Also, where did that guy go in his chair?
Maybe he was just spun around. We didn't see him.
Oh, like that evil villain. It's like The Voice, you know? We haven't said anything funny enough for him to turn around. Maybe just...
oh, there he is.
Okay, there you are. That's baby
Welcome
3 packs right there.
Yeah.
Had a great performance.
Go get some water.
Yeah? From under his table. That's where the water dispenser... That's where all the good water dispensers are. You know those newfangled gaming tables? They just have everything attached.
Yes, I have one. Actually, I kind of have a similar one. It was a defunct Kickstarter that they just stored in a warehouse in Toronto, and they were selling it for like $200 instead of $1,200. And I went, yes, please.
Dude, I think, okay, you gotta forgive me here because I know we're trying to stay on topic, but I feel like I keep getting distracted by these player camps. Why did Violet just like break the fourth wall and stare into us for a good like 3 seconds? Did you catch that?
I did.
It was like,
I didn't want to
like,
look too long into it, but I did notice.
Was he like checking us out or something? Like, I feel I'm a bit shy now. Damn.
I mean, you're pretty good looking, Sneeze. I get it.
Okay, well, I mean, look, Liga are having a good laugh, and I'm happy about that. It seems like they're in good spirits. And you start things out with the Disruptor. It's clear that you want to move fast, but Dandelions, they want to pace right with you, right? Luna as a first pick, that's pretty insane.
It's actually like, I know we've only seen 2 heroes, so it's going to be extremely weird for me to say, but a great 1-to-1 matchup, right? Incredible, like, it's very clear when you pick a Disruptor or when you pick a Luna, what kind of pace you're looking to set. So a complete matchup pace-wise is a great start to your draft, especially when Dandelions, they didn't get completely rolled over. They kind of got out-farmed and then outplayed through the mid-game. So it's possible that Dandelions can, shore up and make sure that they're in a better position in this game number 2. And already with the Luna, I feel like they are.
Absolutely. You talked about V2 not being on the Wraith King. Well, first checkbox ticked.
Yep.
It also helps that Liga also banned out some of the stuff you would pick against Luna, right? Like the Shadow Demon and the Viper. Just very good selections there. Now, Dandelions, they do have that last pick, and I gotta imagine that after that game number 1, Mobe is like, all right, boys, it's last. You gotta give me last pick. Like I ain't trying to get like messed around by Rabel again.
Yeah. I'm eyeing up this Broodmother, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. He brings Broodmother himself to the mid lane and crushes Rabel and bring us to our first game 3 of the day. That'll be hilarious. And even funnier for Liga because then they have to play one more game and like, come on, man. Like, this is like what? Okay, I mean, we don't know whether they've played any pubs or anything other than what we've seen in officials, but they played 4 games in that Wallachia Grand Finals, or Wallachia, or whatever, however that's pronounced.
I don't know.
Wallachia is what I'm going to go for.
I'm just going to trust you.
Yeah, against VP. They played 2 games just now, and they're on their essentially their 8th game, which actually when you put it like that, it doesn't sound that bad, but I feel like the sadness of losing out of qualifiers in the grand finals gotta be weighing on you a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And being on the verge of elimination. Now, maybe good news for Liga. If you don't know the Sneeze Crashed lore, we are cursed with 2-0s. It's literally been more than a month, and we haven't seen a game 3.
Okay, we have.
It's pretty bad. Have we?
We have. But the percentages are bad. The percentages are real rough.
It's like a good rough.
It's like a good every 10 games, every 11 or 12 games, we get one full series.
Yeah,
so
maybe
sorry
good
to
news
all
for
Dandelions fans.
Yeah, pretty much.
Apologies in advance.
This could be our one, though. I've got hope, I've got cope, and Dandelions, they're getting a good draft on their shoulders right now. The broad shoulders of Luna, and Grimstroke is a great pause 4 to go with this disruptor, or like to go up against this disruptor, because Grimstroke is one of those heroes that enables you to run in, not necessarily get out, but definitely go in. And Disruptor, he hates that. Does not want heroes running at him. Instead, he loves when heroes are running away.
Yeah, I think the Inkswell being able to purge off whatever Thunderstrike as well could prevent any glimpses, especially we know Disruptors, they always like to wait the longest duration possible and pull you back right at the very end. That's something that Liga will have to keep their eye out for. Now, Dandelions, this might also be a deny pick because up against the Luna, getting the Dark Portrait that L1ga essentially rushed is great, and as a result, they're going to steal whatever spells that the Grimstroke puts out with a Rubik selection instead, which is one of L1ga's favorites.
5 seconds.
The big brain plays to make this game go 60 minutes. Grimstroke's gonna feel necessary to buy an Agnum Scepter at some point.
Yeah.
And then you steal it from the Rubik and get the Dark Portrait of Luna.
Exactly. So Liga, these last 2 picks, they need to be able to push this game to 60 minutes, but not win. That's the plan.
Yes.
Because they, of all people, want a longer game. That's definitely, get a Faceless Void, who can go mad late game. I mean, hilarious. Dandelions are going to try this combo out for themselves here. It's an excellent combo, so no surprises there.
Yep,
suddenly,
very solid,
this
very traditional.
Disruptor lane, especially with the Lifestealer banned out, gets a lot harder, right? There are very few heroes remaining that, number 1, feel good into Centaur and Grimstroke, and number 2, can act as a good bodyguard for Disruptor.
Unironically, I think you could still go for the Faceless Void.
Yeah!
It's not the strongest lane, but it has the potential to survive, at least for the first few levels.
Yeah, well, I do have to say that if you go for the Faceless Void, you're essentially saying, okay, fellas, let's forego this Disruptor advantage that we have and just actually unironically play for the late game where we've somehow managed to stave off this insane magic damage burst Luna timing. And I don't know whether that's a recipe for success. This Faceless Void doesn't really feel that good this game, and you don't really even have a lot of chrono damage, but the Lash is a good place to begin.
Oh, that's your chrono damage right there. But this Hoodwink pickup from Dandelions, it makes me think that this is a 4 Hood and a 5 Grimstroke. Because if you are laning this Hoodwink 5, which is, it's possible, but it doesn't feel too good when you have like 500 HP versus Rubik Brewmaster, right? It feels real bad, and you're not the bodyguard that protects Luna, and she desperately needs it.
10 seconds
maybe the thought process is that this Hoodwink goes into 5 and then Bushwhack at least peels the Brewmaster off the Luna, because it's not like Grimstroke can do anything, right? Like you Stroke of Fate, they're a bit slower, but you are way slower because of that Cinder Brew and the lift back. It's just too troublesome. I think at the very least, this duo will be able to secure last hits where from a range where they're not too sort of concerned. Kotoban coming out Liga, concerned about that coming out in the mid lane from Mobe. Be a great matchup into the Lash, right? Just being able to control him from afar with that Solar Bind and set up for the rest of Dandelions to do immense magic burst.
5 seconds.
So Dandelions missing their mid, Liga missing their safe lane. Am I missing a hero that's really standing out to you, Sneeze? Because there isn't really one for me. Other than that Faceless Void, which I do like that they ban out, it's just one of those things where if Void does get ahead, which Liga want to do with their lineup, generally he stays ahead because he's in a better fighting shape than the Luna, right? Chrono, go farm. Chrono, go farm. Chrono, go farm.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know whether this is deranged, but I kind of like the Morphling here.
Okay, I don't mind it, yeah.
For Liga, because I feel like later down the line, as much as Luna can ramp up, you're going to reach the point where you and the Lash can tag team up. The only other option that I'm seeing at this moment is something like maybe a Troll, where you try and run them down and like get out of the laning stage well. That kind of acts like a body for the Disruptor as well. There's also the option of the Weaver, but I feel like there's just too much magic burst this game that could be very scary.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not sure. I think these are all three options that could be considered, especially the Void being banned out. I think that's a great call from you. On the Dandelion side, I'm looking for a lane dominator, right? But it also has to be a hero that can get shit done on the map. Like, you don't want to do these Sniper Luna lineups. You don't want to do these, like, maybe Lina could be a good option, but then it's also kind of scary into Brewmaster. See what Mobe wants to grab here.
Do you just kind of get destroyed in lane and fall off if you pick Invoker? Because I know Supreme is a crazy Invoker player.
Are you just saying that Supreme is a crazy Invoker player, or
Oh, sorry, did you not hear the rest? Sorry, I think Discord might have cut out. Do you think there's any world where we do see an Invoker? Because, like, one, Supreme is a good Invoker player, but
Supreme,
it sets up
are you suggesting that Supreme is in this game?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong lineup. I was so confused.
That was what I was confused about.
Sorry. My notes got jumbled.
I know. I thought you were just giving a random shout out to Supreme, like Supreme.
I was literally just looking at the wrong notes. I can't read. Don't mind me. We've established I can't read already, right?
That's the lore. That's the lore.
Yeah.
No, but I did like that suggestion because I feel like it gives that Luna the steroid that she wants, right? Which is probably what you were looking at as well. It's decent into lane because you can always peel away the Lash with a Tornado and an Ice Ball. Long range control
Ghost
as
Walk
well.
will be incredibly valuable.
Exactly, and there's the Morphling. So
there's the Morph.
It's just great into Luna because you can, like, if you have your own shard, you can essentially just transform into her as well. And look at the laughs coming out. Violence feeling good on this one.
And this is Violent's most played hero, both in pubs and in officials. So
exactly.
Very, very comfortable on this Morphling. Now, you are going to be lacking in the lane a little bit. The Disruptor Morphling lane is not the strongest. I've played it a few times. It doesn't feel very good. So there is the potential that Liga get run over. What is this?
You ready for a fight, Crash? That's what we're going to get. Burst damage and physical damage coming out. This could be something sneaky here. Wait, let's see who picks up what, because I'm still...
Desire's on the Hoodwink, Saneko's on the Grim, Palantimo Centaur, V-Tune Luna.
Mobe Tusk mid, baby.
Yeah.
We're getting a bit of some flashbacks into previous times here, but I wonder what this is about. Again, Dandelions, a bit of a hit scratcher with this last pick, but hopefully it comes together in a neater way than we've sort of come to see from them. That last pick, Wraith King, wasn't really it. Maybe the idea is that these heroes on Liga are very susceptible to just that burst damage that's coming through. Tusk, the one thing about him is once he gets those levels, he can run all over the map and cause chaos. And you already talked about it. This Morphling isn't so good in the lanes. If you're able to control those runes, pressure the Lash, get these early kills, you can't even make it to your first few items in Liga. The heroes don't play well from behind at all. You need to come out of the lanes okay.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of Liga's idea with the draft, though, right? Is coming out of the lanes okay because they picked this disruptor, and they should recognize that, right? We're not, we're very good at the game, Sneeze, you and me, but these players are on a totally separate level. So if we recognize something, clearly they do as well.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I think the thing that I'm not really recognizing is how does Tusk really fit into this particular meta, right? I understand that Tusk will always be an active mid laner that can get moves happening on the map, rotations going, but you gotta keep in mind that you're up against Lesh, and Lesh loves playing up against rotation-heavy mid lanes because, bam, open up, basically free pathway, free tier 1 tower. So we'll see whether the response is there in terms of people, maybe it ends up being a focus on bringing heroes to the mid lane instead and dealing with the Lash that way. And we'll have to see what their focus is for the side of Dandelions. But again, we got to remind everybody that they are one game away from being eliminated here. I think definitely one of the stacks that flew under the radar compared to some of these other teams that are participating in this tournament. But still, a lot of names with a lot of promise. This is a Seneko team. Come on.
Yeah. Now, Seneko team going to be very Seneko focused, and if you're running this Grimstroke, it's a good hero to kind of rally behind, right?
Yeah.
Grimstroke is going to be telling you when to go in. I'm going to swell you, run in, cool, got it. Very simple. So if you're the shot caller, Grimstroke is actually a really good hero for you.
Yeah, and unfortunately, if you are also in the Dota client, I think one thing you'll very quickly realize is everybody, a little bit of an update. So we are getting everybody updated and ready to go, but don't worry, we'll be into the game very shortly. You just need to, patch the game. It's not Crownfall, unfortunately, but we'll get there.
Could you imagine if they dropped a giant patch right now, dude?
No, but even if they did, the game is already in motion, right? So it's not gonna matter.
Yeah.
We will witness the last pro game of this patch, which will be pretty lit, to be honest.
That would be.
Yeah. Never been in that situation before. I don't think I've casted the first pro game on a new patch, but I've definitely seen it in action, and it is hilarious, especially the big patches. The big patches is like everybody just picks one thing that they saw in the patch notes desperately. I think I remember I was at ESL1KL, and essentially they dropped that patch in the midst of like the group stage.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember this. So everyone was so mad. All the pro players were like passive aggressively tweeting Valve like, cool move, guys. I mean, ESL, of course, they knew they had to, but there was I mean, it is what it is. I don't think much was changed. Probably just a couple of bug fixes and just making sure the server's working as expected.
Yeah, it's like 50 megabytes. It's very small. Yeah, we can ramble on a little bit more, Sneeds, because there's a lot to talk about in this game, right? Oh Jesus, everything just closed for me. Okay, we're back.
Okay.
Sorry about that. This disruptor lineup, like we've talked about, can really start rolling or be deflated very quickly.
Yeah.
The Luna is generally a lot faster of a farmer than Morphling, and I know it's crazy to say, Sneeze, but it's true.
Crazy.
I know, very hot take.
I've never heard of that before. That's Luna farming fast, more likely than you'd think. Don't worry, guys, we're getting everybody back in. Not really. Just need to check whether there's any actual updates there. Let's see if. Okay, well, we're going to try and fix things up. Not sure whether it's a sort of full remake or anything of the sort, as players seem to. I think the game might have just completely ended and closed, so we might just have to get back into the lobby and everybody shore back in. Our admin's working hard on it.
Yes, they are.
Look, did I hear that right? Are we going to sort of need a little bit more time? All right, well, don't worry, folks, not to leave you hanging, and we won't. It'll be less than 5 minutes before we get game number 2 of Dandelions versus Liga for you. One of these teams is going to get eliminated by the end of it, so stick around to find out who.
mythical bubble emerged, rumored to hold limitless power. A group of heroes came together, determined to use the power for good. But they were not alone, for the Shadow Realm was searching for it too. Nothing will stop good from prevailing. Join the Bubble Rangers on their quest.
Dear Kitty, when I left your tavern to pursue the rumors, I knew I was onto something. While people said it was just a legend, I found a temple proving their existence. However, I fear I've made a grave mistake. Please, tell the Seekers to prepare themselves. They are coming.
Allegiances have been tested. Those who remain stand. The air is thick with blood. Allegiances have been tested. Those who remain stand no chance. In the wake of defeat, when your legacy lies in ruins, steel yourself. The enemy stands at the door. Only courage remains. There is no other choice. You must protect your house.
We knew they were coming. We knew we couldn't win this fight. Still, those of us who could fought, so that most of humanity could evacuate Earth. In the end, all we could do was buy time. Time to get to Oikos. Time to run.
Alright, look, I know everybody here was very engrossed in that ad, but unfortunately we have a game of Dota. Boo, I know. But look, Liga team, Dandelions, they had you on the edge of your seats there, Crash and Sneeze here, bringing you the action of what might be the last tournament game for Dandelions in the Portal Dota 2 World Invitational. And they put themselves a very nice little spicy end to it, potentially, right? With this Tusk mid from Mobe.
Yeah, I've not seen this in a long while, Sneeze. The days of, what, 4 patches ago now? Not counting the letter patches, it's been a hot minute for sure.
We ain't even talking about the letters. That's how far back we're going, okay?
No, yeah.
I'm really a big fan of Tusk. I love Tusk. I think it's a great hero, fun hero. When it's executed right, it just looks amazing. And a lot of that pressure usually falls on that position for these snowball saves, the crazy kickbacks with the Aghanim's. It's kind of an insane hero this game if you're able to get resources and levels up very early on. Pantomime is trying to contest for that level 1 rune and pays the price for it. First blood for this centaur. Very nice.
I don't think that was the way to run. Now, I don't think you outrun them anyways, but still, that was definitely securing your own death. Because if you just run north and cut down that one tree that you're standing beside with like a tango or something, you're fine because you can just keep walking. But going near those trees was certain death. Now, I guess you've leveled Bushwhack level 1, but in the Centaur lane, you can secure last hits with your Stomp or your Double Edge, either way.
Bushwhack
it's very
level 1,
easy.
It's completely fine when you're playing Centaur, right? Like this new auto attacks. You got a big ass axe, man. 72 auto attack damage to start. He has a Bracer flying out as well. This guy's comfortable. I say that, and then he only has 1 last hit. Embarrassing.
Yeah, awkward. But he has 1 deny too, so and so does Hoodwink. 1 last hit, 1 deny.
My goodness, we can count.
I know.
That's crazy.
I can't read, but I can count very good.
Yeah. You're not even reading the numbers on the screen. You're just keeping a mental note of how many you've seen in front of you.
My memory is great. I'm just keeping track. That's 2.
Yeah.
That's 3, actually. Oh, God. It's going downhill already.
All right. Start a tracker, ladies and gents. Someone put a hand over that last hit and deny section. No need to see that. Early doors here should be pretty clean from the side of Dandelions. I don't think they're really going to be getting aggressed upon. Maybe Baby 3 packs and 1J put on some damage, but with Seneko guarding you with that. And so Grimstroke, and most it's just, you know, maybe 2 or 3 extra sets of tangos you need to buy just to stay afloat in the lane.
Yeah, the harass game is strong in this bottom lane, but as long as Dandelions stay at full HP down here, should be fine. They might actually be able to get a return kill, too.
Soneko, oh, just barely. I mean, the Rubik auto attacks at level 1, they're just a bit too strong. You gotta respect Soneko there for trying to break up that body block, but maybe just dropping a bit too low. Now, Mobe, he's gone for 1 point in each spell, and that's not exactly helping him against Rabel, who is just running him down with the Edict. The creeps will help him tank some of it, but first blood drawn again by the mid laner of Liga. This has not been Mobe's series at all.
No, it hasn't. And, you know, I can't help but think that little bit of a play that he made with those ice shards in the river there sentenced him to death. That early point into Edict, there is no point in which you can isolate yourself dealing with the Leshrac, because I think someone broke it down and it's something like 400 damage or something like that.
Yeah.
It is an incredible amount of damage if you stand there and tank it, either way.
Yeah, that's your whole damn health pool, baby. You gotta, I mean, I know you're looking for a fight, but that ain't the one you're gonna win. It's just an awkward thing because we talked about the strengths of this task. If you're able to get these levels and gold very early on, you can reach these impact items. But Tusk, where he stands out is his ability to isolate a target. And if you're isolating a target and that target turns out to be an intergalactic pony that can burst you down through the power of Disco and Boogie, you know, long story short, you're gonna be out of the Portal Dota 2 World Invitational, right? It's a parable as old as time.
It is. It's a very big saying actually in Canada, believe it or not.
Yeah. It's nice to know that despite being from completely different backgrounds, our grandparents tell the same stories to warn us about the dangers of life.
Yeah. I mean, you spent some time in Canada, Sneeze. You're well traveled.
Yeah, I've been to Toronto. You can call me Mr. Worldwide, baby. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Watched the Raptors once.
Ooh,
on TV.
Very cool. I haven't. That's more than me, dude.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, nobody watches the Raptors, let's be real.
Well, they won a championship. Dude, I'm pretty sure they're not too bad of a team.
When I was in Canada, they weren't respected at all.
No, they weren't.
Yeah. On the come up?
Yeah, maybe.
Much like Dandelions
Enough
here.
about basketball, dude. We got Dota. Screw basketball.
If you really think about it, basketball is just an extremely abbreviated version of Dota.
No.
5v5? Hello?
Okay. Is it?
Yeah? You have no idea about basketball, don't you?
I have no idea, dude. No, I don't.
I could have just made stuff up and would be fine. You know what they do when they... You know how, like, some core kills count for more than others?
Yeah, is that a 3-pointer?
Yeah, come on, you're getting it.
Yeah. I know about those. Remember, my numbers are really good.
Yeah. How do you spell
look at this mid lane
Crash
tower. Oh god. I'm panicking, Sneeze. I don't know.
Oh, mid lane set up. In comes the TP, trying to isolate. Maybe this is what they were trying to play for. Inkswell coming out as well, but again, the Edict is just doing so much damage, but more than enough magic. Mobi.
Oh my goodness, the Death Edict. Holy moly. But this has left V-Tune alone in the bottom lane. He's just gonna get burst down.
Yeah, V-Tune is dead on my screen. Very sad. Sorry for squealing like that into the microphone. I just was so scared for Mobe. That would be the saddest thing if he died there, but he's at least able to get some bounties, stock back up, but V-Tune is suffering as a result, like you said. Very painful.
You've secured your mid lane, but at what cost? The answer is your Luna, and you're still not safe in this mid lane. You're going to constantly need to bring even more heroes. Lesh has hit 6, and this tower is almost dead. It should be dead with a catapult wave.
Yo, does 1J have his shirt off or something?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. He's chilling, dude.
Oh, this dude just has the cold breeze of European winds blowing at him. And right now, domination from Liga on this bot side. Baby 3 packs and 1J able to just exert so much pressure. And Luna just has to go back into jungle way earlier than she'd like to.
Sneeze, we've got a historic game between you and I where Luna had to jungle a level 4, and it did not look good.
Okay,
V-Tune, hopefully. You know, the bar is really low, but hopefully V-Tune can step it up here.
Rabel will try and contest for this room, just runs into both supports, the ice shards, tries to break things up, but instead sentences Desire to death. I mean, either way, someone was gonna die there, but
yeah.
You know, you
better
kinda,
1 than 2, I guess.
True, you were kind of squaring up as if you might be able to kill the Lash, but this dude has 3 points in Edict, man. I don't know about that.
I mean, I guess the best news for Dandelions is they killed that siege creep wave, but Rabel being a Leshrac, it does not matter. Dude, he's gonna be able to burn down this tower so quick.
Dude, his siege is his middle name.
That's what
Lesh
the E.
Siege Rack.
Yeah, that's correct, Sneeze. How'd you know? I didn't even know you knew his full name.
I have a copy of his birth certificate.
Oh, that's kind of creepy. It's not cool.
Well, I mean, you kind of have to if you're someone's parent, right? You gotta.
Oh, are you Leshrac's parent? Is that what you're going for?
All right, don't dig into my personal business, you nosy man.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
Who do you think you are, investigation officer?
I think I'm Lesh Siege Rack.
Oh, man, okay. Well, nice setup, top side, but fortunately, Palantimos can't get in range. Just a bit off the mark there. Violent would have been dead, man.
Yeah. Yeah, if Palantimos was able to start that off instead of the Hoodwink, maybe we see a kill there. But it's very apparent when Centaur's gonna stun you, so the strength shift would have been, you know, getting off very quickly.
Yeah. No surprises in terms of the net worth. It mirrors the CS quite nearly. The only thing is that I'm surprised that the Luna isn't doing, but I guess I'm not, because, you know, she's jungling so early on, and the Tusk has been having an awful game as well. It's Stampede, top side, full collapse of the Violent, and they'll find the punch out and the kill. Nicely done. Much needed move out from Dandelions there. Kind of lull Violent into a bit of a false sense of security, just kind of hanging around for a bit too long, and they make that sweeping move.
Yeah, you mentioned this the other day when we were casting a Sneeze, and I really liked the way you put it. It was lane conditioning, right? And that's kind of what happened there. They lull him into a false sense of security, but, you know, maybe the same thing could be said for Dandelions now.
Yeah, just pop that split out, which means somebody is gonna die. Once again, Mobe able to find a kill on the off-screen. Palantimos tanking quite a bit thanks to this newly picked up Blade Mail, but with the glimpse damage, it will go down. Oh, L1ga smiling on him a little bit, man. He died. He's still feeling good. Zaya looking to crumble as well, unfortunately. As Liga, they just bring the full force up here. Violent gets a bit of revenge. And we did talk about it.
What's that smile about?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Maybe just some... At some point in the night, you get a little delirious, and then you just start to play a little loose, you know what I mean? I think that's kind of what's going on. Maybe L1ga's feeling good about how hard he crushed that bot side. He started to feel himself a bit.
Probably.
But yeah, I think... not really to stray away from your point of lane conditioning, but I do want to point out before we discuss any further, might not even have the time. Here comes Mobe. Wrap around from Soneko. We want to try and kill this Lash through the shield room. Will burst through that initial bulk of HP and get that kill. That's one thing Tusk doesn't lack. It's damage in the early stage of the game. Before we lose track of it, I just want to say, even though Mobe made a couple of good rotations, Lash took the tier 1 tower. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah. And Lesh took 2 tier 1 towers because they got the one mid as well when they killed off Morphling at the very, very, very beginning of all of that.
Oh yeah, that was that was the tower I was referring to. Were you talking about bot?
Okay. I was talking about mid actually. So we got the mid tower, and then what he did is he rotated top to get the top tower.
True. I didn't even realize.
I mean, Lesh is bread and butter, right?
Yeah. Yeah, network-wise as a result, he's sitting very comfortably. So are the rest of the Liga heroes, right? They are, I mean, Lash at 5.2k right now. Making very good progress. Nice glimpse though. Pantomime catches out onto Desire, but who's catching who? Nice bushwhack. Silence up as well. Pantomime has to try and run. Centaur closing in as well. He's kind of far away though. We'll compete with Stampede just for this support kill. So okay, we get something done. Mobe doesn't know whether he wants to commit on Violent as well, because he's got to guess that the rest of the Liga heroes coming as well. Oh, Stampede stolen by L1ga, and they charge forward. Palantimos, he's trying to return as much damage as he can with that Blade Mail, but it's not even going to be significant in the slightest. Dandelions, they just have to
Oh,
turn
you
tail and
can't
run.
make that mistake. You can't make that mistake again. Giving Rubik Stampede is such a big, integral part of this hero right now in this game. Sure, there are nice abilities to steal on the Grimstroke, but you know Rubik's keeping his eye out for that Stampede. It is easily one of the best abilities that he could steal this game.
Yeah, and there are a lot of good ones. I mean, the competition's fierce, right? Loosen Beam, another insane one later down the line. Just amount of spell damage you can put out. Okay, well, we didn't see this on screen, but it was a very cool dodge. Mobe essentially mogged out the glimpse with an illusion rune. So they had the static storm down and everything. They were so sure they caught the task. But one thing that we've sort of come to see from Mobe, even in his game on the Zeus, is that he really prides himself on his reaction time, right? Building that blink early on and now even putting off a pretty sweet dodge.
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to do either, right? Like, I think that's one thing to remember. Glimpse dodges are quite hard.
Yeah.
So, like, there's a very small window. It's just as the glimpse ends, right? So, very, very, like, I don't understate that. A very, very good play. And I think the individual skill is, like, quite high, right? And that's something we're going to have to keep in mind on this Tusk, right? Comfort and high individual skill.
And I think that really characterizes the entirety of the Dandelions lineup. It's clear that they have very high individual skill, but so far, Captain Soneko hasn't really been able to sort of steer the ship in the right direction and hit all the same notes, right? Whether it's a draft, whether it's just kind of putting themselves into an awkward situation with this Tusk mid pick. It's gotten some pretty good pickoffs, but it hasn't actually stopped Liga from farming to their heart's content.
Oh my god. He's got a haste rune bottle, so like he's fine, but that was too close. I was clenching a little bit, Sneeze.
Yeah, I feel like there's so many ass clenching moments this game that I've tightened up for sure. I mean, I'm feeling a little tense in the shoulders now. It's been a long day.
Yeah,
starting to get a
that's
bit
fair.
Starting to get a bit
Is it that time of the night where you're getting a little loopy?
I don't know, I wouldn't say loopy, I'd say I'm not really sure what's going on. Stampede. Oh, I got confused a little bit there. It's actually a rundown in the triangle. They found V-Tune, and this poor Luna just has the full brunt of the Primal Split Brewlings punching into her. She's still able to narrowly run away. You just need one last little astral pull, but you can't find it on Baby 3-packs, and he's going to revert back into his regular Brewmaster form. Oh man, this Luna living on a sliver of HP. Just like Bon Jovi, all they had is a prayer, and that seems to be enough. The rest of the Dandelions lineup responds in kind, and thank goodness for that. If the Luna died there, that would have been perfect.
What was that, a 5v3? Rubik thankfully was able to get out of there, but the numbers were not in your favor there for Liga.
Yeah.
You know, I guess they just didn't expect 5 heroes to be close to the triangle, but it happened at the same time the Dandelions were ganking this Leshrac, so they just kind of happened to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, well, I mean, they do sort of get the Lash, and I think the big part of why that was a bit confusing is because, you know, generally when you hear that Stampede, you think, yeah, it must be my Centaur doing it. Yeah, well, L1ga has stolen it. So they use that to really just breach in the triangle, catch V-Tune off guard, but V-Tune surviving there is huge because he's able to just keep ramping up, and you can see him on the net worth chart. Even though he isn't at the top just yet because his Lash has had such an excellent game, he is getting there, and we've seen what happens once Luna hits that power spike. It doesn't really matter what the disparity is between you or your opponent, whether you're even, Luna just hits that timing harder.
Yeah, absolutely. That's Luna's whole bread and butter, right? Is farming faster than your opponent, but you know, Morphling kept up quite well. They're pretty much neck and neck, but the Leshrac is the one that's running ahead right now. He's taking more and more jungle creeps, a little bit of a stack that he's farming again.
Yeah.
No, he just cleared out the triangle instead.
Yeah, priority for him is going to be that Bloodstone. Oh, blink, punch. Already getting that strength moth off so quick on the reactions is violent, but silent start by the dead wife of Grimstroke. And Mobe will beat him down. So we were worried a bit about this task and his ability to get things going. He has been rolling all right.
Yeah. And you're not talking about Snowball either. They could look for more. No split for another second.
Running forward, punch up to the sky. Oh, the split comes through. The silence was a bit late, but beautiful blink back away. They have the glimpse though, and no way of dodging it. Mobe will die. And this time it's Liga who bring the numbers in the mid lane to respond. They don't want to let Dandelion keep it going.
A very easy play to read for Liga, right? Dandelion, they just get a pick off on the Morphling. They're still feeling strong and ready. They want this tier 1 tower desperately.
Oh,
so much so
Rabel
they brought in
with the
V2.
jump up, the lift back, but with the pushback, it's more than enough damage. Just shy of that Bloodstone. And maybe felt a bit safe with L1ga, but he talked about that play being easy to read for Liga. Well, they certainly didn't expect Dandelion to still make the goal without Mobe, and they'll keep it going here. Palantimos straight in with the storm, no split for realsies this time. And they'll chop that Brewmaster down with the giant battle axe. Leading the charge is this Centaur. It looks like this tier 1 tower will fall soon enough.
Snake has done something really cool this game. He foregoed getting a point in a Soulbind until level 9. Right? He got those 3 points into Phantom's Embrace because it is such a strong ability this game. Right? Able to catch the Brew, able to catch the Morph. And speaking of catching, they'd love to catch Tusk here.
And Setsin needs a very easy catch. They'll just get crushed here. Nice snowball turnaround. Not enough damage for now at this early stage. Mobe somehow able to survive. Double stomp in. Palantimos finds his mark. And now with Desire helping from the tree line as well. Locking up this Morphling. Violent needs to get the hell out of here. Nice kinetic field to create the distance. As Baby 3-Pack starting to beat into the Squirrel and will find that kill. Running forward now, morphed into that Tusk. A lot of good tools for Violent to use, but needs to watch his HP. Mobe still has that blink and immediate punch, but Dandelions just decide to back up.
Liga are in a position to still take a fight though. Lesh just finished his Bloodstone, so we could still see a further engagement here, especially when Dandelions, they're still licking their wounds, right? Tusk is not full HP. Centaur, you know, he's almost there, but not quite full HP as well. So if Liga do choose to fight, could be a good one. Despite no static storm, the split will be up shortly as well. Just got up.
Punch in again, Mobe. He's been so important in initiations, dodging out a lot of that damage with the snowball V-tune. He's very low though and just gets wrecked. L1ga, was that a stolen eclipse? Turns it right on its head. And 2 major calls for Dandelion going down Liga. This is a team fight they were looking for. Run into them with a split and you'll pay for it. Sadeko will go down as well, make it a 3-for-0 exchange. Beautiful stuff from Liga. I mean, this game has just been a back and forth slugfest. Both these teams refusing to give even an inch.
It's a scary engagement for Dandelions to make, but it just proves how necessary it felt for them to take that mid tier 1 tower, which they finally get. So no more playing in the river and this side of the map for Dandelions, you know, unless you're getting a pick off. But you know, there's no more objective here. It's time to move on. Dude, L1ga with his shirt off is so funny.
Yeah, he's
had a long day, dude. He deserves it.
Yeah, he's smiling. He's still feeling good. You know, he's feeling the breeze on his neck and everything. It's all good, you know.
Yeah. Beautiful fight from Liga, and once again they can still keep going because what they're doing is they're not stacking their ultimates. Right? Static Storm is still online. Sure, they use Split, but they still have another big team fight ultimate to use. And as long as they don't use both in one fight, they can keep on rolling.
So trying to see, I mean, both these teams, we talk about that Luna timing that hasn't necessarily been derailed, right? V-Tune, he's still on a good trajectory, but it feels like it's not going to be so simple where you get the BKB and Shard and suddenly you're going to win the game. Or suddenly you can take these fights, right? Liga, they've really proven to, or at least be a major problem in these team fights as long as Split is up. It's kind of what we need to keep our eyes out for.
There is that potential to kill the Brewmaster through Split with the Luna when she gets more farmed, but until then, you know, Baby 3-Packs is safe. Or should be.
I love how we never got any confirmation that his name is pronounced that way. We just started calling him Baby 3-Packs.
Look, you rolled with it, and I love it. It's one of my favorite names in Dota right now.
I don't know how else you would. Like, if you assume the 3 is an E and then you go Bex, it's like so lame. You know what I mean? Like, Bex, like, that's awful. No lead
heaven forbid
here.
we ask.
No, true. I didn't want to. Mid lane though.
No, that's fair.
Unfortunately, the Grimstroke just gets melted down. It's a very easy pick off for L1ga.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Another kill on the Rubik. More gold, or another kill on the Grim rather. More gold in the pocket for Rubik, who does have that Blink Dagger already. So I think that might have been a little bit of a reveal there. Tusk running at him.
Punch out, easy touch onto the Disruptor. They will pop the split again though. Mobe in some big trouble. Nice pushback to try and hold the aggressors of Liga at bay, but in comes the Morphling Violent. He's ready to fight and already taking down the task. Centaur, you can stamp here all you want. You're just gonna come down into your death there. Nice play. Palantimos with the blink out at least gets the Rubik on the exit. But another setup with the Wind Panda. Now Desire in some trouble. Inkswell trying to help him scurry over to the tree. That is an insane amount of healing that he got from that Inkswell, but it's not going to be enough as Violent just punches him down the sides. Another great split used by Liga.
And Rabel gets V-Tune for free, top. He didn't even have his Yule Scepter in his inventory. It was in his backpack.
How did... what?
I don't know. V-Tune tries to man up, I guess, but didn't use Eclipse. Maybe just caught a stray stun.
No, for
just
sure
like
he
that.
said that. Yeah, he probably caught a stray, because there's no way. I mean, by the time we swapped over to Rabel, his stun was already off cooldown. Nothing else was used. Had to be. I mean, you run up into a ledge like that, you have to pop something. And the only thing he used was the Manta.
Yeah. Yeah, Eclipse. I guess the thought was if we use Eclipse here, we won't have it for another fight. Oh, I don't know. That doesn't seem like the right play to make, because you're dying if you don't, and you're probably dying if you do. But the best case to turn that around is if you Eclipse, especially when Lesh was kind of isolated there, right? No other heroes around him, no other creeps around him, so it would have been a full Eclipse.
Set up onto Desire here, but that's just room for Violent to work. Static Storm right on top of that Centaur before any sort of storm can come out. And immediately the Blink Kinetic. Oh, Pantomime. He's feeling himself now. Here comes Baby 3-Packs, trying to get the kill, but with an Inkswell. Pantimo should be able to run away, but another glimpse. I mean, this Disruptor, it's just so annoying. Violent will go for the forward kill onto Seneko instead, because they have more than enough damage to kill off the Centaur. Find this poor little Grimstroke in the tree line as well, and yeah, I mean, it's easy game for this Morphling. Mobe, as much as he's been able to get some influence on the map, it's just not matching up into the side of Liga at all. Another tumble. And Dandelions, they are looking dry right now.
They don't even have this tier 2 tower, right? That is a full-on tier 3 dive post all that. Dude, and this glimpse, this blink has been MVP of this game. Pantomime has been finding them left, right, and center. And that beautiful static storm on the Centaur to boot as well, right? Just made it so that any sort of counter initiation to the play there, Violent was perfectly fine because of it.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for us coming into this series and coming into today for Liga is, as we'll see that again, just, I mean, this is what is this, a replay or just a glimpse compilation? Be for real with me right now, right? Pantomime just kind of sticks around. He gets a nice sort of load of EXP coming from that, sees the task blink away. Where you going? Right back into the hands of my team. Easy kill there. But yeah, I think the question that we had for Liga at the start of the day was, look, no Ramses, how you guys gonna fare, right? And I think through the series so far, we've seen each of these players individually step up. I think Pantomime has had an excellent performance, and he even blinks forward, finds Mobe again, buying time for 1J to come in. So much silence, more than enough damage. Violent with that Kanda complete, as well as that Grove Bow, just so much magic burst.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh, they found another.
They've caught more.
Palantimos brings things out with a stun though, and the Blade Mail returning a lot of damage onto Lesh. He just gets killed off. Rabel disrespecting the amount of burst that could come through back the other way. And now V-Tune is here as well. Violent will have to start straight morphing up. They choose to commit the split for it, but buyback instantaneously for this Grimshow. Seneko understands that this hold is important. Liga, they seem to understand that their best option is to get the hell out of here.
Fair enough, right? You lost a lot of your damage by losing the Lestrak. There's no reason to push this high ground. Well, you don't have the best high ground pushers anyways, so... But posturing like this is a great play. Static Storm's coming up shortly. Another 30 seconds. Catch someone here. If Dandelions catches Brewmaster off split, could be a nice pickoff, but they're just splitting a little bit. They're trying to go for 1J now, but he's way too far away.
It just kind of feels like, I mean, as we settle into this game, even though it's been back and forth, at this point we can very clearly tell that Liga in the front seat, and V-Tune, once again, this Luna timing, it doesn't really feel like this, okay, you know, Luna's about to kind of take over the game now. It's it's kind of scary. I don't know how you match up into the Morphling. I mean, you can try now with this rush on the Roche. That's really an option, but Liga coming over here. Get that scan
instant
off.
scan.
Yeah, they know exactly what's going on. This is scary now. Look at Liga approaching. Kind of feels like final boss mode, but Desire just gets picked off immediately, and the rest of Dandelions, they just have to run.
Oh, Centaur, he was sticking around a little bit. I was thinking maybe a potential steal. Oh, Seneko 2, not like this.
Stomped up. Easy pick off again. 70 seconds without your Grimstroke. That is a dieback, which means this is a free Roche. I mean, it already was, but even more free this time.
But for real, for sure, a free Roche.
They got the reduced price, and then they were just like, you know what, you kind of look pathetic, we'll give you this one-off. But it's on the house.
Yeah. Yeah. And first stage is going towards the not Luna lineup. Does not feel good, right? It's similar to the TA where you would love to get that first stages, start making you know, more aggressive moves around the map and cleaning up these tier 2 towers.
Radiant are scared.
I mean, it's one thing about these player camps. It's nice to see Liga start to smile a little bit here, as plenty to laugh about. Mobe just fully committing on a Morphling illusion, and now he's in a load of trouble. Starting to get chased down now. Look at the lash, the perfect setup. Mobe doesn't stand a chance. Now 1J is in some trouble. Nice static storm, but it doesn't stop Palantinos, and it's Blink, but 1J still able to escape in the tree line. They have the complete touch on the Desire. They know where he is, and they're gonna pull him straight back into that. They can't even get the kill on the roommate. They'll bushwhack him and watch him survive with 100 HP. That is just demoralizing stuff, as 1J all smiles now. Look at him, he's just playing around.
Tip him too, absolutely. That one was for us, Sneeze. That was just for us.
Yeah. 1J.
He's laughing too. You see the player cam.
Yeah, look at this clear focus from Liga. They're just all on the money in terms of who they need to take down first. 1J, even with that static storm, narrowly just beats the curve. Desire desperately trying to find him, but juking around that tree perfectly. Hell, even steals the double edge, revealing himself, but by that point, it's a bit too late. One last bushwhack. You gotta be feeling good. Now onto this high ground.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
It took out Grim once again. Yeah.
Okay.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Dandelions feel like they're on their last legs here. You know, they're gonna fight to the very end because this is their tournament life along the line. But, oh man, it just might be it here.
And Violent just pops that BKB, squares up into Palantimos, and V-Tune pops everything, but doesn't really seem like there's much to be done. Rabel just running in with that ultimate, just turning everyone into ethereal form here. Static Storm holding onto Pantomime, you just... and Palantimos, sorry, you just pop back. And your Centaur's gonna go down again. Now Mobe's back in the fray, doing quite a bit of damage to that Inkswell. This might be the turnaround that they didn't expect, and the Morphling and the Brew go down. Liga, you immediately see the smiles fade from their faces. They understand it's not over just yet. It seems like Rabel, he has to do so much work now as this left alone. But if there's one hero who can do it, it might just be him. Healing so much, taking a lot of damage on these Lucent Beams. V-Tune, he has that shard swirling around him now, doing quite a bit, but the Yules buys him just enough time. With that Bloodstone, it's not enough. Dandelions will punish their hubris here. And Liga, they need to kind of step back and face the corner and have a little think about what they've done, because they've just given over a huge chunk of change to this Luna.
I see the idea there from Liga, right? They are in the position to recognize that, hey, we're in a good position to just take the game right here, right now. So if they win that fight, that's probably the G's getting dropped.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, like we talked about Dandelions, this is their last leg, right? Their tournament life on the line. They're not going to go down without a fight, and that's exactly what they did. They put up an extremely good fight, and it seemed like the first good 5-on-5 engagement for a long time from them.
Yeah. It's also kind of weird because, you know, you mentioned like Liga, they're smelling their win here. They want to sort of get something good today, and it's so close. They can just taste it. Of course, they want a full commit, but they also could have just, you know, waited 1 minute and done the same thing, and it'd be even more secure. And now, in a weird way, you've sort of carved a small little opening for the side of Dandelions to potentially come back. This AD rune, things are heating up. The tables could turn right here in front of our eyes. The setups have been nice from Palantimos and Mobe. They just haven't really been enough in terms of damage just yet, but this Luna, so it's the timing that they're waiting for, and if they can get that pesky Rubik to start, they'll be the ones laughing. The smiles wiped off the faces of the side of Liga. They're trying to buy time now with that Yules, but the Rubik can't play his way out of this one. TP come in, but you very quickly realize, Liga, that this is not an engagement you want to go into. V-Tune with that amplified damage rune, no sirree. I'll just give over this tier 1 tower for free.
Especially when you've got a Conda in your back, not in your backpack, but in your bag as well, right? That inventory of yours. It's an incredible amount of burst damage. It's like a free rapier, right? That AD rune. No. Brewmaster, he's got no ultimate. Oh, they don't even care. They have no idea. They're going right through the gate, and they might find Disruptor there, too.
Uh-oh. Top side, punched up into the sky, Pantomime. Gets a nice static storm off, but... yeah. That's a Lucent Beam counter for you, baby.
Yeah. Liga are slowly falling apart. They can't keep bleeding kills like this.
No.
You know, their strength is their 5-on-5 engagements, and Dandelions just aren't giving it to them right now.
Yeah, and also, Luna is a level 20 talent, so every single time she's Lucent Beaming, she's punching you with 2 more Moonglaves. You gotta mention that she also has a Grove Bow. Oh, V-Tune. So the only thing crazier than this is maybe like a Specialist Array. As, yeah, I think your assessment of it is completely correct here. Liga, however good they might be feeling, they got to stay focused. They don't want to let this slip out of their hands. The worst thing that could happen, the worst way this game could, or this day could end, is them getting to what feels like close to the finish line both times, taking one game up in an important series that determines their fate in the tournament and having it all slip away. They already had that done to them by VP earlier today.
It's time to go right now, right this second. Disruptor has finished his Aghanim Scepter, but no Static Storm because he used it, not for a little bit longer.
5 seconds.
So any engagement they take,
it'll be fine.
It should be fine.
They just need to find somebody, lift up onto Desire, easy kill. Start the fight, and reveals their position. Dandelion full retreat, scattering away immediately from that distinct area. Wait, hold on. Do you see this Rubik?
With Scurry?
Yeah, wait,
dude. Keep in mind that Scurry increases cast range as well.
Oh,
Rubik's
nasty.
cast range about to go crazy.
Yeah, that's actually insane. I mean, it kind of... It's a little bit awkward because, I mean, this animation's hilarious. He's doing a little scooting. I think you see him forging the nuts and stuff like that. That'll be hilarious.
It's time for them to clean up this tier 2 tower top.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what they're waiting for other than Roshan. But these tier 2 towers should be pretty free, in my opinion. Especially with Hoodwink down.
I mean, the one thing Violent just needs to keep an eye out for is this burst, right? Because the only way they kill him is if he gets too chummy with the Tusk and the Centaur, and then eats silence, eats a punch, and gets blown up by some Inkswell double-edge action. Nullifier complete now for this Luna to really do a number on this Lash. He's picked up the Aghanims, which is a bit of a rare one on Rabel. Of course, grants him that Nihilism, which we already saw in that earlier fight, turns everyone around him just ethereal form. And that's a really good move against Luna, but of course she has her own sort of BKB nullifier to get through that, and a lot of the damage comes from the Lucent Beam anyway.
True, and it doesn't, I don't think it amplifies magical damage, does it? Oh yeah, not yours though, or not...
No, not on Lash.
No, not on you. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Thank you.
By the way, you want to hit him, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have him eat some glaives here.
That'd be great, yeah. But right now, it's going to be either Roshan, it's going to be a long Roshan time. So Liga, they're going to posture up top, probably take this tier 2 tower with Lesh's shield rune, because he's probably feeling unstoppable with it.
Dude,
nice
the scan, they know. Saneko, does he have their number? If they can wrap around and kill off Pantomime to start, that'll be huge. They caught their eye onto this Disruptor. They see him stomp down, no static storm in the fight. V-Tune and company moving forward. Mobe looking for a target. Punch up. It's an illusion though. Has the snowball split is used. There's a Liga, they need to regroup. They turn it around onto Mobe, but the kickback onto Rabel. There's the Nullifier holding down the Lash. He's running out of HP. Needs to be gotten out of that situation. Baby 3packs tries with the Astral Pull, but it's not enough. And somehow Dandelion, they're the ones in the lead now. No way, Liga. Have you tossed it all away? Violence says no. Turns it to the Luna and does it right back to her. Buyback on the Lash now. Rabel's getting serious. Palatimos just has to TP away. And despite a great start to that fight from Dandelion, all it takes is one Lash buyback. They ain't messing around, and Violent He doesn't want to let this game slip out of his hands. Jump forward as well, and Soneko will die. Has a buyback though. But at the very best, it's only going to be a 3v5 situation for the side of Dandelion.
Very scary. Now, you don't even need to Roshan, right? Just take these tier 3 towers. Now, maybe group up a little bit, just in case your Morphling gets burst, but that strength shift, he's got 4k HP right now. He's fine.
He's chilling. I mean, in this kind of moment, you'd love a Grimshow Axe, but he's gone for a mech instead, so he's opting to try and help the team out in terms of some armor and healing, but Morphling Illusion would do such a number. Blink forward, Pantomime tries to get the catch out onto the Grimshow, will be successful. 80 seconds without your captain, what else do you have to offer? Mobe's coming up in 10 though. By the time, he should have already lost at least. Yeah, 2 lanes of Rex go down, finish up this last tier 2 tower, and you still don't have your Luna for another 20. Could just try and put an end to this game. You gotta watch the HP values on Violent though. They'll send those Primal Spit Brewlings into the mix to try and mess around with their opponents.
This should just be the last lane of Rax. Now,
Blink forward.
Luna up in 3 seconds, maybe.
Huge stun. Palantimos gets caught out by the lift though. They're still setting up. Violent, he's just able to turn around, clean up the Rax, and there's nothing else that Dandelions can offer. They'll kill off Rabel. That is a dieback on the Lash though. And even up against Mega Creeps, there might be an opportunity here. There's going to be a good 90 seconds where Dandelions are going to be at full force and Liga are 1 man down. I don't know whether it's over just yet, Crash.
No, as they say, the fat lady is not quite sung yet. Right, there is still that spark of hope for Dandelion, just a little bit more left in the tank for now.
Kick back, Violent. This is a huge pickup. You can't afford to lose him, and that's the limit of their pick-off potential. Pantomime gets caught out as well. Is this really a fight you want to take? 4v5 situation. Shards doesn't connect. And L1ga, he needs to get himself out of this situation. He'll just force and use and hide his way out of trouble. Desire though, in this tree line, Scurry's run out. They'll blink forward, kill off L1ga. Want to get the return kill on the Hoodwink though. Oh, Disruptor immediately blinking out. Such a heads-up play, forcing the buyback out from the Hoodwink, and they'll kill off the Brew as well. Now he has buyback, so it's not too bad of a situation. They reclaim the gem on themselves there. Dandelions, hang on to that.
This could be Roche. Liga, that was the objective that they didn't take because they were too busy taking high ground. Now, you know, some would say that's probably a valuable trade, but Luna having a second life at this stage of the game, especially when V2 is about to build a Divine Rapier. Oh, ooh, boy.
Ooh. Hey, dude, this is the one angle that could have occurred to put Dandelions back in a fighting position, and that's exactly what they're going to try and capitalize on here. Roche dropping very low, Scan is there. They know that Liga heroes are coming forward, which is why Mobe walks up to the high ground, throws a shot, but they guess wrong on the direction. Waveform forward, Static Storm as well, holding Mobe in place, but he has that BKB. Violent will try and full focus down this Roche, but it's a bit too high HP right now. Snowball Violent time, and Violent will snatch the Aegis despite the Roche going to Dandelion. This is disastrous. V2 has to get the hell out of here, and he will be able to BKB TP out. Palantimos not quite as lucky though, punched up into the sky by L1ga and company. Soneko will die as well. The buybacks come out in full force. The only one who doesn't have it at this point is Soneko. Once again, it'll be another 4v5 situation, and this time the Morphling has 2 lives.
That spark is still there, I think, but the gas tank is, you know, the needle's pretty much on empty, but you can still get a little bit more out of it for sure.
Just need that. I mean,
take a perfect engagement, though.
The crazy thing is, even if you get a perfect engagement, does it mean the game's over? I don't think so. You still got buybacks on.
No, it doesn't.
Violent getting set up upon now. The burst is there. Want to get the first life. Buyback on the Centaur now. Able to waveform out back to safety though, as Rabel holding them down. Snowball forward as well. Mobe, he's able to get himself back to the fountain, but he just gets kicked back. Rabel still holding them at their own fountain. They can't get out. Violent is starting to punch into this task. Now you have the Lash in the middle of your base and you kill him off for 100 seconds. But it's a 2v4 situation. And it looks like Liga, they might have just done it here. It's a bit longer of a game than we expected. Violent got that strength bomb. V-Tune gets the shots going, starts to throw out some loosened beams, but dropping a little bit low. Nice soulbind onto BB3 packs as well as 1J, but the split is out and V-Tune looking in trouble. Glaive starting to bounce though. The Bruling's taking a lot of damage. No one can challenge V-Tune. He's doing quite a number on them. Violent, he'll drop as well. That's the first life only though. Still have that Aegis available. Now the Brewmaster back in the fray. That's just a Divine Rapier, but V-Tune, he can't match up into the Morphling, and unfortunately for the side of Dandelions, that's going to be the end of their life here at the Portal Dota 2 Invitationals. GGs are called, and Suneko and gang unfortunately will lose this series 2-0 and be eliminated. But a big congrats to the side of Liga, who are able to hang on to their tournament lives here.
Oh, don't show me the sad faces. Show me those faces. Yeah, give me those smiles, man.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's what you want to see.
It's been such a long day for them, Liga. I mean, to see them come back like this, I know these guys, they're probably just laughing it off, had a good time in that last game, but you gotta feel for them, right? I mean, to see it come together like that near the end, to basically prove to themselves, like, look, we didn't have Ramses, we brought in Violent. It was a tough sort of first few adaptation sort of games, but we got there in the end. Took some time, but we still can win, guys. We still have a chance. And when Ramses is back, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, we're going to give it a real good shot.
Now, hopefully Ramses will be able to light a fire underneath Liga, because, all of these teams aren't going to go down without a fight. All the teams left in the upper bracket, Mouz, OneWin, Navi Jr., Nightpulse, these are all really strong teams in their own rights. And, not to mention that Nouns has already knocked out Bait too. So Nouns, they've been revitalized a little bit as well.
I mean, just a quick look at the highlights in that game. I was looking at the tail end of it. It's so crazy that this was a whole 20 minutes ago there. I mean, Liga were already pressuring high ground. They were looking so strong, but a few crazy team fights from Dandelions able to pull it back. And really, more than anything, Liga just got a bit too comfortable in the enemy base.
Yeah. But they were in full control for most of this game. Right? There didn't really feel like a point where Dandelions had a firm grip hold on them.
Yeah, it always felt like any sort of situation where they managed to get the advantage was like a Liga little slip up, or they got a little too cocky, or they were just not really playing as disciplined as we were used to seeing them the rest of the game. I kind of get this last pick task, right? It brings a lot of burst and control to the table, but clearly it just wasn't enough. And I mean, when you're solo killed by the Lesh in lane like that, Mobe, it's got to be a rough series. We saw as soon as that match ended, he just immediately looked towards the camera and just turned it off. He didn't want anyone to see him. It's just one of those moments where, like, man, it was a really rough series for him.
Yeah, it feels bad, right? And especially being, well, not quite the first team being knocked out, but being knocked out in general just does not feel good. And this just felt like the nail in the coffin for Dandelions this fight. Right? That Aegis being stolen. To be fair, the engagement was really good from Liga anyway, so even if Luna does have the second life there and respawns, it's probably not going to end the way you want anyways.
Yeah, look at my man, baby 3 packs over there, and this is what we're talking about. Yeah, Mobe, he just immediately realizes that, okay, it's over. Unfortunately, they are out of the tournament. But that is how things work here. The Dota 2 World Invitationals Day 1 comes to a close after a bit of a longer day than we might have expected due to some delays. So thank you for sticking around and enjoying the show with us, folks. But the show is far from over, right? Let's do a quick recap of what just shook down. Of course, we started our day off with the Bait Navi Jr. matchup, which just looked amazing. Navi Jr. thundering through their older counterparts here. And of course, on A stream, we had Nightpulse versus Nouns, where really what we were told is that it wasn't really a close affair. That does put Nouns in the lower bracket where they were able to 2-0 Bait to survive, and Liga, as we just saw, able to survive in the lower bracket as well up against Dandelions. Now, Mouz and Liga was an amazing 2-0, but it kind of felt like they were dispirited, and understandably so, because they just had been defeated by VP. But of course, tomorrow continues with Mouz versus OneWin and Navi Jr. versus Nightpulse to start our day, and then of course we have the lower bracket matches to boot as well.
Good games tomorrow, dude. If you thought today was a hot day, tomorrow's going to be even better. As we take a look at the schedule for this stream, it's just going to be the one game, Navi Jr. versus Nightpulse.
Yeah, so for those of you who are a bit confused as to why we're only doing one game, it's because the lower bracket match is going to be rescheduled. We're not entirely sure when that's going to be yet because now they have some scheduling conflicts. But of course, over here at the Portal Dota 2 World Invitationals, we want to make sure everybody has a fair time, right? We don't want to sort of put anyone in a bad spot. So we're just giving each team enough adequate time to plan their schedule, work around some of these other qualifiers or travel plans or, you know, events that they have on. You know, the pro teams, they got a lot going on. So we're trying to be as accommodating as possible. But Navi Jr. versus Nightpulse, oh boy. Navi Jr., the hype is real from what we've seen today. And Nightpulse, I think they've been slowly ramping up as well, right? From going from a team that basically not really, I wouldn't say not really respected, but probably not really thought about very highly in terms of favorite coming into any tournament, to now taking down some big boys. Navi Jr. could be next.
Yeah, we saw, like, personally, we've cast a few Nightpulse games and they were looking all right. Like, we saw inklings of hope, but this tournament so far is so good, right? They're really stepping up to the plate.
Absolutely, and we'll see whether they can step up to Navi Junior's play. That team has a very unique approach to the game, and we'll see whether that can be broken. But of course, for the last time today, it's been Crash and Sneeze. You're watching the Portal Dota 2 World Invitationals, and we will see you again tomorrow at the same time as we started. Of course, that's 7 p.m. GMT, and if you're sort of watching from Central Eastern European time, that's around 12 p.m., 12:30. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you for more action tomorrow. Stay tuned.
Bye-bye.